We all know the old story of Enkidu, that wild man who transforms into a civilized being after sharing beer and bread with a woman who came from the city. Well, if you're not familiar with it, that's the Epic of Gilgamesh. And within that story, Enkidu, who had only known the wilderness, is offered up the modern comforts of the day, bread and beer, foods of the settled people. Well, he eats it until he's full, and he drinks 7 jugs of beer. His heart grew light, his face glowed, and he became civilized. It's an old story, but it's one that we still tell to this very day. An ancient tale symbolizing a profound shift in human existence. The journey from a life in the wild to a settled community. For hundreds of thousands of years before this shift, our ancestors lived as nomadic foragers, hunting animals and gathering wild plants across a vast prehistoric landscape. They didn't build any cities, and they didn't leave behind any written records. But despite this, around 10 to 12,000 years ago, at the end of the last ice age, humans began to adopt new ways of living that set the stage for what we call civilization. But the question of when civilization actually began invites us to explore this gradual transformation from humble Neolithic villages into those bustling cities of the Bronze Age. But of course, we have to ask the question, what do we mean by civilization? Because that's a term that needs to be defined. Typically, we use the term to describe complex societies, characterized by cities, organized governance, social stratification, specialized labor, and shared systems of communication, often writing systems. A civilization emerges when agriculture produces enough surplus food to support large settlements and non-farming professions. When exactly that happened, it's something we cannot decide by written records. But we can certainly dig through the ground and find a few hints. We're always discovering new things, but we can say with our current information when civilization began roughly, as of 2025 at least. So join me and we can have a discussion about it together. First of all, let me welcome you to the channel. Hello to any newcomers. So lovely to have you all here with me. I'm excited for this one. It's a good question. Really getting back to the earliest of times we can trace. More of an archaeological chat than a historical one. In any case, let me first just say thank you very much to the patrons and supporters. It's the reason why this entire channel is ad-free for everyone to enjoy without interruptions. And if you're interested in joining that crew or checking out the merch store or the donation links, you'll find them in the video description and the pinned comment. Oh, and members and donations get voice replies now, so a little bit more personal. In any case, let's get on to the topic at hand. So, as we said, long before the first cities rose, which we'll talk about these first cities in a moment, humans lived in small, mobile groups. For tens of thousands of years, our ancestors survived by following game migrations and seasonal plants. During the Paleolithic era, now that is the Old Stone Age, the Neolithic being the New Stone Age, humans developed tools, created cave art, and probably, perhaps the most important, mastered fire. But they did not yet build permanent settlements. It was only after the last ice age ended, which was around 10,000 BC, that the conditions allowed a dramatic shift. As the climate warmed and wild grains and animals became more abundant in certain regions, people began to experiment with agriculture and domesticating animals. They learned to cultivate wild wheat and barley, and to tame animals such as goats, sheep, and cattle. and that laid the foundation for more agricultural economies. Now, this transition, you might have heard of it, it's often called the Neolithic Revolution, and it marked the true first step towards civilization. By cultivating crops and herding animals, early farmers could produce food surpluses. Communities no longer needed to roam constantly in search of food. They could stay in one place, and with that, there was less danger, and they could grow their population. And so, over generations, permanent villages began to emerge in many different areas. One of the earliest known villages was Jericho. Now we say village, not city, because we're not quite there yet, and we'll define terms about that later. This was in the Jordan Valley of the Levant. Archaeological excavations at Jericho reveal a settlement dating back to around 9600 BCE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited sites in the world. But by about 6800, Jericho's inhabitants had built a massive stone wall and a circular watchtower as tall as 8 meters. That's pretty good for the time. Perhaps it was to defend against floods, or maybe even hostile groups. Of course, that's one of the other older aspects of the human condition. These fortifications are some of the earliest signs of organized communal effort in construction. And with the tools at the time, you have to admit it's pretty impressive. But far to the north, in what is now Turkey, that's what Turkey calls their country now, by the way, another remarkable site called Gobekli Tepe provides a glimpse of social complexity even before full-time settlement. Now, we recently did a video on it if you want a more detailed thing, but for now we'll just say that their groups of nomadic hunter-gatherers constructed large stone enclosures with these interesting T-shaped pillars carved with animals, likely for some form of ritual gathering. But Gobekli Tepe's monumental circle suggests that even before true cities existed, humans could mobilize labor for shared religious or social purposes. Just another hint of organizational skills that civilization would later require. Now, by around 7000, early farming villages had spread across the Fertile Crescent and into neighboring regions. Çatalhöyük in central Anatolia, once again modern Turkey, stands out as a large Neolithic settlement and is often described as a proto-city. Not quite a city yet, but we're getting there. At its peak, around 6500, Çatalhöyük covered more than 30 acres and may have housed several thousand people, living in tightly packed mud brick homes. Remarkably, the town had no streets. Its people had traversed rooftops and entered their homes from openings in the ceiling. There were no grand palaces or temples at Çatalhöyük, but archaeologists have found elaborate wall paintings, clay figurines, and domestic shrines within its houses. Residents plastered and painted their walls with vibrant patterns and hunting scenes. In many homes, the horns of wild bulls were mounted on walls as ritual objects, and people buried their dead beneath the floor platforms, sometimes adorning skulls with plaster in an early form of ancestor worship. These practices suggest a complex spiritual life, and even a strong sense of community, even of course in the absence of formal institutions or social hierarchies. So Çatalhöyük and similar early villages demonstrate that by the Neolithic era, humans were certainly learning to live in permanent communities and share labor across generations. They were not yet civilizations, at least not by the strict definition. They lacked cities in a true sense, and had no writing or centralized government, but they did form the necessary foundation upon which civilization would later build. Humanity just figuring it out as they go, one step at a time. And so, as the centuries passed, Some Neolithic villages grew in size, and with that, they grew in sophistication, especially in regions with a rich farmland and reliable water supplies. Now, the Fertile Crescent, they don't call it that for no reason. It's a swath of land near the Near East, including Mesopotamia and the Levant. It was particularly suited for this development. By the 6th and 5th millennia, 5000s BCE kind of thing, early farming communities in Mesopotamia began adopting new technologies. Most importantly was irrigation canals to expand agriculture, but they also needed pottery to store surpluses and long-distance trade to acquire stone, metals, and timber not found locally. As productivity grew, so did the population. Villages merged or expanded into towns. This gradual process has been termed the urban revolution, a concept popularized by the archaeologist Gordon Childe to describe the emergence of the first true cities. But what distinguishes a city from a village? Surely there's no specific number, but size is one factor. Cities, of course, have many more people, thousands or tens of thousands instead of hundreds. But equally important are the internal organization and diversity of roles. You see, in a city, not everyone is a farmer. There are artisans, merchants, priests, scribes, officials, and laborers, supported by the surplus food that farmers produce. Now, this specialization is facilitated by a central authority in administration, a governing system, one that organizes labor, manages resources, and sometimes maintains order. Of course, when you get a lot of human beings all cooped up together, you get problems. And yes, order needs to be maintained. But we see the archaeological signatures of these changes in the late Neolithic and Chalcolithic periods. For instance, in Mesopotamia, by the Ubaid period, that is 6500 to 3800, some villages grew larger and featured communal structures that appear to be early temples or meeting halls. Now, these suggest emerging religious and political leadership, at least at a town level. Eridu, a settlement in southern Mesopotamia, began as a small Ubaid-era village. But over time, its inhabitants built and rebuilt a large temple at the same spot many times, and each time they built it, it was larger than the last. These early temples are quite interesting. They likely served as centers for communal storage and worship, redistributing grain and goods, an initial form of economic management by a priestly class. But over time, the temple organizations grew into powerful institutions, ones that coordinated large labor projects and stored the surplus wealth of the community. In ancient Mesopotamia, organized religion and governance were thus intertwined from the very start. Now, according to later Mesopotamian tradition, Eridu was nothing less than the first city ever founded. The Sumerian King List, an ancient manuscript compiled around 1800, begins with the declaration, quote, "After the kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu." In their own mythology, the Sumerians believed that divine authority established Eridu as the inaugural seat of human kingship and civilization. Archaeologically, Eridu's site, which is a modern Tel Abu Shahrain in Iraq, does show very ancient layers with temple structures dating back to the 6th millennium BCE. By 4000 BCE, though, Eridu and other southern Mesopotamian towns had grown in population and complexity. But Eridu would soon be eclipsed by a new kind of city that arose further in the north. You may have heard of it. I did a video on it a couple weeks back. This was the city of Uruk. And so we find ourselves In southern Mesopotamia, around 3500, the city of Uruk emerges as a thriving urban center. Now, arguably, it is the world's first true city. At its height, in the Uruk period, from around 4000 to 3100, its population is estimated to have exceeded 30,000 people. Now, it doesn't sound like much by modern standards, but that's a remarkable concentration for the time. But imagine the sight of it. A sprawling cityscape of mud brick houses and workshops, surrounded by walls and by fields of barley and date palms, irrigated by canals from the Euphrates River. In the heart of Uruk rose great monumental structures, a large ziggurat or stepped platform crowned by a shining white temple dedicated to the sky god Anu. This was indeed a city of firsts. Uruk's craftsmen pioneered mass production, for example, making thousands of identical clay bowls, known as bevel-rimmed bowls, that were likely used to distribute rations of grain or beer to workers. An early system of standardized portions, I suppose. Its merchants traveled far afield, trading the city's woven textiles and grain for raw materials like timber, copper, gold, and lapis lazuli from distant lands. And most famously, Uruk was where writing was born. The earliest known writing system, cuneiform, began in Mesopotamia around 3300 to 3200 during Uruk's late period. But the first texts are not poetry or laws, but just simple economic records, something born out of practicality, clay tablets recording the allocation of grain, the number of livestock, transactions of goods, things like that. Scribes used a stylus, a kind of reed to cut to a triangular tip, to press wedge-shaped signs into soft clay tablets, which were then baked hard. Over time, these pictographic symbols became more abstract and standardized, evolving into a full writing system capable of expressing complex language. Now, all this opened a door to history. It allowed people to document events, to send instructions across distance, to formalize agreements, and to preserve traditions and stories for future generations. In fact, it's been said a few times, history begins at Sumer, meaning that history as a written record starts with the Sumerian civilization of Mesopotamia. Hard to argue against that. What we can say is by the early 3rd millennium, that is 3000 to 2500, Mesopotamia was a patchwork of competing city-states. You had Uruk, sure, but now you had Ur, Lagash, Umar, Kish, and Nippur. Each was like a small kingdom centered on a city and its surrounding villages and fields. These city-states were often ruled by priest kings, called Ensi, or Lugal in Sumerian, and were dedicated to patron deities. For example, Nippur was sacred to the wind god Enlil, and Uruk to the goddess Inanna. A large ziggurat and temple complex dominated each city's skyline, showing the central role of the cult and temple economy once again. And society was clearly stratified. At the top were the ruling elite families, temple priests, palace officials. A middle stratum included merchants, scribes, skilled artisans, and wealthy farmers. But the majority comprised of the base, the peasant farmers and laborers who sustained the economy, as well as the slaves, often war captives or debt slaves who labored for the elite. So with so many people living together, early cities faced new social challenges, disputes over property, theft, violence, and so they developed laws and courts to administer justice. In fact, we have evidence that formal laws were being written down by the mid-3rd millennium. A Sumerian ruler of Lagash named Urakagina, around 2400, issued a series of decrees to reform abuses, which some consider the earliest legal code. Centuries later, King Hammurabi of Babylon, around 1750, promulgated his famous law code, inscribed on a stone stele for all to see, declaring principles like an eye for an eye in matter of justice. You might have heard of the Code of Hammurabi. In fact, one of the earliest surviving texts from Sumer, the Instructions of Shuruppak, dating to around 2600, is a father's advice to his son, urging proper behavior in a society that is growing increasingly complex. For instance, it warns, quote, "You shall not steal anything. A thief is a lion, but after he is caught, he will be a slave." This proverb cautions that crime leads to disgrace and punishment. Maxims like that reflect the values of honesty, fairness, and self-control that people are trying to codify as they learn to live under the rule of law in large communities. The world had changed, and they needed some kind of guidelines. And of course, as we mentioned before, it wasn't always peaceful. These cities couldn't always coexist. Written history's first accounts of war come from Sumer itself. The city-states often quarreled over fertile land and canal water. For example, Lagash and Umma, neighboring cities, engaged in long-running border conflicts. By around 2450, King Einatum of Lagash led his army to victory over Umma, and they erected the Stele of the Vultures to commemorate the event. A limestone carving, and by the way the oldest known war monument, that gruesomely depicts vultures carrying off the heads of the defeated enemy. Well, we don't know if that's quite true, because yes, vultures are quite large birds, but heads are very, very heavy. A skull is, yes, if you've ever had to carry another human being, you'll know that the head is extremely heavy. A lot of stuff stored in there, so, well, depending on the person. In any case, organized large-scale warfare had entered human experience along with civilization. That was sure. Yet conflict also spurred innovation. And unfortunately, the times where we get the most innovation in human history is when there's a rush on it due to conflict. Cities built defensive walls, they forged bronze weapons, and even developed strategies that would lay the groundwork for later military traditions. But despite rivalries, we have to say that the Mesopotamian city-states also shared a kind of cultural unity. They used the same cuneiform writing, though the spoken languages might differ, Sumerian and later Akkadian, and so on. They worshipped a common pantheon of gods and goddesses, and they told many of the same stories about them. They followed similar calendar systems tied to the agricultural cycle. They engaged in trade with one another and formed treaties. In essence, they recognized each other as part of a broader Mesopotamian civilization, even as they were in competition. By around 2300, one city, Agade, or Akkad, under King Sargon the Great, managed to conquer and unite many of the Sumerian cities, creating arguably the world's first empire. Sargon's inscriptions boast that his realm stretched from the Upper Sea to the Lower Sea. And what he means by that is the Mediterranean to the Persian Gulf. He also proudly mentions that ships from Dilmun, Magan, and Meluhha came to dock at his capital. Those were the ancient names for Bahrain, Oman, and the Indus Valley, respectively. And indeed, archaeological finds support this early globalization. We find, for example, exotic carnelian beads from the Indus Valley in Mesopotamian sites, and Mesopotamian cylinder seals in distant places. The dawn of civilization in Mesopotamia was not an isolated phenomenon. It was connected by trade networks to other emerging civilizations. And speaking of which, we'll get to the Indus Valley, but before we do, consider how far civilization had come in Mesopotamia by around 2000. A person living in the city of Ur or Babylon at the time would wake each day in a permanent house, built of mud brick. It might even be 2 stories tall, and in a neighborhood of many such houses along laid-out streets. He or she could draw water from a well, visit the marketplace to buy food or goods using silver or grain as payment, barter systems, of course, and worship at a towering temple complex that dominated the city's center. They wouldn't be allowed right up the top of it, but, well, they could certainly stand around it. Government officials kept records on clay tablets. Schools taught the cuneiform writing system to the sons and a few of the daughters of the affluent. There were scribes recording sales, wills, marriages, treaties, doctors applying early medical recipes and diagnosing illnesses. There were merchants organizing caravans of donkeys loaded with goods for trade. The basic institutions that we associate with civilization, cities with planned infrastructure, formal government, legal codes, long-distance commerce, literature and learning, organized religion, monumental art, they were all present in Mesopotamia by the early 2nd millennium BCE. Truly a civilization, and in the very place where people once scratched out a subsistence living on small villages, a complex urban civilization was now well and truly thriving. But even as cities flourished in Mesopotamia and Egypt, which we'll get to, another great center of early civilization was rising, thousands of kilometers to the east. In the plains of the Indus River and its tributaries, in what is now Pakistan and northwest India, the Indus Valley Civilization, also known as the Harappan Civilization, developed around the same time. It was one of the 3 earliest civilizations in the Old World, alongside Mesopotamia and Egypt. But the Indus civilization followed a unique path, with intriguing differences from its Western counterparts. The roots of civilization in South Asia reach back to early farming settlements, such as Meghar in Balochistan, which date to around 7,000. But by 3300, small village cultures in the greater Indus region, the early Harappan phase, were adopting agriculture and crafts and engaging in regional trade. Over the next several centuries, these settlements grew in size and organization. We see planned towns emerging with mud brick architecture, drainage systems, and workshops for craft. And then, around 2600, the early Harappan villages coalesced into a fully urban society, the mature Harappan phase, 2600 to 1900. It is in this mature phase that the Indus civilization truly shines. Dozens of cities and towns sprang up along the Indus and neighboring rivers, linked by culture and commerce. Among them, the cities of Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, Dholavira, Rakhigarhi, and Lothal were especially prominent. Harappa and Mohenjo-daro each covered around 2.5 square kilometers, that's about 1 square mile, and supported populations estimated of 30 to 50,000 at their peak. Now, if you remember the numbers, that's comparable in scale to their Mesopotamian counterparts. In total, archaeologists have identified over 1,000 Indus settlements of various size, and that shows a vast civilization that was the most geographically extensive of its time. But what were the Indus cities like? Mohenjo-daro, located in today's Sindh province, Pakistan, and Harappa in Punjab, Pakistan, both show evidence of meticulous city planning. Each city was laid out on a grid pattern, streets running north-south and east-west, intersecting at right angles, dividing the city into blocks. The cities were often divided into 2 major parts, a raised citadel mound where public buildings stood, and a larger, lower town with the dense housing. At Mohenjo-daro, the citadel mound was fortified with mud brick walls and towers, perhaps as a protection against flooding or raiders. Within the citadel at Mohenjo-daro, archaeologists found a remarkable structure called the Great Bath, a large watertight pool built of brick, with steps leading down into it, and an adjacent furnace to heat the water. It appears to have been used for ritual bathing or communal religious ceremonies, implying a concern with purity and a shared ritual life. Near the great bath were spacious halls, and what might have been granaries for storing grain, showing once again centralized storage and distribution of food. But here's a significant feature: the sophistication of the water supply and waste removal systems. That was a mosquito. I tried to get him. Don't think I got him. Sorry to interrupt you. Where was I? Anyway, in Mohenjo-Daro, for example, almost every house, from modest one-room dwellings to multi-room mansions, had access to water and bathing facilities. Many houses had private wells and bathrooms with drains that carried wastewater into an extensive covered sewer system under the streets. Brick-lined drains ran along the major thoroughfares, occasionally with inspection holes or sump pits for cleaning. And get this, they even had toilets, simple pits with wooden seats or ceramic jars which were connected to sewage drains. All of this is astonishingly advanced for the 3rd millennium BCE, you have to admit. The Indus cities managed a level of urban sanitation and public health infrastructure that in some ways rivaled what would be found in European cities well into the 19th century CE. Some achievements speak to effective city governance capable of planning and maintaining these complex systems for the common good. But another hallmark of the Indus civilization is one that you might not expect, and that's standardization. Across cities, separated by hundreds of kilometers, we find uniformity in building materials and measurement units. The bricks used in construction follow a standardized proportion, typically a ratio of 1:4, and that suggests that brick makers across the Indus region adhered to a common set of guidelines, maybe a kind of code enforced by authorities. Indus engineers were also among the first to develop a precise system of weights and measures. They produced sets of cubical stone weights in graduated sizes that show a binary and decimal calibration. For example, the weights often double in size at each step, and the smallest weight is just a few grams. An ivory scale found at Lothal, that is a port city in Gujarat, India, has tiny etched divisions about 1.7 millimeters apart, showing an extraordinary precision in length measurement for the time. This uniformity would have facilitated fair trade and taxation throughout the region, implying some form of central oversight, or at least inter-city cooperation. Pretty impressive for the time, I think. And then there's the social and political organization of the Indus civilization, which remains a bit of a mystery. There's a bit of a contrast to Mesopotamia and Egypt. You see, the Indus cities have revealed no large palaces, nor do they have elaborate temples, nor do they have obvious royal tombs. That being said, they could have just hidden them rather cleverly, but who knows? In any case, as of 2025, there was no clear archaeological evidence of kings or queens, standing armies, or priestly hierarchies. This absence of obvious centralized authority has prompted a few theories. Some propose that each city might have been governed by councils or a group of merchants and elders, rather than by a single autocrat. Others suggest a more theocratic rule by priests. But if so, these priests did not build grand temples to broadcast their power. The largest structure we find, like the Great Bath or the granaries, seem more communal than royal. One famous artifact is a small stone sculpture known as the Priest King, a 17-centimeter tall steatite beast, a bust rather, of a bearded man wearing a patterned cloak and headband, found in Mohenjo-daro. It's pretty nicely carved, and it's clearly an important personage. Yet we have no inscription to identify him, and we haven't found anything else quite like it. Was he a ruler, a priest, an ancestral figure? Well, theories at the moment are only in the realm of speculation. The very name, priest-king, don't take that too seriously. It's just a guess by the archaeologists who found him. The fact that this modest figurine is one of the few hints of leadership suggests that the Indus civilization did not glorify individual rulers in the same way that other civilizations did. Power may have been exercised more collectively, or remained more anonymous. But here's something interesting. The Indus civilization did have a form of writing. Thousands of small steatite seals, pottery fragments, and other objects bear inscribed symbols known as the Indus script. These symbols include human and animal motifs and various abstract designs. The typical seal is a square stone tablet, a few centimeters across, engraved with a short sequence of signs, usually 4 to 5 characters, and often an image of an animal like a bull or an elephant. It appears that merchants use these seals to stamp clay tags on their goods, marking ownership or contents, a kind of trademark or identification system in commerce. But the unfortunate thing is that this script remains undeciphered to this day. We do not know what language the Indus people spoke, and without a bilingual text, like, the Rosetta Stone or something, the script has resisted a confident translation. Who knows? Maybe someone's going to figure it out in the next few years. I hope so. Thus, unlike in Mesopotamia or Egypt, we cannot read the names of Indus kings, if they had any, or their laws, or their literature, which is quite a shame. How excited we all were when we figured out Egyptian hieroglyphics and Sumerian cuneiform, that old world just opening up its secrets. Oh, just imagine what we could learn if we figured out the Indus script. Well, all of our understanding of their society comes from material remains alone. Yet the very existence of writing, that shows a need for record keeping or communication. And think about this. The Indus people used writing not just on small seals, but even in public displays. At the site of Dholavira, archaeologists discovered a large wooden signboard with 10 enormous Indus characters that would have been mounted above the city's gate or citadel. This might be the world's oldest known billboard, if we're going to call it that. Perhaps it's proclaimed the name of the city or a message to visitors. We can't read the message, but the presence of the message itself tells us that Indus cities shared information in a public manner. The economy of the Indus civilization was of course based on agriculture, supplemented by trade and craftsmanship. The Indus region's farmers grew a variety of crops. Wheat and barley were the staples, just like in Mesopotamia, and there's evidence for the cultivation of rice in some areas as well. They also grew peas, legumes, sesame seeds, which provided oil, and cotton. Importantly, the Indus Valley people were among the first in the world to domesticate cotton plants and weave cotton textiles. They raised animals such as zebu cattle, with a characteristic humped back, water buffalo, goats, sheep, and maybe chickens. There is reason to think that domestication of the chicken for food occurred first in the Indus or nearby regions. Surplus grain was stored in large granaries, like those found at Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, which would have been vital for feeding the urban population throughout the year. The Indus craft industries produced finely made goods. Potters made distinctive black on red painted ceramics. bead makers carved long, elegant beads from carnelian, agate, and shell. Metallurgists fashioned tools and ornaments from copper and bronze, and even rarer metals like silver and gold in small quantities. There's evidence, too, of a high degree of skill. For instance, a bronze statuette known as the Dancing Girl, found at Mohenjo-Daro, depicts a young woman in confident pose, hand on hip, wearing a stack of bangles on one arm. The figure is only 4 inches tall, but it's so exquisitely cast that it shows to a long tradition of metalworking expertise. This certainly was not the first time. Now, as for trade within the civilization and with distant regions, that was a key part of the Indus economy. Standardized weights and measures, as mentioned, facilitated fair commerce. The Indus cities were connected by rivers and land routes, and they exchanged goods like grain, cotton cloth, pottery, and jewelry with one another. But they also traded beyond their borders. Indus seals and merchandise have been found in Mesopotamia and the Persian Gulf, indicating active long-distance trade by sea. The coastal Indus city of Lothal had a remarkable brick-lined basin structure that appears to have been a dockyard, essentially a port where ships could anchor and be loaded or unloaded. If this interpretation is correct, it would be one of the world's earliest known harbors. Traders from the Indus likely sailed west to trade with Bronze Age Oman, Bahrain, and Sumer. Mesopotamian records speak of a far-off land called Meluha that supplied exotica like hardwoods, ivory, carnelian, lapis lazuli, and of course, as mentioned, we generally identify that with the Indus region. It does suggest that Harappan merchants carried out commerce on a pretty impressive scale for the time, and that the Indus cities, though politically separate from Mesopotamia, were certainly part of a wider Bronze Age economy. And so by all these measures, the Indus Valley civilization was as much of a cradle of civilization as Mesopotamia or Egypt. Its people lived in planned cities, built monumental structures, carried on fine crafts and trade, and they likely had some form of organized governments to achieve all this. Yet around 1900, this civilization began to decline. Over the next couple of centuries, the great cities were gradually abandoned. The end of the Indus civilization remains another mystery, but researchers have pieced together some probable causes. It's likely that climate change played a role. Geological and climatic evidence shows that around 2100 to 1900, the region's climate grew cooler and drier. The monsoon rains that fed the Indus and its tributaries began to weaken. In particular, a river called the Gagar Hakra, which some identified with the Sarasvati River of later Indian legend, seems to have dwindled or shifted course. In any case, without reliable water for crops, and with possibly frequent droughts, the agricultural base of the Harappan cities would have been very strained. There are signs that people started to migrate eastward toward the lusher plains of the Ganges Valley at the time, seeking better water availability and just conditions improved in general. Additionally, the break in long-distance trade, perhaps because Mesopotamia had its own turmoil around 2000, could have hurt the Harappan economy too. Unlike the abrupt fall of some later empires, the decline of the Indus cities appears to have been a slow decentralization rather than a dramatic collapse, and we find no clear evidence of invading armies or burning destruction layers in most Indus sites. Instead, it seems that urban life quietly unraveled. Population shrank, writing and craft specialization faded away, and a more rural way of life began to reassert itself. By around 1700, Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa were largely deserted mounds. Yet the people themselves did not vanish. They simply relocated into smaller, scattered villages. Many elements of Harappan culture continued among these post-Harappan peoples. For example, certain pottery styles, agricultural practices like cultivating rice and millet, possibly religious beliefs too. In short, the Indus civilization slowly transformed and dispersed, ceding the stage to new emerging cultures in India's northwest and the Ganges plains. But it would be over a millennium before the Indian subcontinent saw cities on the scales of Harappa once again. Of course, we'd be amiss not to talk about the other civilizations. Of course, we have to talk about Egypt. They developed a civilization at least as old as Mesopotamia. By 3100, Upper and Lower Egypt were unified under the first pharaohs, and that marked the beginning of a proper dynastic Egyptian state. Egyptian hieroglyphic writing began around the same time as Sumerian cuneiform, showing that writing too was invented in more than one place. Over the next few centuries, Egyptians built cities along the Nile and massive stone monuments. The step pyramid of Djoser at Saqqara, around 2650, and the Great Pyramid of Giza, around 2570. They're certainly awe-inspiring examples of what early civilization in Egypt accomplished. Unlike the city-states of Mesopotamia, Egypt became a unified territorial state nearly from the start. It was ruled by a god-king, the pharaoh, who wielded absolute power. This different political model meant that Egyptian civilization focused power in one royal court that mobilized labor from across the land to build gigantic monuments and temples. Egyptian civilization also benefited from the Nile's predictable flooding cycle, which produced abundant harvest to support its large population. By 2500, Egypt had grand cities like Memphis, and a well-organized bureaucracy to manage everything from irrigation to trade, and that firmly establishes it as one of the earliest great civilizations. No arguments there, that's for sure. And then there's China, far to the east. The seeds of civilization were taking root along the Yellow and Yangtze rivers. Early agricultural villages in China date back to well before 5000. For example, Peili Gang and the Yangshao cultures. But the first urban centers and bronze-working states emerged quite later. According to Chinese tradition, the first dynasty was the semi-legendary Xia, around 2070 to 1600 BCE, though concrete archaeological evidence is still a little bit debated, and surely will continue to be for quite some time. What we do know is that by 1600, the Shang dynasty in the Yellow River Valley had established a powerful kingdom with cities, palaces, and of course massive bronze foundries. The Shang kings built walled cities like Zhengzhou and Anyang, and performed divination on oracle bones, animal bones inscribed with early Chinese characters, which are the earliest known form of Chinese writing, by the way. I did a full video about them a little while back. So, in China, civilization, with cities, writing, and states, was in full swing by the mid-second millennium. A bit later than Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Indus, but clearly an independent development with its own unique features, such as the worship of ancestral spirits and a distinctive writing system. Chinese civilization would go on to have an unbroken continuity through many dynasties, making it one of the enduring civilizational lineages in history. Meanwhile, in the Americas, civilization emerged independently as well. On the north-central coast of Peru, the Caral Soup civilization, also known as the Norte Chico, built monumental platform mounds and sunken plazas as early as 2600 BCE, roughly contemporaneous with the early cities of Egypt and Mesopotamia. Archaeologists generally consider Caral Soupe to be the oldest known civilization in the Western Hemisphere. Now, the city of Caral itself covering about 1,500 acres in the Supe Valley, features massive pyramid-like structures constructed at the same time as the pyramids. A stunning parallel development on the other side of the world, that's for sure. Notably, Caral and its sister sites seem to have flourished without a pottery tradition, and with no evidence of writing either. Their people possibly used knotted cords for record-keeping instead of a written script, which of course brings us back to our definitions. Was it a civilization? Well, I think we can give them a little bit of a break and say, arguably, yes, they were. Now let's look at, in Mesoamerica, the first complex society to reach its urban form was the Olmec by around 1200 in what is now southern Mexico. The Olmec built ceremonial centers featuring large earthen pyramids and plazas. They are famous for carving colossal stone heads. Maybe they were portraits of rulers. In any case, they attest to organized labor and artistic development. The Olmec culture likely laid the groundwork for later Mesoamerican civilizations like the Maya and the Aztec. Thus, across the globe, in the Fertile Crescent, the Nile Valley, the Indus Valley, and the Yellow River Basin, even in the Andes and Mesoamerica, we see multiple beginnings of civilization, each with its own timeline and characteristics. So when exactly did civilization actually begin? Well, if we define civilization by the presence of cities, complex social hierarchies, and writing, we can give a broad answer, and that is around 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, in the window of approximately 3,500 to 2,500 BCE. By about 3,200 BCE, the people of Sumer in Mesopotamia were building cities and recording words in clay. And by 3,000 to 2,600, Egyptians were raising pyramids and writing on papyrus and stone. By 2,500, the Indus Valley had fully planned cities, even if their script eludes our understanding. Each of these can claim to be an origin point of civilization. One might pinpoint southern Mesopotamia around 3,100 as the particularly salient moment. The city of Uruk and its neighbors clearly display the hallmarks of civilization by then, arguably the earliest. But even that was not an isolated spark. It was a culmination of thousands of years of prior development in many places. Civilization was not an overnight snap of the fingers, not a decision, but rather a gradual evolution. People eventually finding themselves in this situation where they're all huddled together, farming and making things and worshipping gods, doing what the king or the ruler tells them to. The whole process began when human societies reached a level of agricultural productivity and social complexity that enabled people to congregate in even larger, permanent communities. And it accelerated as those communities invented new tools of organization, from irrigation systems to writing legal codes, all to manage these new challenges of scale. A new world with new problems. It all began when our species, Homo sapiens, found ways to provide surplus food and thus settle into a place year-round. Then we learned how to build houses. The houses turned into villages. We formalized rules and leadership, and ultimately those villages grew into unique cities that fostered art, science, and social complexity. In some regions that happened by 4,000 to 3,000 BCE. In others, a little bit later. But the idea of civilization, living in a city-based society, it spread and took on a life of its own, to the point that today over half of all humans on Earth live on cities. The legacy of those first civilizations is all around us. Our laws and institutions, the technologies like writing, the wheel, and even in our own myths and stories. Understanding how it all began, it's not just an exercise in satisfying curiosity. It's more of an insight into the fundamental forces that have shaped human history. Our modern world of nations and metropolises, nothing more than a direct descendant of those first cities along the Euphrates, the Nile, the Indus, the Yellow River, and the Supe. Civilization actually began when those first brave pioneers of the Bronze Age set aside the old ways and decided to attempt a grand experiment, to live together in large numbers, to cooperate with strangers, and to build something enduring. And so in that sense, the beginning of civilization is not a single point of time, but just a turning point in the human story. A turning that happened in different places independently, but led humankind collectively into a new era. The dawn of history. And we've been building upon it ever since. Fire, the double-edged gift of Mother Nature. Dangerous and destructive, sure, but ultimately transformative and essential for human progress. And when we talk about prehistory, there is a question, and that is, when did our ancestors first discover how to control fire? That's what we're going to talk about today. It's a bit of archaeology, a bit of speculation, and try and mix it in with a bit of common sense. So first, before we begin, let me just welcome you quickly. Hello everyone. Thank you to everyone supporting on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, merch store, and the occasional donation. Links are in description. And do the whole like, comment, and subscribe thing if you feel like doing it. Alright, all out of the way. Let's begin. So first, put yourself 1,000,000 years back and think about a lightning strike on a dry savanna which ignites a wildfire. The early humans watch from as safe a distance as possible. The predators flee, and the land turns black. Now at some point, our primitive ancestors dared to approach those flames, perhaps capturing a burning branch or embers. Now this moment, the taming of fire, would become a true turning point in human evolution, and it would ultimately mark the dawn of a new era. The significance of fire for human evolution really cannot be overstated. Controlled fire provided warmth in cold climates. It provided light after dark, protection from predators, and the revolutionary practice of cooking food, all of which likely had profound effects on our biology and culture. Now, we mentioned cooking, and indeed the cooking hypothesis, notably championed by primatologist Richard Wrangham from 2009, suggests that cooking allowed early humans to extract more calories and nutrients from their food, and thus fueling the evolution of larger brains and smaller digestive tracts. Now, fire would also play its part in this. It would have extended social activity into the evening, as small groups gathered around campfires, perhaps giving rise to storytelling and tighter social bonds. Now that helps the brain too, for sure. But when did this critical mastery of fire first occur? The answer requires examining a bit of prehistoric evidence. I know it's very hard, right? We've got to remember there are no written records from the Stone Age, of course. The Flintstones does not count, for those wondering. We got to rely on subtle clues in archaeology. Layers of ancient ash, charred bones and plant remains, heat-altered stones and sediments, the faint traces of fires long, long ago. Not quite a wild goose chase, but we're getting pretty close to it. Now, discovering when humans first tamed fire, it's a bit of a detective job. Scientists have to engage in careful, critical thinking, and that is the reason for this introductory caveat. Not every patch of burned dirt is a campfire, and not every charred bone was cooked by humans. Natural wildfires can also leave similar traces, that's for sure. Thus, researchers have to scrutinize each potential fire remain to determine if it was burned in a controlled human context, or simply one of those lightning strikes, starting up a wildfire. Over the past few decades, evidence has steadily pushed the date of the earliest controlled fires further and further back in time. But there's still debate and caution in the scientific community. And, well, this video is probably going to be completely pointless in 10 years' time, when the evidence is all changing. But as for 2026, we're just going to do the best we can. We have to look at the most credible discoveries, and with a bias toward primary archaeological findings, but also consider alternate viewpoints. By weaving together all these findings, from an ancient African cave to open-air sites in Europe and Asia, we try to get a comprehensive picture of how our distant ancestors first discovered fire. Now, crucially, quote, discovering fire, end quote, was not a singular moment that was achieved by a single genius, as legends like the Greek Prometheus myth might imply. Not knocking the Greek myths, but we're talking about archaeology here in a strict sense. Instead, it appears to have been a gradual and possible repeated process across different times and places. You see, early humans likely first encountered fire as a natural phenomenon and only later learned to control it and eventually create it at will, which is an entirely different thing. And it's one of those skills that modern humans have allowed to degenerate. I don't think, I don't know, some people know the sort of way to start a fire at will, but the practical way of doing it is different from how you think of it in your head. In any case, we're going to try to make a chronological approach to exploring the key stages. That is, the early encounters with natural fire, the patchy evidence for the first tentative fire use in the early Pleistocene era, and the stronger evidence of habitual fire in the middle Pleistocene, by roughly about 400,000 years ago. And finally, of course, the mastery of fire-making techniques by Neanderthals and modern humans. Now, with all that being said, and strong caveats for prehistory videos based not on written evidence but archaeology all said and done, let's get into our earliest encounters. Long before humans learned to kindle their own fires, they would have witnessed natural fires, volcanic activity, or brush fires under the hot African sun. Now, just quickly as well, we do start with Africa just as a course of, perhaps not good manners, but just a course of the way that these discoveries have been found. The out of Africa theory at the moment is somewhat contested, so we'll make a different video on that. In any case, these natural wildfires were part of the environment in which early hominins evolved. Anthropologist John Gowlett has described how our ancestors first interacted with fire and were likely doing so in opportunistic ways. After a wildfire, early humans could scavenge the freshly burned landscape. The flames would drive away predators and competitors, while leaving behind singed carcasses and roasted tubers. Evidence from modern ecology shows that some animals today take advantage of wildfires. For example, certain birds of prey swoop in to catch small animals fleeing. And by analogy, early Homo or late Australopithecus, individuals on the African savanna might have followed wildfires for easy hunting or foraging. Of course, the wild game are a little bit distracted by the giant raging hellscape behind them. It's very easy to put a spear into one of them after that. Now, the meat of animals killed or cooked by fire and the charred roots or nuts left in the embers would have been easier to chew. and more nutritious than raw foods. These benefits suggest that even before humans controlled fire, they likely appreciated its usefulness. Paleoanthropologists have speculated that repeated exposure to the aftermath of natural fires could have taught early humans that cooked food is a little bit better tasting and a bit more sustaining for them. So, the next logical step was to preserve and transport fire. For instance, a group might have carried a burning branch or chunk of smoldering wood from a wildfire back to their camp, keeping the embers alive. While we have no direct archaeological or evidence of this fire-borrowing behavior, it's a reasonable scenario. At least we have to use a bit of our imagination within the confines of common sense. Intriguingly, some early hunter-gatherer societies in a more recent history were known to maintain a perpetual fire, keeping embers alight because they lacked the means to spark a new flame easily. Now, early humans could have done something similar, using slow-burning materials, perhaps green wood or dried dung to keep coals glowing through the night. In a way, the earliest fire tenders might have emerged long before anyone knew how to strike a spark on their own. It is important to note that no animals besides humans truly control fire. Our closest living relatives, chimpanzees, do not cook or carry fire, at least as of the time of this video. Who knows what advances the chimpanzees will make over the next few years? Time can only tell. But here's the thing. They do show this curiosity toward fire. There are anecdotal observations of wild chimpanzees calmly moving after a passing bushfire, indicating that they comprehended that the fire will follow a predictable path. But they never fed the fire or used it. Now, this highlights that the controlled use of fire is a uniquely human skill, we can put it that way. At some unknown point in the deep past, our ancestors made the cognitive leap from fearing fire to taming it. The discovery of how to manage fire would require not only bravery and ingenuity, but also social cooperation. Someone must watch the flames and gather fuel to keep it going. Thus, taming the fire was likely as much as a cultural breakthrough as a technological one. So, for hundreds of thousands of years, fire was probably something to be feared and occasionally exploited when nature brought about the right conditions. These experiences would have gradually taught early humans the properties of fire, that it provides heat and light, that it hardens wood and clay, that it can be kept alive with fuel, and that it can utterly transform food and materials. Such knowledge accumulated over generations could eventually lead to purposeful fire use. But to find out when our ancestors truly crossed the threshold of controlling fire, we have to turn to archaeological record for concrete traces of ancient hearths and flames. And guess what? That's where we turn to next. Well, hunting for the evidence of fire in sites that are over 1 million years old is understandably quite a challenging task. We don't need to be scientists to know that, nor math magicians. Much of the material is extremely ancient and often burned or fragmentary, but I suppose that's the point. Moreover, distinguishing a prehistoric campfire from the results of a brush fire or other natural burning is pretty difficult, especially in open environments where traces can be scattered. Despite these challenges, though, scientists have identified several key sites in Africa that offer tantalizing clues to very early fire use by our human ancestors. Here, we focus on these early sites, roughly 1.5 to 1 million years ago, which may mark humanity's first steps towards mastering fire, or at least in a clumsy way. Now, first, let's start with Swartkrans Cave in South Africa. One of the first pieces of evidence suggesting early fire control was found at Swartkrans, a limestone cave rich in fossils of early hominins. In the 1980s, archaeologist C.K. Bob Brain, and colleague Andrew Sillen discovered over 270 charred bone fragments in a layer of swatkranz dating to about 1 to 1.5 million years ago. These burned bones were mixed with stone tools made by early humans, likely Homo erectus or Homo ergaster, and animal bones with cut marks from butchery. The distribution of the burned bones through several sediment layers suggests that fires recurred in the cave over time, rather than a one-off event. Now, importantly, analysis of the bone chemistry showed that they had been heated to about 400 to 700 degrees Celsius, temperatures consistent with a controlled wood fire, and much higher than what grassland bushfire would typically achieve inside a cave. These findings, first reported in 1988, made Swatkranz one of the earliest sites proposed for human-controlled fire. You see how we can kind of look at evidence and figure it out from these little clues. Fascinating, isn't it? I think so. As Brain and Sillen argued, it seems unlikely that so many bones, concentrated in certain areas of the cave, were burned by wildfires. Instead, they concluded that early humans were bringing fire into the cave. One striking detail: among the burned bones was a single hominin bone from the robust Paranthropus robustus, the Australopithecine, as it's also called. Now, this raised eyebrows. Could it mean that early humans cooked or scavenged their evolutionary cousins? Imagine Homo sapiens perhaps eating Homo erectus, viewing them as animals or something like that. Who knows? Well, the discoverers cautioned that it was probably accidental, not evidence of cannibalism. And indeed, P. robustus, remember that's Paranthropus robustus, may have fallen victim to a natural or predatory fire. I think we'll probably never know the full story. But overall, the Swatkranz burned bones suggest that by about 1 million years ago, early humans in South Africa had at least sporadic use of fire, likely for cooking meat or disposing of carcasses. Next, we go to East Africa, where some of the earliest Homo erectus fossils are found. Researchers have also looked for signs of ancient fire use here. Back in the 1970s and 80s, teams working at Kubi Fora in northern Kenya, at Chesawanja in Kenya, also, reported that they believed they had found traces of ancient hearths and sediments, about 1.5 million years old, that is. At Kubafora, a patch of reddish baked soil was initially interpreted as possibly a fire-hardened clay hearth. Similarly, at Chesawanja, scientists found reddened clay lumps that appeared to be thermally altered, suggesting burning around 1.4 million years ago. However, these early claims have been widely debated and doubted in the scientific community. Natural processes, such as the spontaneous heating of organic-rich sediments in the sun, well, that can also produce reddening and the hardening that mimics fire effects. I mean, look at the red center of Australia. You want to know about that? So, for decades, the Kubi Fora evidence remained quite contentious. Though recently, a new study brought Kubi Fora back into the spotlight. In 2019, the archaeologists Sarah Klubik and colleagues applied advanced techniques like FTIR spectroscopy, a method of detecting chemical changes from heating to the Kubi Fora sediments and stone tools. They reported finding microscopic signs of thermal alteration on stone artifacts and bones, consistent with the within situ burning around 1.5 million years ago. Now, this suggests that the early Homo erectus occupants of Kubi Fora did indeed use fire on site, perhaps building small campfires. Although researchers do still remain cautious, this isn't a eureka moment, but it's still something. The burning evidence is patchy, and some scholars still argue it could be the result of natural fires. So in short, Cubifora provides possible evidence of fire use at 1.5 to 1.6 million years, but it's not yet universally accepted as proof of controlled fire. These findings do exemplify the healthy skepticism in science. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, as usual. Of course, the debate's going to continue for quite some time. Hopefully we'll figure it out soon. Good luck to all of you out there in Africa. Now, staying within Africa, of course, we are in Ethiopia now. Another early site often mentioned is Gadeb in this country, at least in our modern conception of countries and nation-states, where a layer of stones was reported to show signs of heating. You've got cracked surfaces, discoloring, kind of things, and in context of perhaps as old as 1.3 million years. Now, this too has been considered problematic evidence by many researchers. Without tools or clear human-related activity directly associated, it's pretty difficult to be sure that those heat-altered stones actually mean a controlled fire, rather than just a brush fire. Thus, Gadeb remains suggestive, but inconclusive. In weighing these early African sites, many experts until recently leaned towards skepticism. But in 2011, a comprehensive review by Will Robrooks and Paula Vila examined the known evidence and concluded that convincing proof of habitual fire use was absent before about 400,000 years ago. According to their analysis, early humans in Africa and the first humans to leave Africa into Eurasia might have survived for hundreds of thousands of years without regular fire use. This conservative view essentially suggests that fire control might have been a late acquisition in human evolution, an idea that challenges hypotheses like Wrangham's, which would put fire much earlier, as we spoke about before. However, the very next year, 2012, brought a discovery that shifted the balance of evidence and extended the timeline of fire use deeper into the past. In 2012, a team of archaeologists and microanalysts led by Francisco Berna announced the discovery of unmistakable fire residues in Wonderwork Cave, South Africa, in layers of about 1 million years old, give or take a few years, perhaps. Wonderwork is a massive cave site that was inhabited on and off by humans for 1 million years, or at least around that. Deep inside the cave, about 30 meters from the entrance, Berner and colleagues identified microscopic particles of wood, ash, and charred bone embedded in the sediment. The ash lenses were thin and powdery, indicating burned grass or leaves, and they were mingled with stone tools of the Acheulean tradition, hand axes made by early humans mainly. Because these deposits lay well inside the cave, it is very unlikely they resulted from natural wildfires, which would not typically creep into a cave depths, because you have things like oxygen and all that sort of thing. Fires just don't go into that with the dampness. Now, the context strongly implies that humans were burning plant material and bones right there in Wonderwork Cave 1 million years ago. This find is considered the earliest secure evidence of human-controlled fire to date. The sediment analysis even suggested fires were small and ephemeral, perhaps little campfires used briefly and then left to burn out, which fits the idea of early, inexperienced fire use. Wonderwork Cave's importance lies in its clear context. Humans were present. We have their tools. We don't get much better evidence than that. And something was being burned by them, deliberately, not by a lightning strike out in the open. After Wonderwork's study was published, the scientific consensus began shifting to accept that Homo erectus, or at least a closely related ancestor, was indeed using fire in Africa around 1 million years ago. Now, hold your horses. That doesn't necessarily mean they could spark fire from scratch, but it does mean that they could keep a fire going and utilize it, at least at certain sites. Now, these sites collectively indicate that the same hominins were using fire in Africa by around 1 million years ago, but possibly earlier. The strongest, least ambiguous case is Wonderwork Cave at 1 million years, which presently stands as a milestone, the first incontrovertible campfire. Fire instances like Swartkrans and Gubifora are pretty interesting, and they're probably genuine. But researchers continue to seek additional proof, for example, more extensive burnt material or repeated patterns. As of now, the period between roughly 1.5 million and 1 million years ago is a plausible window for the initial discovery of fire control. It is quite possible that Homo erectus, a species emerging around 1.8 to 1.7 million years ago, was the first fire controller. Given that all these early sites are associated with the Acheulean tool makers, thought to be either Homo erectus or Homo ergaster. So after 1 million years ago, evidence for fire becomes more widespread and stronger, though it still appears intermittently at first. By the Middle Pleistocene, approximately 800 to 300 years before the present, we start to see clear signs that human ancestors not only used fire occasionally, but were making it a habitual part of their lives across Africa and into a few other regions. This period corresponds to Homo heidelbergensis, the common ancestor of Neanderthals and modern humans, and early Homo sapiens. It is also the era where humans expanded into cooler climates in Europe and Asia, where fire would have been extremely beneficial, if not completely necessary for survival. So, let's have a look at some of the key findings from this time frame. So first we go to a place in modern-day Israel, about from around 790,000 years ago, a place called Gesher Benot Yaakov. The groundbreaking discovery was made at this open-air site in the Jordan Valley. Now, often Gesher Benot Yaakov is abbreviated as GBY, which a bit easier. It was a lakeside encampment of Homo erectus, or a related group, around 790,000 years ago. Archaeologists Nema Goren Inbar and colleagues excavated multiple occupation layers there and found abundant evidence of burning in nearly every one of them. Tiny charcoal fragments, charred seeds, wood pieces, and scorched flint tools were scattered through the site in discrete clusters. The fact that burned material was found in several successive layers suggests that fire use was not a one-time fluke. It happened repeatedly at the same location. The distribution of burnt flint bits in particular was not random, appearing in concentrated spots a few meters in diameter, which the researchers interpret as ancient hearth locations. Significantly, the types of wood and plants burned at Gesher Benot Yaakov included at least 3 edible plant species. We got wild olive, wild barley grains, and wild grape seeds or vines. What does that mean? Well, it seems to imply that these people were deliberately cooking plant foods, possibly roasting nuts or grains, even fruits, which is a remarkable glimpse into their diet and behavior. The presence of charred flint tools is also telling. They may have been discarded into fires or used in roasting meat, and thus the tools themselves got burned. After careful analysis, the team concluded that the inhabitants of GBY had mastered the controlled use of fire nearly 800,000 years back. Pretty impressive, I think. Wildfires alone, however, couldn't explain such patterned burning of diverse materials. This discovery in 2004 provided some of the earliest convincing evidence outside of Africa and reinforced the notion that by 790,000 years ago, hominins, in this case in the Levant, were indeed regularly using fire. Alright, so sticking in modern-day Israel-Palestine area, we go to a place called Evron Quarry. Now, in addition to Gesher Benot Yakov, recent research has revealed another site of similar age with evidence of fire, even when no visible traces like charcoal were present. And this was only a few years ago too. It was in 2022. A team from the Weizmann Institute applied cutting-edge AI-assisted spectral analysis to stone tools and animal bones from Evron Quarry, a site in northern Israel dating between 800,000 and a million years ago. There you go. Looks like not all AI is evil, huh? Well, they detected subtle chemical changes indicative of heating high temperatures. Some tools had even heated to over 600 degrees. Now, they also found that a fossilized elephant tusk was there too, and it bore microscopic structural alterations consistent with burning. This is remarkable, because to the naked eye, Evron Quarry showed no charcoal or ash. Ordinarily, one would assume that there was just no fire used. The new techniques essentially uncovered hidden fire evidence that traditional methods had missed. The researchers were cautious, but suggested that this pushes evidence for controlled fire in a region to near 800,000 or more years ago. Evron Quarry thus joins Gesher Benot Yakov as one of the earliest known sites of fire use in Asia. And it shows, once again, how improved detection methods might reveal fire at other early sites where we haven't recognized it before. So do remember, this technology has just come in. So who knows? Who knows what we're going to find next? Like I said, this video is probably going to be outdated in, I don't know, 3 years' time. Who knows how quickly it's all going to move. Oh, exciting times. Exciting. Anyway. Next one we have in China, we move to East Asia. One classic site often cited in discussions of ancient fire is Zhoukou near Beijing, famously the home of Peking man, or Homo erectus pekinensis. Excavations in the 1920s and 30s at Zhoukou cave uncovered what appeared to be ash layers, burned animal bones, and charcoal in association with Homo erectus fossils, dated roughly to 500 to 600,000 years old. Well, for these decades, this was proof of the Peking man, how he camped around fires, this kind of thing. You have this image of the atypical caveman in your mind. However, modern re-examination has cast a bit of doubt on the old interpretation. Some scientists argued that what was identified as ash could have actually been natural mineral deposits, bat guano accumulations that chemically resemble ash, for example. In recent years, analysis have supported the presence of burn material in at least some layers at Zhoukou, but not as unequivocally as once thought. According to a 2014 study, level 4 of Zhoukou, about 300,000 years old by the thermoluminescence dating, did contain what looks like the remains of an in situ hearth, including burned sediments and charred bone fragments. So it seems that Zhoukou's hominins did use fire, though the evidence is more modest than originally believed. If Homo erectus in northern China had fire by 400 to 5,000 years ago, it aligns with the pattern that by the about the middle Pleistocene, the use of fire had become more routine in many human populations. Well, next let's have a look at Europe. Early humans like Homo heidelbergensis reached Europe by around 1.2 million years ago. But interestingly, convincing traces of fire in Europe they didn't really appear until much later. And this has led some scholars to suggest that the first Europeans managed without fire for hundreds of millennia, at least in the milder climates. However, by approximately 400,000 years ago, clear evidence of controlled fire emerges across Europe. Several archaeological sites between 400 and 300,000 years show hearths or burned bones and tools. For example, Beecher's Pit in England About 400,000 years old, that is. Archaeologists found concentrated charcoal, charred flint flakes, and reddened sediments, indicating that small hearths were built on a flat area. The evidence suggests repeated use of fire in what was perhaps a seasonal campsite. Burned animal bones were also present, implying cooking or disposal. Next we have Schöningen in Germany, 300,000 years old. Famous for the wooden spears preserved there, Schöningen also yielded patches of burned soil and wood. While debated, some researchers interpret these as traces of campfires used by hunters who carved those spears. The Schöningen spears themselves, being sharpened wooden tips, might have been slightly charred to harden them, a technique known from the indigenous peoples. But studies have not found clear evidence of deliberate charring on those particular specimens. Whether or not the spearmakers used fire to harden the wood, they certainly would have benefited from fire for other purposes in the cold climate of Ice Age Germany. Next we have Ménez-Drégan in France. This cave site contains what appears to be half structures with reddened soil and charcoal, alongside stone tools. Timelines, we're talking about 465 to 380,000 years ago. It does provide evidence that fire was repeatedly used by groups along the Atlantic coast of Europe in this period. Next we have Terra Amata in France from around 300,000 years ago, an open-air site with what were once claimed to be ancient huts, but, well, once again, a bit of revision on that one. Terra Amata had areas of charcoal and burned soil, though the interpretation remains a bit controversial, so keep your eyes peeled for news about Terra Amata. Next we have Torralba and Ambrona in Spain, and Bilsingsleben in Germany. Took me a few times to get it, but I got it. Other sites too have also various evidence of fire around 400,000 years ago or later, reinforcing that by this time fire was indeed part of the hunter-gatherer toolkit across the old world. By roughly 300 to 400,000 years ago, we can say with quite a bit of confidence that humans, whether the late Heidelbergensis or the early Neanderthals, had become habitual fire users. In fact, some researchers link this development to a major cultural shift often termed the onset of the Mousterian way of life, associated with the Neanderthals or the late Acheulean in Africa. Controlled fire may have enabled humans to thrive in cooler climates, cook a wide range of foods, and even craft better tools. For instance, heating birch bark to make pitch glue for hafting spears, a complex process that Neanderthals mastered by about 200,000 years ago. It implicitly requires fire, so it's worth mentioning. And indeed, analysis of stone tools showed that by 160,000 years ago in Africa, the Pinnacle Point, South Africa, this sort of area, humans were deliberately heat-treating flint to improve its flaking quality, a sophisticated use of fire in technology once more. Now, before moving on to the later phases, there is one particularly illustrative example from the Middle Pleistocene, and that is Kesem Cave in modern-day Israel. This site is dated between 420 to 200,000 years ago in this area, and it provides a snapshot of how integrated fire had become in daily life by around 300,000 years ago. In the center of Kesem Cave, archaeologists uncovered a large central hearth, a thick deposit of wood ash several meters wide, mixed with charcoal bits, heated soil, and burned bones. Careful analysis of this layer showed it built up from many episodes of burning, one on top of the other, indicating repeated long-term use of the same fireplace. Around the central hearth, the cave floor was littered with stone tools and bones. But increasingly, there was spatial organization. Certain areas around the fire were rich in flint knives likely used for butchering meat, while other areas a bit farther away, had different tools for other activities. This suggests a structured use of living space, a campfire circle surrounded by tool and work areas, which implies both social and cognitive advances. Burned animal bones at Kesem showed that these people were routinely cooking meat by the fires. The excavators, Professor R.V. Gopher, Rand Barkai and colleagues, argue that Kesem Cave reflects excuse me, early modern behavior, a central hearth functioning as a social focal point for cooking, warmth, light, gathering, you know what I mean, maintaining all of this over generations. They even suggested that this regularized fire use correlates with the emergence of new human species, possibly early Homo sapiens, or a very close relative at least in the Levant. Around 400,000 years ago, that is. Now, whether or not a new species is involved, that's probably not important. Well, it is important, but it's not the whole picture. What we do know from Kesem Cave is that it tells us that by 300 to 400,000 years ago, humans were not only using fire, but they were doing it in this highly organized way. Basically, the campfire had become an established part of life. Think of it like the living room, I suppose. Just one that's on the move. So, the Middle Pleistocene presents a turning point from occasional or regional fire use to a near universal adoption. It was just something that everyone did, like how these days everybody wears clothes, well, at least outside the house. You know what I mean. Universal human customs. So after about 400,000 years ago, we rarely find sites occupied by humans that lack evidence of fire. And in fact, one of the things that we look for is, well, if there's fire there, well, there you go. That's the smoking gun or the smoking ground, I suppose. We know that this is a human settlement. The archaeological record from this time forward routinely shows hearths, charcoal flecks, burned bones, and heated stone artifacts. It suggests that the knowledge of fire had become widespread among different human lineages, both the ancestors of modern humans and the ancestors of Neanderthals. Fire was no longer a novelty. It was a necessity. But you have to ask, were these humans making fire, or simply kindling and transporting it as needed from natural sources? And that's another question all on its own. That is, the question of when humans learn to actually spark up their own flame. It's a little harder to pin down. Think about things like friction drills or striking flint against pyrite to produce sparks. In archaeological terms, tools expressly for fire making are pretty elusive, even in the early record. We don't see the obvious fire kits like the fire drill sets or flint and steel until much later prehistoric times. Quite plausible that for hundreds of thousands of years, humans maintained fires by nurturing embers and carrying torches, only occasional needing to acquire new fire from natural causes. But by the time we get to Neanderthals and early Homo sapiens, there certainly is growing evidence that they could ignite fire themselves when needed. And that's really the final step of truly mastering fire. But our video is about discovering fire, so we have to start from there. But yes, we will talk about the final frontier now. So by the late Pleistocene, roughly the last 100 to 200,000 years, the use of fire was pretty ubiquitous among all human groups that we know of. Now, this is including the Neanderthals in Ice Age Europe and the Near East, and early Homo sapiens both in Africa and expanding across the globe. Hearths become common at habitation sites, and signs of fire use range from cooking to heating materials for more complex technologies. So let's look at a few interesting pieces of evidence that show how deeply fire knowledge ran in these later humans, including evidence that they could make fire on demand. Neanderthals, who lived roughly from 400,000 to 40,000 years ago in Europe and Western Asia, they certainly used fire quite frequently. Many Neanderthal cave sites contain ash layers and charcoal, such as Tabun Cave in Israel, where numerous burnt flint tools from 350,000 years ago have certainly been documented. In Europe, virtually every well-preserved Neanderthal occupation, for around 200,000 years onward, has been, has one or more hearths, that is. For example, Bolomor Cave in Spain has multiple hearth levels between 230 and 100,000 years ago, indicating repeated fires over tens of thousands of years. Archaeologists even find traces of what Neanderthals cooked. At Bolomor and other sites, remains of roasted seeds and bones from small game, i.e. turtles, rabbits, things like that, suggest a pretty diverse menu being prepared with fire. One especially fascinating discovery about Neanderthals is their apparent use of chemical aids to fire making. At the site of Pec del... this is a hard one. Pec del Lazel, I think that's how we say it, in France, around 50,000 years old, researchers found chunks of manganese dioxide in Neanderthal contexts. Initially, this was all assumed that they collected these black mineral oxides for use as pigments, perhaps to draw or decorate, since black crayons, they do call them that, of manganese are known in caves. But in 2016, a study by Peter Hayes and colleagues showed something quite surprising. Adding powdered manganese dioxide to wood can actually lower the ignition temperature and help wood catch with a spark more easily. The team argued that Neanderthals were deliberately gathering manganese dioxide not for art, but to use as a sort of primitive fire lighter powder, which is really, really clever. In laboratory tests, the manganese dioxide powder made it easier to start a fire with sparks on wood tinder that was cold. Now, this implies Neanderthals had the know-how to combine materials and possibly strike flints or iron pyrite to generate sparks. So in other words, they weren't just keeping wildfires alive, they were actively making fire. Now, while this interpretation, we must say, is still debated, it does reveal the advanced cognition of the Neanderthals. Not just used as an insult anymore, we have to give them a little bit more credit. They recognized that a non-fuel mineral could help create fire, which is a rather abstract understanding of chemistry and combustion, whether they knew it or not. Now, even if some Neanderthals didn't use chemicals, we know that they often had the tools to spark fires. Many late Neanderthal sites yield flint implements with peculiar use-wear patterns, and sometimes iron pyrite pieces, suggesting a fire-striking kit. By around 50,000 years ago, then, humanity, Neanderthals included, of course, had likely achieved pyrotechnology in the full sense, the ability to start a blaze at will, and use it for various purposes. Early anatomically modern humans, like Homo sapiens, appearing by at least 300,000 years ago in Africa, of course also used fire continually. In Africa, hearths are known in early human sites such as Classius River Cave in South Africa, around 120,000 years ago, and Blombos Cave, around 100,000 years ago, often containing burnt shellfish remains and ochre. By around 100,000 years ago, modern humans were manipulating fire in rather sophisticated manners. For instance, heating ochre to produce rock pigments and heat-treating stone to improve tool production. A notable technological feat is the production of birch bark pitch adhesive by the European Neanderthals and early Homo sapiens. This process, which dates back to at least 200,000 years ago, involves slowly burning birch bark in low oxygen conditions to distill tar. essentially an early chemistry experiment that requires controlled use of fire and, earthen structures to smother the flame. The presence of such adhesives on stone tools discovered at sites in Italy and Germany is a strong indirect indicator that those humans had the ability to maintain and manipulate fire expertly. By the Upper Paleolithic, around 40,000 years ago and later, when modern humans spread worldwide, firemaking was a universally mastered skill. We find actual fire-making tools in the archaeological record from the later Stone Age and Bronze Age. For example, wooden fire drills and fire hearths have been found preserved in waterlogged sites, and metal fire steels appear once metallurgy is developed. A recent discovery in China even unearthed a 7,000-year-old fire-making tool set, including a wooden fireboard with drill marks, used with a stick to start friction fires, this kind of thing. But long before such explicit kits show up, our ancestors certainly had all the requisite knowledge. Thus, for Neanderthals and modern humans, the question is not if they had fire. We know they did, but it's rather how they got it first, and how they used it once they figured it out. They probably burned themselves quite a bit in the process, I suppose. We know that old saying about playing with fire, of course. But in both cases, the answer is, in every single way imaginable. They cooked their food, they warmed their camps, they warded off dangerous animals at night with flames and smoke, and they hardened wooden tools and eventually fired clay ceramics. Indeed, the first pottery by 20,000 years ago was essentially shaped clay baked in fire. And, well, of course, they culturally integrated fire, with evidence of hearth-centered social areas, ritual burnings, and so forth. Fire became a central element of the human story, to the point that the control of fire is often cited by anthropologists as a defining hallmark of what is considered behaviorally modern humanity. So, you probably came into this video sort of coaxed in by the question when you read it out in your mind and sort of asked yourself that same query. I hope you didn't expect a simple answer. Because, well, it's not that simple. And I tell you, it's all going to change over the next few years. We can only talk about what we know now. But if you want something, I suppose we can offer a decently nuanced answer. Humans likely first captured and controlled fire somewhere in the early to middle Pleistocene, probably between 1.5 million to 1 million years ago. Now, I know that's a fair gap between that 500,000 years, but that's all you're getting, okay? The oldest widely accepted evidence of controlled fire comes from Wonderwork Cave in South Africa, about 1 million years ago. Now, remember, that's controlled fire. This is that cave where we had the ash and burned bone deep in the cave, showing that early humans were indeed tending the flames. And there are strong hints, too, that fire use may have begun even earlier. We talked about sites like Swartkrans in South Africa, Kubifora in Kenya. They suggest that Homo erectus was experimenting with fire as far back as 1.5 million years ago. Now, while these earlier cases are still debated, as we did mention, they certainly fit in with the intriguing hypothesis that cooking and fire use began early enough to influence human evolution, i.e., contributing to Homo erectus's anatomical changes. By around 800,000 years ago, we see clear proof of fire at Gesher Benot Yaakov, indicating that by then the practice had spread beyond Africa. And after 400,000 years ago, evidence for habitual fire use becomes so commonplace in many parts of the Old World, suggesting that learning to manage fire might have been a gradual yet eventually widespread breakthrough of the Middle Pleistocene. Finally, by 50 to 100,000 years ago, both Neanderthals and modern Homo sapiens had not only fully integrated fire into daily life, but could likely ignite fire on demand using tools and acquired knowledge. In essence, the discovery of fire was a protracted process. Initial awe and opportunism led to rudimentary control, then regular usage, and ultimately the invention of methods to create fire at will. From an anthropological perspective, mastering fire was a watershed moment in making us more recognizably human. It provided warmth and those ice age nights, light in the darkness, protection from predators, and the ability to cook, which in turn may have reduced diseases by killing pathogens, and allowed our ancestors to eat a broader range of foods, from tough roots to nutrient-rich meats. Cooked food yields more energy, you see, which some researchers argue helped fuel the expansion of our brain size over evolutionary time. Archaeological findings, such as the organized hearth at Kesem Cave, also suggest that fire fostered social cohesion. The campfire became that natural gathering place, perhaps the site of shared meals and communication, possibly even the incubator of language and storytelling. While those social aspects are harder to prove, they are consistent with how every culture in recorded history has used fire. Always the centerpiece of the community. Now, it's also telling that nearly every culture has myths or stories about the origin of fire, which is perhaps a topic for another video. Fire myths from around the world. If you want to see that one, let me know in the comments. It's a good way to increase the engagement, isn't it? Well, whether the fire is stolen from the gods by Prometheus or discovered by trickster figures, it indicates how fundamental and legendary that moment was in the collective memory of humanity. The archaeological record lets us push beyond myth and deeper into time, revealing that our distant ancestors faced the same primal challenge. How exactly do you transform fire from a fearsome natural force into a household tool? Likely that didn't happen overnight, or due to one clever individual. But once the skill was learned, well, you never forget it. So just in closing, think about even our current fascination with fire. And, you'll know that if you go to a bonfire event or something like that, or if there is a fire at any party you go to, immediately the first thing you do is walk over to the fire and you look at it. There's something very primal in our brains that we love a good fire. Whether it's playing with some matches, which this channel does not endorse that. For any kids listening, don't do that. Or just having a big old bonfire at the end of the year, or whatever festival you have in your country. The fascination with fire is not going away. And just as well. In any case, be careful out there if you're playing with fire. And with that, we get to the end of our video. Thank you very much. It has been quite a interesting one. We don't do many prehistory videos, but I think we should do more. Yeah, we'll do more. Why not? In any case, thank you so much for listening. Here is our list of patrons, keeping everything ad-free for you, both on YouTube and the YouTube and the Patreon. That's it. So thank you very much to them. In any case, roll the credits, and good night, everyone. See you next time. The world 20,000 years ago. The height of the last ice age. Towering sheets of ice smothered swaths of North America and Eurasia, to the point where the sea levels dropped by over 100 meters. The landscape of those times was unrecognizable, a cold, dry expanse where steppe tundra stretched to every horizon. In Europe, glaciers crept as far south as modern Germany, and in North America, ice blanketed nearly all of Canada. But among this harsh prehistoric winter were small bands of Homo sapiens, and they fought not only to endure, but to flourish. How exactly did our ancestors, physically adapted for the warmer climates, manage to survive in an era that drove so many other species to extinction? How did humanity get through the Ice Age? That is the topic of the day. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Good to see you. Quick thank you to those supporting on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and the donations. Links are in the description. Keeping everything ad-free, thank you very much. But do us a solid and give us a like, comment, and subscribe because it helps us in the algorithm. Anyway, all that being said and done, let's get right to it. So when we talk about the Ice Age in this context, what we generally mean is the last glacial period of the Pleistocene epoch, and that lasted from 115,000 to 11,700 years ago. Its coldest peak, the last glacial maximum, or maximum rather, or the LGM, occurred approximately 21,000 years ago. During the LGM, the last glacial maximum, God, excuse me, I can't say that word properly, global average temperatures were about 4 to 8 degrees colder than today. But the contrast was far greater in the higher latitudes. In Northern Europe and Canada, summer temperatures could be 10 to 20 degrees lower than the current averages. Now that's truly, they're truly frigid conditions, aren't they? Enormous ice sheets up to 3 kilometers thick covered large parts of the northern continents, grinding down mountains and scouring the land beneath. The Laurentide ice sheet smothered most of North America north of the Ohio River, while the Fennoscandian ice sheet and the Alpine glaciers expanded over northern Europe and the Alps. So much water was locked in ice that the sea levels fell much below the modern levels, expanding coastlines outward and exposing continental shelves as dry land. Let's look at Britain, for example. That was connected to continental Europe by the dry expanse of Doggerland, and Siberia was joined to Alaska by the vast Bering Land Bridge, also known as Beringia. These land connections would prove pretty important for human migrations, but the lands themselves were cold and windswept, often more like a polar desert than a lush stepping stone. The climate shifts of the Ice Age were not uniform across the globe. In fact, glacial conditions created a patchwork of environments. Close to the ice sheets lay barren tundras and permafrost plains, with only hardy grasses, moss, and lichens. Further south, or north in the case of the southern hemisphere, there were regions of steppe and open woodland, the so-called mammoth steppe in Eurasia, which stretched from Europe across all of Siberia and into Alaska. This was the largest biome on Earth at the time, a cold but surprisingly productive grassland that supported herds of big herbivores and woolly mammoths. Woolly rhinos, bison, horses, and reindeer were also around. These animals were prey for both human hunters and large carnivores like saber-toothed cats, cave lions, and wolves. In Ice Age Europe, for instance, one might encounter a group of reindeer or wild horses grazing on a frozen pasture, while a pride of Pleistocene lions lurked nearby, a scene akin to a frigid Serengeti. Humans entering this food web had to be both hunters but careful competitors. Nearer to the equator, the picture was different. The tropics did not freeze, but many regions became colder, and especially drier. You see, with so much water locked in ice and overall climate patterns, everything shifted. Monsoons and tropical rains weakened. Deserts expanded. The Sahara, Kalahari, Arabian, and Australian deserts all grew far larger than today. creating formidable barriers of aridity. Rainforest belts shrank and fragmented. For example, the Amazon rainforest was smaller and surrounded by dry grasslands, and West African forests retreated too, leaving pockets separated by the savanna. In Southeast Asia, lower sea levels merged the Indonesian islands with the Asian mainland, forming the subcontinent known as Sunda. But much of this expanded land was a dry savanna rather than the lush rainforest of today. Water was a precious resource in many tropical and subtropical areas, concentrating people and animals around lakes, rivers, and coasts that still had little reliable water and food to be picked. In some fortunate pockets of the globe, local climate conditions provided refugia, relatively hospitable areas where plants, animals, and people could shelter from the worst cold or drought. For example, parts of coastal southern Africa maintained enough rainfall and edible plants to support humans throughout the Ice Age. Similarly, the Levantine corridor, that is the eastern Mediterranean, had a milder climate and served as a haven for humans and other species. In Europe, areas like the southern latitudes, like the Iberian Peninsula, modern Spain and Portugal, Italy, the Balkans, and the Black Sea coast remained unglaciated and somewhat warmer. They acted as refuges where Ice Age people could make a stand and try and eke out a survival for themselves. We know from genetic and archaeological evidence that when the Ice Age began to wane, these refuge areas were the source points from which many humans recolonized harsher lands. But during the glacial maximum, those safe zones must have been crowded and intensely utilized. An oasis of life in a frozen world, but the problem is, there's only so many resources that can go around. Only so much you can fish out the rivers and the lakes. Only so much fresh water, this kind of thing. The challenges that this environment presented to early human survival were enormous. Our species evolved in Africa, a far warmer setting, though there is a little bit of argumentation about the out of Africa theory, but let's just consider it for the sake of argument. Early Homo sapiens had lived in tropics and subtropics, not polar tundras. Biologically, we had and still have relatively little body fat insulation and no fur. Our bodies are built to dissipate heat, not conserve it. Dropping an unclothed human into an Ice Age European biome would spell almost certain death from exposure. I'm Australian, and the first time I saw snow was, well, it was interesting, I can tell you that much. -20 Celsius I was in, and not used to it. I can hardly imagine back in the days of the Ice Age what people would have went through. Well, moreover, food resources were highly seasonal, and when the season did came, they were often sparse. In the cold steppe, edible plants and fruits were limited, especially in winter. Survival often meant relying on meat from big game, which required exceptional hunting skill and cooperation. And even then, large prey were dangerous to pursue. The landscape itself was treacherous. Massive ice sheets carved off deadly icebergs in the seas and blocked passages on land. Violent blizzards scoured the plains, and seasonal thaws could turn frozen ground into impassable mud. For groups trying to move or migrate, geography was a puzzle. For example, in Eurasia, the southern edges of the ice sheets and the high mountain glaciers formed a rough crescent, beyond which lay the uninhabitable heights, effectively corralling humans into certain routes. In the Americas, the Laurentide and Cordilleran ice caps blocked any easy land passage southward during the LGM, isolating small bands of people in Alaska from the rest of the subcontinents. Now, isolation itself, that was a threat. Small groups could die out if they could not meet others to exchange mates and knowledge. So it's no wonder that many large animal species, from giant ground sloths to saber-tooths ultimately went extinct under these pressures, though human hunting also played a role in some extinctions, of course. The fact that human beings, a relatively fragile, tropical primate, survived and expanded is a testament to something quite extraordinary. So really humans needed to do what no other large mammal managed to. That is adapt, not over thousands of years of evolution, but within their lifetimes and cultures. Physical evolution alone, i.e. growing thicker hair or new metabolisms, that would have been far too slow to meet the rapidly changing conditions. Instead, cultural evolution and innovation stepped in. In the following sections, we'll talk about, how early humans leveraged technology, cooperation, and cognition to overcome these trials. It's all pretty impressive. At least, I think so. Humanity's greatest advantage has always been adaptability. In the Ice Age, this meant innovating relentlessly. Archaeology gives us glimpses of a Paleolithic tool set and lifestyle that evolved in tandem with the changing climate. First off, we got the controlled use of fire. Now that predates the last Ice Age. That's for sure. We found plenty of evidence of that. Our ancestors mastered fire perhaps 400,000 years ago or even more. But during the Ice Age, fire was absolutely indispensable. It provided heat, light, protection from predators, and a means to cook food, which not only made more foods edible, but also helped nutrition and calorie intake. Surviving frigid nights on the tundra required maintaining a hearth. Archaeologists have found remains of ancient hearths and campfires, even in some of the coldest locales inhabited by humans. For example, in the high Arctic of Siberia, evidence from sites like Yana above the Arctic Circle show that humans around 30,000 years ago were using fires in extremely cold conditions. They likely burned whatever fuel they could find. Wood was scarce on the open steppe, so they got creative. Ever heard of a bone fire? It might sound odd, but the bones of animals rich in fat and marrow can be burned, and may have been used as a supplement to woody shrubs for fuel. There is evidence that from some European sites that people burned mammoth bones, which emit a kind of grease-derived heat. Shelter was the second half of the equation, in terms of warmth at least. Not every group could rely on finding caves, though where they existed, caves provided ready-made insulation and a windbreak, so you're lucky when you do find one. Many famous European sites like Chauvet, Altamira, Lascaux, etc., showed the people sheltered in caves, and these also became canvases for their remarkable cave art. Maybe we'll talk a bit about that later. But in the flat steppe, or icy plains, humans built their own shelters. This is where human ingenuity shines. They constructed huts from the available materials, whether that be wood, animal hides, or even the bones of giant animals. We got one pretty astounding example that comes from Eastern Europe. Settlements like Mezerik in Ukraine, dated to about 17 to 18,000 years ago, contained the remains of circular huts built from mammoth bones. The people of Mezerik collected hundreds of mammoth bones, skulls, jaws, tusks, and leg bones, and they stacked them up into walls, presumably covering the structure with animal hides to make a snug dwelling. Real Fred Flintstone style, I think. Wilma! Oh, I love it. Anyway, these huts were roughly 4 to 5 meters across, which is a pretty decently sized room, and they contained hearths inside. Archaeologists found charred wood and bones from fires, stone tools, and debris from daily life within and around the shelters. The mammoth bone huts at Mezerik and similar sites like Kostenki in Russia or Dolny Vestonice in Moravia were sturdy enough to be used over multiple seasons or even years. In fact, recent research using refined radiocarbon dating showed that one mammoth bone structure was used off and on for several centuries, a sort of home base for successive generations, returned to in the coldest parts of the year. This speaks to a strategic adaptation. These communities identified favorable spots and invested effort to build semi-permanent winter dwellings. And that's a pretty poignant image. A ring of immense bones sheltering a human fire with the icy wind howling outside. And inside, the family huddled together, sharing warmth, a bit of food, and maybe a story. Architecture like that, the oldest known built houses in the world. It shows foresight and cooperation. Building a mammoth bone hut was not a task for one person. It required a group effort, from hunting or scavenging mammoths to hauling their bones and constructing the dwelling. The very existence of these houses tells us that Ice Age humans planned for the long term and worked collectively to modify their environment. But don't get me wrong, it's not like everywhere had mammoth bone huts all over the place. Not everywhere had mammoths, really. In other regions, people were likely building tents or huts from wood or hide, and of course they're not going to survive archaeologically. We see traces of post holes or rock circles from temporary camps, suggesting hide-covered tents akin to those later used by Arctic peoples like the Inuit or subarctic nomads. In any case, using the materials at hand, Ice Age foragers could make snug teepee-like shelters insulated with moss, snow, or earth. Some may have dug into permafrost to create a semi-subterranean home lined with stones, essentially earth lodges to cut the wind. In any case, there was quite a bit of diversity in types of shelters, but the common goal was to create a microclimate of warmth within a freezing world. Combined with fire, these shelters turned the environment from lethal to somewhat livable. But here's another pretty practical adaptation. Clothing. For anatomically modern humans, who were mostly hairless, insulating clothing became crucial as they moved into colder climates. The Neanderthals and other archaic humans in Ice Age Europe likely also wore animal skins for warmth, though their clothing may have been simpler, like draped furs. Modern humans, however, seem to have developed more sophisticated tailored clothing during the Upper Paleolithic, so around 40 to 20,000 years ago. The evidence for clothing comes indirectly through tools. The appearance of bone needles and awls implies the sewing of fitted garments. One spectacular find comes from Denisova Cave in Siberia, a site that was inhabited by both Denisovians and later modern humans. Archaeologists discovered a 50,000-year-old sewing needle made from bone there. It has a pointed tip, and even a hole for the thread, just like a modern sewing needle. This remarkable tool shows that well before the coldest phase of the last Ice Age, humans, and possibly Denisovians in this case, had the know-how to stitch together furs or other materials. By the LGM, remember that's last glacial maximum, such technology was more widespread. Bone and ivory needles have been found in sites in China, for example in Liaoning province, from 30 to 23,000 years old, and across European sites of similar age. It tells us that people weren't simply wrapping themselves in loose pelts. They likely sewed multi-piece garments, perhaps tunics, leggings, and shoes to keep out the chill. We can infer what some of these clothes looked like from preservation in later eras or depictions. For instance, the figurines known as Venus statuettes, carved in the European Upper Paleolithic, occasionally show what looked like caps or garments on female form, though stylized, albeit. And some Upper Paleolithic burials preserve beads or ornaments that were once sewn into clothing. The famous burials at Sungir in Russia from around 28,000 years ago included thousands of ivory beads that had been sewn into the deceased's fur garments in patterns. These beads outline where a hood, shirt, or trousers would have been, confirming a tailored outfit. The people of the Ice Age likely wore layered clothing. An inner layer of soft hide or fur turned inward, and an outer layer of thicker hide or even woven fibers were available. And yes, there is evidence of emerging textiles. Pieces of woven flax fiber from around 30,000 years ago have been found in the Caucasus region, suggesting that people might braid or weave plant fibers for items like baskets, mats, or even clothing accessories. In short, our ancestors essentially invented the Ice Age wardrobe. They had parkas, pants, boots, mittens sometimes augmented with fur hats and cloaks. These inventions allowed them to maintain their own body heat, turning themselves into walking tents against the cold. In addition to warmth, clothing and gear provided protection and mobility. Sturdy hide boots would have made trekking over snow and ice much easier, and saved many toes from frostbite, I can imagine. Fur cloaks could double as bedding at night. We also see evidence of other personal gear that helped survival. For example, the use of snowshoes or skis is a later development. Definite skis appear by around 8,000 years ago in Scandinavia. But some have speculated that even Ice Age people might have used basic forms of snowshoes, a frame of bent wood with rawhide webbing to move in deep winter snows, especially in areas like Siberia. Though direct evidence for Paleolithic snowshoes hasn't been found. It stands to reason, though, that creative hunters would devise ways to avoid sinking into snow. They certainly crafted sleds or dragged loads on animal hide toboggans when moving camp. Every piece of material culture, from the needles to the sinew threads, shows the human capacity to innovate solutions. And in a time like the Ice Age, your capacity to do that is directly tied with your capacity to survive. Next up, food. That was non-negotiable. Without adequate calories, humans had perished quickly. Ice Age foragers developed a sense of, a suite rather, of hunting weapons and strategies to secure food from the environment. Stone tool technology progressed markedly during this time. Early in the Ice Age era, circa 100 to 50,000 years ago, Neanderthals and early modern humans used pretty simple Mosterian flake tools and basic spears. But by the height of the Ice Age, our species had invaded more lighter and lethal weaponry. One major development of the Upper Paleolithic was the atlatl, or spear thrower, a carved hook-like shaft that acted as an extension of the arm to throw darts or spears with far greater force and distance. The earliest clear spear throwers appear in the archaeological record around 20,000 years ago in Europe. Using an atlatl, a hunter could hurl a spear over 100 meters with accuracy, transforming the odds when targeting bigger animals. No longer did they need to risk approach within a few paces of a mammoth or bison to stab it. Now they could bombard it from a safer distance, certainly giving you a better chance of getting out of that situation alive. Another probable invention of the late Ice Age was the bow and arrow. Now, while the first concrete evidence of bow technology comes slightly after the Ice Age in some parts of the world, there are tantalizing hints that bow hunting might have begun earlier. Some stone and bow points from Africa and Eurasia around 20 to 30,000 years ago are small and thin, looking suitable for arrowheads rather than spearheads. Whether widespread or not in that glacial period, by the end of the Ice Age, humans certainly had bows in their arsenal, enabling them to shoot game silently from afar. Besides projectile weapons, Ice Age people also used thrusting spears, lances, and knives. These were for close encounters and finishing prey off. They made spears with fire-hardened wooden shafts and stone or bone tips. In frozen environments, even simple tools like hammerstones and butchery knives were vital to process animal carcasses, break bones up for marrow, and scrape hides for cooking. We find these in abundance at kill and butchery sites. For example, at mammoth kill sites in Central Europe dating to around 25,000 years ago, heaps of butchered mammoth bones have been found alongside flint blades and scrapers. You don't get much better evidence than that. Humans also adapted their strategies and diet to the opportunities and challenges of the Ice Age. In productive steppe regions, big game hunting was a primary food source. Groups of hunters would collaborate and stalk and stampede a herd. They might have employed traps or natural features, for instance, driving reindeer toward an ambush or into corrals made of piled stones, or chasing herds toward concealed collies with spears at the ready. Some sites suggest that Ice Age hunters occasionally killed multiple animals at once by driving them into bogs or off cliffs, a practice well documented in later times as buffalo jumps by Native Americans, but perhaps with antecedents in the Pleistocene for horses or bison in Europe. A successful mammoth kill could feed a band for weeks, and every part of that animal was useful. Meat for food, fat for nutrition, and possibly as burning for lamp fuel, bones for tools and building, hide for shelter and clothing, sinews for cordage, and even ivory for making art or weapons. However, large game was not the only food. Flexibility was crucial. Ice Age humans gathered whatever plant foods they could in season. Roots, wild grains, nuts were available, and berries in the summer. They likely dried or smoked meat to preserve it for leaner times. There is evidence of food storage behavior, for instance, in some Upper Paleolithic sites. Archaeologists find pits that might have been used to cache meat or bones, perhaps left in frozen ground to naturally keep fresh, like using the earth as it's basically a freezer. In coastal areas or near rivers, people exploited aquatic resources. They caught fish, collected shellfish, and even sea mammals if possible. In fact, some of the earliest evidence of humans relying on marine foods comes from the late Ice Age. A famous example is in Southeast Asia. On the island of Timor, archaeologists found tens of thousands of fish bones in a cave, along with fish hooks made of shell dated to around 23,000 years ago. Some of those fish were deep-sea species, implying Ice Age mariners capable of offshore fishing. Now, that's pretty impressive, don't you think? Similarly, in Japan's Ryukyu Islands, or Okinawa, shell hooks from 23,000 years ago have been discovered. These findings reveal that even during the last glacial maximum, humans in certain regions were expert fishers and seafarers, supplementing their diet with rich protein from the ocean. In the African and Indian tropics, where megafauna were sparse compared to Eurasia, humans likely leaned more on small game, fish and plant foods. We find many small stone blades called microliths in these regions, suggesting composite tools like snares or arrows for hunting small animals or birds. The omnivorous and opportunistic diet of our species, eating everything from mammoth steaks to shellfish and root vegetables, that was a key survival trait. When one food source waned, humans had to turn to another. And it's this adaptability in diet that helped prevent complete starvation when the environment shifted suddenly, as it often did in the Pleistocene with rapid climate oscillations. Of course, though, all this technology would have been for nothing if it wasn't without social adaptation. Humans are uniquely social creatures. Well, at least most people are. And Ice Age communities leverage this to survive. One obvious aspect is cooperative hunting, which we have touched on. Taking down large prey was usually a team effort, and, it involved a shared risk and division of labor, coordination, and so on. A lone hunter could rarely kill a mammoth, but a coordinated group could. The spoils were then shared among the group, an early form of economic cooperation. But beyond the immediate band, which might have been 20 to 50 individuals, survival often depended on connections with neighboring bands. No group could live in total isolation indefinitely. They needed to exchange mates to avoid inbreeding, share knowledge of where resources could be found, and sometimes trade materials like, high-quality stone tools for perhaps needles or ornamental shells, something like this. Archaeological finds support the existence of long-distance social networks during the last ice age. For example, certain types of flint or obsidian that make superior tools have been discovered hundreds of kilometers away from their source, indicating that people either traveled great distances or engaged in trade and gift exchange through intermediate groups. One case is the presence of Mediterranean seashells in sites deep in continental Europe, far from the ocean, dating to around 30,000 years ago. These shells, likely valued as ornaments, must have been pressed hand to hand across communities, showing a chain of communication and exchange over large regions. Such networks would have been lifelines in hard times. If one group was hit by a local famine, they might seek help or refuge with another. Shared cultural practices, perhaps common languages or rituals, would facilitate these interactions. Social learning was another facet. By interacting, groups could exchange not just goods but ideas. If one clan discovered a better method for tanning hides or a new kind of trap, neighboring groups might adopt it. There is evidence in the archaeological record of rapid spread of certain technologies, which could be explained by people learning from each other across distances. The proliferation of particular tool styles, let's say a new type of spear point, something like that, over a continent, suggests the flow of information via social contacts. We also see deliberate gatherings that likely had social and cultural significance. In parts of Europe, during slightly warmer interludes of the Ice Age, large groups would seasonally gather at specific sites, perhaps drawn by abundant resources like migrating reindeer herds or salmon runs in the river, things like this. At such meeting places, they might have held feasts, exchanged spouses, performed ceremonies, and reinforced alliances. A possible example is the site at Dolní Věstonice in the Czech Republic from 30,000 years ago, which appears to have been a sizable encampment with elaborate burials, including, by the way, a ritual burial of 2 young men and a woman, interred together with grave goods and red ochre. Abundant art objects were there too, like the famous Venus Dolní Věstonice figurine, and evidence of large-scale mammoth hunting and processing. One interpretation is that this site could have been an aggregation hub, where multiple bands met periodically. In such congregation events, information would be shared widely, news of changing climate, movements of herds, availability of flint sources, etc. It could all be disseminated at places like this, giving participants a better chance to adapt in the coming year. Language and cognitive flexibility also underpin these adaptations. By the last Ice Age, humans certainly had fully developed language. Some scholars think complex language might have been in place by around 100,000 years ago or more. Language allowed planning, things like teaching as well, and the preservation of memories. But it also enabled the creation of mythologies and collective identities that could be extended beyond the immediate kin. You see, if 2 distant bands believed they shared an ancestor or spiritual connection, they might treat each other better, rather than as just pure competitors. The Ice Age likely saw the birth of human oral traditions, stories, songs, and rituals that carried practical knowledge and social bonding. One fascinating piece of evidence for communal and ritual activity during harsh times is the phenomenon of cave art. Deep in caves in Western Europe, starting around 40,000 years ago, and continuing through the LGM, especially flourishing again after 21,000, up to about 12,000 years ago. People created stunning paintings and engravings of animals, symbols, and even human handprints. But what does that have to do with survival? Good question. Possibly a great deal, in terms of psychological and social terms. These cave sanctuaries were not living quarters. They were often deep, pitch-dark chambers far from entrances. Entering them was a deliberate effort. Researchers hypothesized that cave art was part of spiritual or ritual life, perhaps ceremonies to ensure good luck in hunting or initiation rites, or a way to share narratives and cosmology. The fact that humans developed precious time and resources to create art in the middle of an ice age suggests that symbolic thought and community ritual were essential parts of life and not luxuries. Such activities could strengthen group cohesion, reduce stress by providing a sense of control or connection to the supernatural, and facilitate knowledge transfer. For instance, teaching novices about animals and hunting practices through painted images. And here's something interesting. Footprints of children have been found in decorated caves like Rovignac and others, indicating that whole families participated, and even the kids might have played a role in the ceremonies. Now one can imagine during fierce winters gathering around a fire in a cave with all those little painted images of the bison and horses, how the ancestors might have enacted stories, taught the young, and reinforced the idea that, I don't know, maybe hardships have a meaning and their group had the favor of the spirits or something like that. It's a kind of cultural adaptation. It gives emotional solace, it reinforces norms, and it motivates a group effort. Keeps morale high. And that's harder to quantify than calories or tools, harder to find evidence of it, but I think we can say that it was a likely pillar of our survival. Humans who believed in each other and in a hopeful narrative, they could persevere better through hardships. But finally, let's not overlook compassion and care within social groups. Another way humanity survived was by banding together and caring for their sick or injured. Archaeologists have found evidence of early or infirm individuals in the Ice Age sites who lived long enough that they must have been cared for by others, since alone they wouldn't be able to manage to procure food. For instance, a famous earlier example, a bit before the last Ice Age, is a Neanderthal from Shanidar, Iraq, who was severely disabled, yet lived many years. Now, presumably, this is because others fed and sheltered him. In our own species remains, we likewise sometimes see healed injuries. This indicates a social safety net of sorts. A lone individual in the Ice Age could rarely survive, but a caring group, well, they could keep nearly everyone alive through collective effort. Now we have discussed the general strategies, so let's take a bit of a tour around the Ice Age world and see how things played out in different regions. Humanity's survival story is certainly a patchwork of local tales. So let's look at how each environment posed unique problems and ultimately elicited tailored solutions. Let's start in Africa. This was where humans are believed to have first evolved, and it remained a crucial refuge for Homo sapiens throughout the Ice Age. Even as glaciers spread in the north, Africa never froze over. In fact, much of sub-Saharan Africa remained comparatively warmer. However, Africa's challenge was fluctuating rainfall. During the glacial peaks, Africa experienced spells of extreme aridity. The Sahara Desert expanded dramatically, at times almost doubling its current area, effectively cutting off North Africa from sub-Saharan Africa, perhaps along the Nile corridor. Similarly, deserts and semi-deserts in East and Southern Africa grew, shrinking arable and habitable land. Yet research suggests that a significant portion of Africa, estimates ranging from about 30 to over 50% of the continent, stayed pretty stable in ecological terms, at least enough to support human life even at the glacial maximum. These refugia were often areas with reliable water. Major river valleys like the Nile, Niger, Zambezi, islands that trapped moisture, and coastal regions where the ocean moderated climates or provided marine foods. One example is the coastal area of South Africa. Archaeological findings indicate that humans were present at sites along the southern cape throughout the last ice age. Caves such as Pinnacle Point and Blombos, though famous for even earlier Middle Stone Age occupation, likely continue to be used in later periods as well. The southern coast had the advantage of relatively stable rainfall and an abundance of marine resources. Even in dry glacial times, the cold Benguela current along the southern Atlantic would have sustained rich kelp forests and marine life, giving coastal foragers shellfish, fish, and seal meat to eat. Coastal refuges might have been lifesavers when inland areas were too dry to traverse. Now, the tool culture of the late Pleistocene Africa featured a lot of microlithic technology. Tiny stone blades or geometric flakes were produced in large quantities. These microliths were likely hafted onto shafts or wooden handles as composite tools. They could serve as barbs for arrows or harpoons, or as cutting edges in light, portable tools. The prevalence of microliths suggests a flexible approach to hunting rather than focusing on huge game. Sub-Saharan African foragers may have targeted a wider variety of small to medium animals, snared birds or fish, and gathered wild plant foods. Ethnographic analogy with later African hunter-gatherers might provide a few clues. Sand foragers knew dozens of edible plant species and employed poison-tipped arrows to fell antelope with patience and tracking. It is plausible, too, that Ice Age Africans had similarly deep knowledge of their environment. But interestingly, Africa also serves as a source of a kind of genetic resilience. Genetic studies show that African populations maintained higher diversity throughout the Ice Age compared to those that left Africa, and this implies that they were less bottlenecked. Indeed, African humanity, though challenged, never dropped to as low as a population as humans in Europe or Asia might have at certain points, so there is that. When the Ice Age ended, Africa likely saw a population expansion, and some of these populations would later contribute to repopulating other areas or adding to the genetic mix as migrations occurred post-glacially. Well, now let's get away from Africa. Let's look at Europe. During the Ice Age, it often serves as a classic image. Think of the fur-clad hunters stalking the reindeer across the plains, all that sort of thing. It was one of the most rigorously tested theaters of human survival, simply because northern Europe was as harsh as any place that humans have lived. The northern half of the continent was frequently uninhabitable, buried under ice or too cold for year-round occupation. But southern and central Europe had pockets of more temperate conditions, and this is where humanity held out. During the last glacial maximum, many parts of Europe saw humans retreat into refugial zones, mainly in the south. The Franco-Cantabrian region, northern Spain and southern France, is a famous refuge. Protected by the Pyrenees to the north and with the moderating Atlantic influence, this area remained relatively rich in game and edible plants. Not coincidentally, it's in this very region that we find an efflorescence of cave art, Lascaux, Altamira, etc., and artifacts during and after the LGM. The Magdalenian culture, circa 17 to 12,000 years ago, thrived here as the climate warmed slightly, giving rise to beautifully carved tools, decorative objects, and lots of evidence of reindeer and horse hunting. Another likely refuge was the plains of Ukraine and Russia just south of the ice sheet. Though it was extremely cold there, groups like those at Mezrich in Ukraine survived by exploiting the game-rich steppe near the ice's edge. The Italian peninsula and the Balkans also harbored people through the glacial peak. These warmer peninsulas allowed forests to survive in pockets, which provided firewood, nuts, and game like wild boar and deer, alongside open country animals. Life in Ice Age Europe meant following the animals to some extent. In the warmer months, herds of reindeer, horses, and bison would migrate north into the tundra for grazing, and humans would follow these migrations to hunt them, much as Arctic people followed caribou migrations in recent centuries. When the winter set in, both animals and humans often moved south or to lower elevations to avoid the worst cold. So European hunter-gatherers likely had seasonal rounds, regular patterns of moving between favored locations with the seasons. A dramatic example of survival and activity in glacial Europe is a story told by Chauvet Cave in France. Discovered in 1994, Chauvet contains paintings as old as 32,000 years, but also later evidence of use around 26,000 years ago, close to the LGM. Among its secrets, Chauvet preserved a set of human footprints deep inside. Analysis showed that they were left by a young boy around 8 to 10 years old, walking barefoot through the cave mud, carrying a torch. Traces of charcoal fell alongside his prints, as we know that, and at one point apparently accompanied by a large canid, either a wolf or possibly one of the earliest domesticated dogs, as paw prints were found alongside the child's steps. Now this suggests a scenario. One cold night in Ice Age France, a small group of ventures nearly a kilometer into a pitch-black cave for a ritual or exploration. The child walks trustingly next to a wolf or dog, and, well, the boy stops to brush or blow on his torch, sprinkling charcoal, and then continues on. Finally, they exit, leaving that cave to silence for millennia, until modern archaeologists arrive and make up a bit of a narrative story out of their own interest. Evidence like that shows how even during harsh times, human curiosity and culture did not falter. The footprints also hint at domestication of dogs by the Ice Age's end. Having a canine companion in those days could greatly boost survival. Still does in this day. Dogs can help with everything: hunting, carrying loads, and serve as sentinels against wild predators, not to mention good companions. Genetic and archaeological research suggests that dogs may have been domesticated by roughly 20 to 15,000 years ago, possibly first in Siberia or somewhere in North Eurasia. By around 15,000 years ago, we have clear burials of dogs with humans. For example, a dog buried alongside humans at Bonn Oberkassel in Germany, dated 14,000 years ago, complete with care given to the dog in life. So as the Ice Age neared its end after about 15,000 years ago, Europe's human populations rebounded with expanding rapidity northward. But during the glacial maximum, they were squeezed into the south. Genetic studies of ancient DNA from European fossils reveal a founding population of European hunter-gatherers managed to persist through the LGM instead of going extinct. But later, as conditions improved, there were also significant repopulation events. People from those southwestern refuges like Spain spread north, and also people from southeastern Europe and Anatolia moved in. Thus, even within Europe, there was a mixing and mobility once the ice relinquished its grip. Next, we move to Asia, and that's quite vast and had pretty varied conditions. Western Asia, i.e. the Near East, was in some ways an extension of Europe's story. Parts of the Middle East, like the Levant, provided relatively milder climates where humans could survive and even flourish. Moving eastward and northward, we encounter the giant grasslands of Central Asia and Siberia, the heart of the mammoth steppe. These regions, though brutally cold in winter, supported abundant game and a surprising number of human cultures over the millennia. Then there's South Asia, the Indian subcontinent, and East Asia, China and beyond, which, while not glaciated, were affected by colder temperatures and reduced rainfall. And unique among the regions is the Tibetan Plateau, a high-altitude, cold desert. One might assume it was empty during the glacial times, but new evidence tells us that humans managed even there. In Siberia and Central Asia, archaeological finds indicate that humans were present at astonishingly high latitudes, even during cold phases. For example, the Yana rhinoceros horn site in Arctic Siberia at 71 degrees north latitude has human artifacts dated to about 27,000 years, right in the run-up to the LGM. Now this site, located on the Yana River, yielded stone tools, mammoth and rhinoceros bones with cut marks, and even personal ornaments like beads and pendants made of animal teeth and ivory. The very name comes from a spear foreshaft carved from a woolly rhinoceros horn found there. The people at Yana were hunting big game like rhinos and mammoths in an extremely cold environment, where winter darkness lasts for months. So how did they survive? It's likely they had to build substantial shelters, possibly insulated pit houses or hide yurts, had tailored fur clothing. One would imagine multiple layers of reindeer fur and wolverine fur. And by the way, wolverine fur is prized even today for parka trim because the frost doesn't accumulate on it. And mastered food storage, perhaps freeze-storing meat underground in the permafrost. The rich animal resources of the mammoth steppe provided calories needed. Herbivore herds were the lifeblood. It's interesting to note that some genetic evidence suggests that these Arctic groups were pioneers that didn't necessarily stay continuously. Some have retreated south during the LGM proper, and then recolonized. Hang on a second. Sorry, excuse me. Someone's trying to call me. I do apologize. Where was I? Let's start again. It's interesting to note that some genetic evidence suggests that these Arctic groups were pioneers that didn't necessarily stay continuously. Some may have retreated south during the LGM proper and then recolonized the far north after. The environment at the height of the glaciation in far northern Siberia might have forced even hardy groups like the Yana folks to withdraw temporarily to slightly less hostile climates in the south, and then come north again when things eased off a little. Moving down to the steppelands of Kazakhstan, Mongolia, and northern China, here the Ice Age meant cold, dry grasslands, but not impassable wastelands. Human finds are abundant. One famous culture in Siberia around 18 to 20,000 years ago is the Malta culture near Lake Baikal. At Malta site in Russia, remains of huts believed to be covered in animal hides, numerous tools and art objects, including the Malta Venus figurines and a beautifully carved bird, were found associated with the child's burial. A boy around 4 years old whose skeleton was covered with beads. That boy's genome was sequenced, revealing he lived about 24,000 years ago, and had genetic affinities to both West Eurasian peoples and the ancestors of Native Americans. What this tells us is that Siberia was a crossroads. People from west and east mixed there despite the harsh climate. The Malta findings also indicate that people had resources to spare for art and ornamentation. They made pendants of ivory and mother of pearl from freshwater mollusks, indicating trade or travel. The nearest source of those shells was quite far away. They also crafted intricate projectile points and possibly used sleds or other equipment to deal with snow, though we infer the latter. The Malta were able to hunt mammoths and undoubtedly clothed themselves in fur from head to toe. The burial with decorative beads suggests a belief system or respect for individuals that goes beyond mere day-to-day survival. Again, just another emphasis that even in adversity, humans maintained a cultural depth. In East Asia, China and its environs, the situation varied by latitude. Northern China had lowest plains that were cold and dry. Peking man's old haunts of Zhoukoudian near Beijing would later be occupied by Homo sapiens as well, enduring the glacial climates. Meanwhile, Southern China and Southeast Asia were cooler than now, but still fairly lush in places. Yet the reduced rainfall might have made some areas more savanna-like. Human populations persisted, though their archaeology is less well known than that in Europe for the period. At least hopefully we can discover some things quickly about that, see what the next decade or two holds for Chinese archaeology. We do know that by the later part of the Ice Age, people in China were making advanced blade tools, pottery. In fact, the earliest pottery in the world comes from around 20,000 years ago in China, sites at Xianrendong Cave, likely for cooking and storage. And possibly they had domesticated the dog independently. There are ancient dog remains in East Asia too. Southeast Asia's large islands like Sundaland, Indonesia/Malaysia combined with the mainland, had hunter-gatherers who likely focused on shorelines and rainforests for food. Even during the last glacial maximum, pockets of rainforests in Sundaland survived, acting as refuges for both animals and humans, especially in Sumatra and Borneo. But a particularly surprising chapter is Tibet. The Tibetan plateau, averaging 4,000 plus meters in elevation, is extremely cold, and was even more so in the late Ice Age. For a long time, archaeologists thought humans couldn't have effectively colonized Tibet until after the Ice Age, when warmer conditions and technology like domesticated yaks had become available. However, recent discoveries have challenged that assumption. Charcoal from hearths and stone tools have been found in the southern Tibetan plateau, Yarlung-Tsangpo River Valley region, that is, that date to the last glacial maximum around 23 to 24,000 years ago. This suggests that humans did venture onto the plateau and managed to survive there in what would have been the coldest, at least one of the coldest inhabited places on Earth. Perhaps they stuck to valleys that were slightly lower elevation and thus milder, and likely depended on hunting Himalayan fauna and gathering what seasonal plants they could find. At any rate, by the end of the Ice Age, humans were certainly established on the plateau. Just another testament to their reach. Let's look over to North America now. During the last Ice Age, North America and Asia were intermittently connected by the Bering Land Bridge, forming a region called Beringia. Beringia was at times a vast steppe tundra plain teeming with life. You had mammoths, you had caribou, bison, and wolves, and more animals roamed this land corridor. But yeah, the big four were those main ones. It wasn't entirely ice-free, but large areas of it remained unglaciated because snowfall was actually pretty low. Cold air holds little moisture, so interior Beringia was cold and dry, with glaciers mainly confined to surrounding mountains. Humans definitely inhabited Beringia. The archaeological record in Siberia shows continuous presence, approaching what would have been the land's bridge's western edge. In Alaska and Yukon, the eastern Beringian site, we have evidence of humans, and by perhaps 14 to 15,000 years ago or slightly earlier. However, a tantalizing new piece of evidence implies people may have been in southern parts of North America even during the LGM. Fossilized human footprints at White Sands, New Mexico, have been dated to around 23,000 years ago, smack bang in the middle of the last glacial maximum. If that dating is accurate, it means some pioneering groups managed to skirt the edges of the ice sheets and reach the Americas much earlier than long thought. These footprints, left in silty mud by what appear to be teenagers and children, paint a picture of a community going about daily tasks on the shores of a now vanished Ice Age lake. They walked in soft mud, among giant ground sloths and mammoths. Prints of those animals were also found intermingled, maybe fetching water or tracking prey. And their footfalls dried and remained as ghosts of their presence for a millennia. Pretty astounding to think that as glaciers loomed in the north, a group of humans was already successfully living in the American Southwest, finding pockets of habitability there. But more traditionally, it's believed that most human migrations into the Americas happened around, or just before, the glacial maximum, when warming began to open up more corridors. By about 15,000 to 13,000 years ago, sites appear throughout the Americas, from the Pacific Northwest to Chile. So how did these early Americans survive? Much like their counterparts in Siberia, they exploited the rich bounty of the Pleistocene megafauna. The first widely recognized culture in North America is called the Clovis culture, dating to around 13,000 years ago. Known for their distinctive spear points, Clovis people and other contemporary groups hunted mammoths, mastodons, giant bison, and other large animals. Sites like the Murray Springs and Lange Ferguson kill sites show mammoth skeletons with stone points embedded, butcher marks on their bones, and campsites where meat was processed. In the Great Plains and beyond, these hunter-gatherers spread wildly. It appears that when the ice receded, humans were almost immediately at the heels of the retreating glaciers, moving into new territory and multiplying. Some theories suggest that humans, as they spread through the Americas, encountered animals that were not used to human hunters, and were thus relatively easier to hunt, at least for a while. But this contributed to the wave of extinctions of megafauna by about 10 to 11,000 years ago. But during that initial period, those animals fed and clothed many generations of people. Now, one cannot forget that crossing Beringia and moving south might have required some coastal seafaring as well. The kelp highway hypothesis suggests that people could have taken boats along the Pacific coast, living off rich marine life. Kelp forests yield fish, shellfish, seals, etc., which could have been a viable strategy even during glacial times, as long as there was an ice-free coastline. Some early sites in the Americas, like on the Channel Islands of California 13,000 years ago, show a marine adaptation originated earlier in Asia, something that likely also helped people reach places like Australia and the Ryukyu Islands earlier on. Though direct evidence of Ice Age boats is lacking, there were likely wood or skin that didn't preserve. Indirect evidence strongly suggests that humans built watercraft, perhaps simple canoes or skin boats, by at least 40,000 years ago for Australia, and continued improving them. Take yourself back, long before Rome, even long before Troy, on an ancient lakeshore where a small band of people are ambushed at dawn. Crude arrows slice through the air, and chaos breaks out as men, women, and children scatter in a panic. When the dust settles, the bodies lie on the ground, motionless, some with stone blades embedded in bone, others with their skulls crushed by blunt weapons. You won't find any medieval knights here. You won't find any phalanx formations. This is a massacre of prehistoric times. Archaeologists at a site called Nataruk in Kenya discovered the 10,000-year-old remains of 27 hunter-gatherers left unburied. And their bones tell the real story. Hands possibly bound, a pregnant woman among the slain, and lethal wounds from arrows and clubs. These findings, they force us to confront a pretty startling truth, that warfare, organized group violence, has shadowed humanity since our earliest days. It's far from being a product of civilization. War may have emerged with the first human societies themselves. But then there's the question, when exactly did humans start going to war with each other? And why? Well, to figure that out, we have to go all the way back to the beginnings of even history and prehistory. To answer it, we have to sift through a few clues, though. No written records to be found here. We look at bones, ruins of fortified walls, and even the earliest writings and art. In today's video, the evidence of humanity's first conflicts is the order of the day. And we look at it from a global perspective. We're not just going to stick to Europe or Africa. We're going to visit prehistoric battlefields and Neolithic villages all over the place, examine the first cities and early empires, and consider how war became a rather unpleasant fact of life in nearly every single culture on Earth. The story of humanity's earliest wars is pieced together from a few ancient chronicles, but mainly artifacts. We're lucky if we have a few textual references, and these will mostly come from Mesopotamia, understandably so. In any case, it is a story full of dramatic moments, a cluster of skeletons in the Sahara Desert that changed our view on prehistory, or even the ruins of a burned city that hint at a long-forgotten battle. Well, by the end, I think you'll agree that it's quite clear that warfare is not a recent invention, but an age-old human predicament. Now, before we set off onto our journey into these ancient conflicts, allow me to welcome you. Hello to any newcomers, and welcome back to anybody who's here again. Of course, we are currently in a war of our own, and that is a war against ads. Oh, we do not like the ads in this channel, and we know you don't like them either, so we've just turned them all off. Of course, we have to keep the lights on in this channel, so we are supported by those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation, and the visit to the merch store, links in the pinned comment if you're interested in that. But otherwise, like, comment, and subscribe is the best thing you can do for us. Helps push the video out. And of course, just enjoy the content. Now, with all that being said, we'll only say it once. And let's get on with our video. I suppose we should begin by saying that for the majority of the 20th century, scholars often imagined that early hunter-gatherer societies lived in relative peace and quiet. Well, apart from all the mammoths and snakes and all the rest. They still thought that people only really learned the art of war after settling down in agricultural communities. But this perception began to change dramatically in the 1960s, with a discovery at a place called Jebel Sahaba, near the Nile in what is now northern Sudan. There, archaeologists excavated a cemetery dating back roughly 13,000 years. And that is toward the end of the last ice age, by the way. The 59 skeletons uncovered told a pretty shocking story. Many of them showed pretty clear signs of violent death. Stone projectile points were found embedded in bones or lying among the remains. Skulls fractured, and arms were broken in ways consistent with combat injuries. Definitely not something you get from falling over, that's for sure, and not something from a natural death. The American archaeologist Fred Wendorf, who led the excavation, concluded that these people had been killed in a conflict, and perhaps it was one of the world's earliest battles, or perhaps earliest massacres. At a time when the prevailing wisdom was that warfare didn't happen in prehistory, Wendorf's find boldly suggested the opposite. And it was pretty hard to argue with. But initially, resources thought that Jebel Sahaba might represent a single catastrophic clash, maybe a battle between two tribal groups in humanity's distant past. However, modern reanalysis of the bones with advanced forensic techniques has revealed an even more complex picture. You see, many skeletons show multiple wounds, some healed, some unhealed, and that indicates that these people lived through violence more than once. It appears that Jebel Shahaba was not the scene of one isolated battle, but rather a resting place for victims of repeated raids or ambushes over time. In fact, over 60% of the individuals in this ancient cemetery already had signs of traumatic injury. Tellingly, many of the dead were old men, women, and children, those less likely to escape an attack, while the younger adult males, the ones who might have been doing the fighting or could flee more easily, are quite fewer. So what does that all suggest? Well, from a surface level, it certainly suggests to me that conflict was frequent and unpredictable. It would catch non-combatants in its wake. As for the scholars, they theorize that environmental stress may have played a role. Around 13,000 years ago, as the last ice age ended, the once lush climate of the Nile Valley was beginning to get drier. Groups might have been competing more fiercely for dwindling resources, whether that be game animals or water. Thus, Jebel Sahaba offers evidence that organized intergroup violence, warfare in embryo state, was already occurring among late Stone Age foragers, likely driven by competition and survival needs. But here's another haunting prehistoric site, and shows that Jebel Sahaba was no anomaly. It's as recent as 2012, this find. Researchers in Nataruk, Kenya, near the shores of an ancient lake in the Turkana region, stumbled upon a cluster of skeletons eroding from the soil. These remains, dated roughly to 10,000 years ago, were left in the open rather than formally buried. As archaeologists carefully uncovered the scene, they found harrowing details preserved by time. Here lay a small community of people, including at least 8 women and 6 children, who had all met a very violent end. One man's skull bore the crushing impact of a blunt weapon, while another had a sharpened stone projectile point still lodged in his thorax. Several skeletons were discovered face down in the sediment, arms outstretched, as if they'd fallen while trying to run. 4 of the bodies were in positions indicating that their hands had been bound at the wrists. One of these was a woman in late pregnancy, the bones of her fetus poignantly present. These forensic clues leave little doubt. This was a massacre of defenseless people, likely surprised and killed by another group of humans. The Nataruk massacre pushes the evidence of warfare even deeper into our past. But what is really remarkable is that these victims were hunter-gatherers, people who lived before the advent of farming, or villagers in that region. And this challenges the notion that war required large settled societies or wealth to fight over. The Nataruk site suggests that even nomadic bands could engage in violent raids. But then there's the question, why? Why would one group of foragers and hunters attack another group, especially with such brutality? Well, fortunately for us, the clues at the site give a few hints. Alongside the skeletons, archaeologists found pottery shards, indicating that these people were beginning to store food, perhaps harvested wild grains or fish from the lake. The area was a fertile lakeside environment, likely rich in resources. The attackers might have been motivated by a desire to seize valuable resources, food stores, territory along the lake, maybe even captives. One can imagine a dawn attack driven by hunger or rivalry, leaving the vanquished group to lie where they fell. We don't know the exact cause, but whatever it was, the outcome at Nataruk was recorded in flesh and bone, testifying that organized intergroup violence certainly did occur in the Stone Age. Anthropologists note that this counts as warfare by any reasonable definition. A deliberate, lethal assault by one group on another, with no personal quarrel between individual victims and killers, but rather a collective intent. Scattered clues on other continents hint at the same pattern. For example, cave paintings in Australia appear to show battles between groups, and even a 9,000-year-old skeleton in North America was found with a spear point embedded in his hip, evidence of a lethal encounter. Taken together, these findings from Africa, Europe, Asia, Australia, and the Americas strongly suggest that organized violence between groups, however small scale, has certainly been part of the story since the Paleolithic era. Albeit in a rudimentary form, of course, but it shows that war was not the invention of kings or agriculture. It was rather born from our hunter-gatherers' ancestors' conflicts as they struggled over land, resources, and just survival in general. Now, if the seeds of warfare were planted in the Paleolithic, they certainly bore their fruit in the Neolithic, that's the New Stone Age, after about 10,000 BCE. This is when humans began farming and living in settled villages. With agriculture came larger populations, permanent territories, and stored food, and these are all potential triggers for conflict. The archaeological evidence shows a marked uptick in signs of violence as the Neolithic era progressed. Early farming communities, once idealized as peaceful villagers, sometimes met sudden and brutal ends at the hands of their neighbors. One of the most striking examples of that comes from a small village near the town of Talheim in southwestern Germany. Archaeologists excavating a pit there in the 1980s uncovered a mass grave dating to roughly 5,000 BCE, so about 7,000 years ago, during the early Neolithic period of Europe. Inside this pit were the jumbled remains of some 34 people, men, women, and children, victims of what had been dubbed the Talheim Death Pit. Analysis of the skeletons revealed lethal injuries. Many skulls bore deep gashes or crushing blows, things likely made by clubs or stone axes, and a few skeletons even had arrowheads among their bones. The distribution of wounds was pretty telling too. Most had been struck on the left side of the head, consistent with attackers swinging weapons from the right at fleeing victims. Moreover, the absence of typical defensive wounds on the forearms suggests that these individuals were not fighting in a prolonged struggle. Rather, they might have been caught by surprise and killed as they tried to escape. It appears that an entire community, including at least a dozen children, was just wiped out and thrown into a hole in the ground without ceremony. But why such ferocity? There's a few clues, and they emerge when scientists examine chemical isotopes in the teeth of victims, believe it or not. Fine little details. You see, some had different isotope signatures, meaning that they were outsiders, not local to that village. Perhaps a rival band attacked Talheim's community, or the Talheim villagers themselves were killed after moving into somebody else's territory. Maybe it was like the 3 hungry bears. Was it 3 little bears? What was that one? I'm trying to remember. You know, when the bears come back and they find the girl sleeping in their bed and eating their porridge, and maybe it's one of those things. Good Lord, was it the 3 little bears? I don't know. Someone will tell me in the comments, I'm sure. In any case, one intriguing theory is that the attackers were after more than just land or food. You see, they might have been after people. Yes, notably in the Talheim mass grave, adult women were underrepresented among the dead, and this could imply that the women of the village were abducted rather than killed, a pattern which is sadly familiar in later warfare. I mean, nobody got off easy, but still. In other words, the massacre might have been accompanied by the taking of captives, a practice documented in many cultures as a motive for raiding. The Talheim site, therefore, provides early evidence of organized violence in Neolithic Europe, complete with tactics, a surprise attack from the flank, and the grim spoils, the victors possibly absconding with survivors as captives, or perhaps reluctant new members of their community. Talheim is not an isolated case, though. In recent decades, archaeologists have identified a number of prehistoric massacre sites across Europe from the 6th to the 3rd millennia. At Schletz in Austria, dating to around 5200, and at Kilianstaden in Germany, around 5000, similar mass graves of slaughtered villagers have been found. And again, they have those signs of violent death and hasty disposals of bodies, all the typical hallmarks of war. A more recent find at Halberstadt, Germany, dated to around 5000, contained the remains of 9 individuals, predominantly young adult males, and they appear to have been executed with blows to the back of the head. These were likely enemy warriors, or maybe raiders taken captive and then systematically killed, showing that even concepts like prisoners and executions existed in this, granted nascent form. Early farmers were clearly capable of both punitive massacres and calculated violence. The pattern that emerges is one of intercommunity warfare among the first agrarian societies, as farming spread across Europe with the linear pottery culture, and other early agricultural cultures. So too did conflict, whether over fertile land, livestock, or simply long-standing enmities. Some Neolithic villagers fortified themselves with ditches, wooden palisades, or earthen ramparts, suggesting a need for defense. And indeed, the presence of fortifications is another key sign of endemic warfare. Now let's look to the Middle East, the cradle of agriculture. And we see similar evidence that as soon as people built the first permanent settlements, they invested in effort to protect themselves. The ancient town of Jericho in the Levant is often cited as one of the world's oldest cities. By around 8000 BCE, Jericho was a sizable settlement of mud brick houses, and significantly, is the important part, it was protected by a massive stone wall and watchtower. This wall of Jericho, yes, that's where it's from, nearly 12 feet high and several feet thick, is the earliest known town wall in history. But what reason would they have to build such an enormous defensive structure? Good question. Most likely it's to guard against human threats, enemy raiders, rival groups. While some researchers have proposed alternate uses for Jericho's walls, such as flood control or animal corrals, the presence of a 28-foot tower strongly hints at a lookout and a defensive position. It seems that even at this dawn of urban life, warfare was a reality that spurred some of the first monumental architecture. A wall stands as a silent testimony that the people behind it feared attack and were willing to organize labor to prepare for an oncoming battle. But Jericho wasn't alone. Other early farming villages in the Fertile Crescent also show signs of violent destruction. Burn layers in archaeology can indicate a settlement was sacked. We see the same thing at Troy, for example, if you've watched a video on Troy. Well, by the 7th and the 6th millennia BCE, as agriculture took root from Anatolia to Iran, we find sling stones, arrowheads and skeletons, and also painting of warriors. all indicating that Neolithic warfare was certainly widespread. This era likely saw warfare evolving from sporadic raids into more formalized feuding and territorial fighting between village communities. So there are several factors that are often cited for the reason that drove this increased conflict during the Neolithic. First of all, farming created surpluses of food, and when you have more food than you can eat, it can be either stolen or coveted. But that also tied people to the land, and not all land is equal too. So people would make territory and fight over the best fertile soils. But also as populations grew, that could heighten competition and the likelihood of mistrust between neighboring groups. Social structures also changed. Some communities gained leaders or elites who could organize collective projects, like building walls or leading raids. Those same leaders might wage war for glory, captives, or just resources in general. And so, in essence, the Neolithic Age provided both the means and motives for war. Means in the form of larger populations and better weapons, stone axes, bows, and arrows made in quantity, and the motive in the form of property, land, and perhaps emerging concepts of honor or revenge. But we should not, however, paint every Neolithic village as one that is constantly at war, or even occasionally at war. There were long periods of peace and successful trade between communities as well. But the archaeological record makes it clear that warfare, including massacres of entire settlements, was part of life for many early farming cultures. By the time we approach the Bronze Age, that is, after about 3000, warfare was already an organized institution in many parts of the world, poised to become even more organized with the rise of the first true states. And this is where we move on to something that is a little bit more recognizable, at least in a written historical sense. Do remember that history and archaeology are different things. We talk about history, we're talking about written history. This is why we have that term prehistory. With the invention of writing around 3200 in Mesopotamia, ushers us properly into this era of recorded history, and with it, recorded warfare. You see, but even just before the written world, archaeology alone reveals a dramatic event. One of the world's earliest cities met a violent end in warfare. What we're talking about is the site of Hamokar in northeastern Syria, a thriving proto-urban center by 3500 BCE. In fact, it covered over 100 hectares and had thousands of residents, which, is very big for the time. It lay near valuable trade routes too, particularly for obsidian, which is basically volcanic glass, which was a prized material for tools. Kind of a bit better than flint, I suppose. Excavations at Hamokar have uncovered workshops, storage buildings, and a city wall that, used to be 10 feet high. Sometime around 3500, this burgeoning city was suddenly and completely wiped out. Archaeologists found clear evidence of a battle. More than 1,000 oval-shaped sling bullets made of baked clay scattered throughout the ruins, as well as larger clay balls that served as a kind of, I suppose we could say, a crude artillery. Buildings were burned and collapsed thereafter. In one room, a cache of sling bullets was found hastily lined up near a water jar, as if defenders were desperately trying to manufacture ammunition on the fly while under siege. Graves of victims slain in the attack were dug into the debris of the destroyed buildings. As the lead excavator succinctly put it, quote, "The whole area was a war zone." End quote. Yeah, sounds like it. No denying that. The scale of destruction and quantity of projectiles indicate a well-organized attacking force and also a determined defense. So in short, I think we can certainly say it was a true battle rather than just a small raid with people getting clubbed in the back of the head as they're running away. But in historical hindsight, Hamilcar's fall may mark the first large-scale urban warfare, at least known to archaeology, and at least known to us as of 2025. Oh, I hope by the time I make this video and publish it, there isn't some big discovery that would be embarrassing. Well, the victors, it seems, were forces related to the southern Mesopotamian Uruk culture, which shortly after established its presence at the site. Now this suggests an early war of conquest, the world's first empire builders expanding northward. While much about Hamilcar remains under study, its fate foreshadows a pattern that will repeat for thousands of years. Cities rising through commerce and innovation, only to be knocked down to size, leveled by the engines of war. Well, moving from archaeology to written records as promised, the earliest writings from Mesopotamia indicate administrative tablets and later inscriptions that document rulers' deeds. Among these, we find what many historians consider the world's first recorded war. Around 2700 BCE, the ancient text known as the Sumerian King List and other sources hinted a conflict between the Sumerians of southern Mesopotamia and the Elamites to the east, in what is now modern-day Iran. One Sumerian king, possibly Enmebaragesi of Kish, is said to have carried away the weapons of Elam, implying a military victory over an enemy land. The details are admittedly scant, but this phrase suggests a real campaign, essentially a trophy-taking raid into foreign territory. One of the earliest accounts of a war preserved in writing. And not long after, the trend continues. By 2500, we have far more concrete evidence of wars between the city-states of Sumer themselves. A famous artifact, known as the Stele of the Vultures, provides a window into these early battles. This limestone stele, carved around the mid-3rd millennium, was erected by Eannatum, the king of Lagash, to celebrate his victory over the neighboring city of Umma. Its carvings are brutal and quite direct. In one panel, a phalanx of heavily armed Lagash infantry marches forward in tight formation, shields locked, spears thrusting, and trampling over the bodies of the dead. Leading them on is the towering figure of King Eannatum himself, weapon in hand. Above the soldiers, giant vultures fly off with the severed heads of the defeated, a grim sign of total victory. Another panel shows the aftermath, a pile of enemy corpses being devoured by wild animals, and perhaps being buried under a mound of earth, while the king presides over rituals to thank the gods for the victory. Sounds pretty remarkable. Go on, Google it. The Stele of the Vultures is remarkable not only as a record of war, but also as evidence of organized military tactics at an early date. The depiction of soldiers in formation and with standardized equipment suggests that even in 2500 BCE, Sumerian city-states fielded very disciplined armies. Well, at least, for the time. These would have been citizen soldiers, common farmers and townsfolk, called up when war came about. Led by their king and noble officers, of course, right at the front. They fought for very old causes, arable land, border disputes, prestige, control of canals and water. And in this case, the conflict between Lagash and Umma was famously over the fertile fields of their boundary. Apparently it was pretty good soil. enough to fight and die for. Mesopotamian chronicles and epics from the early dynastic period, circa 2900 to 2350, make it clear that warfare was certainly endemic. One ruler after another boasts of conquering cities and vanquishing foes. The epic tales of heroes like Gilgamesh, who likely lived around 2700 as a real king of Uruk before becoming mythologized and, romanticized too, include battles and the construction of city walls, reflecting the marital realities of the time. By around 2330 BCE, Sargon of Akkad forged what is often hailed as the world's first true empire. And he did so through war, of course, defeating Sumerian cities and subjugating lands all the way from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean. Sargon's inscriptions claim that, quote, 5,400 men eat at my table, which he's basically boasting of a standing army at his disposal. And a new development in military organization is also catalogued in all of these little inscriptions too. The arms and armor of these ancient Mesopotamian warriors were still quite primitive by later standards. Spears, copper or bronze axes, bows, and shields made of leather or wood. Yet, the essentials of organized warfare were all present. Fortifications and sieges, chariots, logistics to feed and move troops, and formal treaties or terms imposed on the defeated. Quickly with the chariots too, by the late 3rd millennium, the Sumerians had wheeled war carts drawn by donkeys. The cuneiform tablets give us the first known war correspondence, so to speak. Scribes recording which cities were sacked, which gods were the enemy, which gods of the enemy, were carried off, that is, taking the statue of the enemy's god, very symbolic victory act. This used to happen at Babylon all the time, and how the king utterly devastated his adversaries. Well, in Mesopotamia, then, by the dawn of history, warfare had already evolved from small tribal skirmishes into city-state warfare, with organized armies and strategic objectives. For better or worse, the world was entering its civilized state. Of course, while Mesopotamia obviously is going to offer the oldest written records for war, that doesn't mean it's completely alone. Let's go a little bit west. Early civilization in Egypt was also forged in conflict. Through their writing, hieroglyphs, and, it began a little bit later, of course, around 3100, but still pretty valid. And that's still 5,000 years ago, so cut them a bit of slack. Egypt's famous origin story, the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt, that's essentially a tale of conquest. According to a later Egyptian tradition, the first king, or pharaoh if we're going to use the vernacular, to rule over a united Egypt, was a figure named Menes, often identified with Narmer. Of course, that name might ring a bell to people who have studied anything pre-dynastic or Old Kingdom. Archaeology provides a pretty stunning corroboration of this unification through an artifact known as the Narmer palette. And if you open up any Egyptian history book, you're going to find a picture of this on the first few pages for sure. Well, the Narmer palette is a ceremonial stone palette, and it depicts the aforementioned King Narmer wearing the crown of Upper Egypt on one side and the crown of Lower Egypt on the other, symbolizing his rule over both lands. Crucially, for our purposes, it also portrays scenes of violent subjugation. In one iconic image, Narmer is shown in the classic smiting pose. He's holding up his mace high in one hand and grabbing a foe by the hair with the other, about to, bash his head in. The enemy's on his knees, helpless. Elsewhere on the palette, we see defeated enemies. One scene likely shows rows of decapitated corpses with their heads placed between their legs. Another figure of a bull, symbolizing the king's might, tramples a fallen enemy and destroys the walls of a city. These graphic images leave very little doubt that Egypt's unification was achieved through military means. Certainly can't get any peaceful sort of symbols from a palette like the Nama palette. Well, this palette is thus sometimes considered the earliest historical document from Egypt, and it is a document about war, specifically a victorious war of unification. The Egyptians themselves acknowledged that their state was born of war. One of Nama's successors, the Pharaoh Den, around 2950 BCE, was depicted on an ivory label smiting enemies as well, and records show military expeditions against nomadic peoples on Egypt's frontiers. But beyond Egypt and Mesopotamia, other early civilizations around the world also bear the evidence of ancient warfare, but they do it in varying degrees. Let's look at the Indus Valley Civilization, 2600 to 1900, in South Asia. It presents an interesting case. This civilization built large, well-planned cities, among them Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, in what is now Pakistan and northwest India, contemporaneous with the Akkadian Empire and Old Kingdom Egypt. Archaeologists have often remarked that the Indus cities lack certain hallmarks of militarism. Weapons and depictions of warfare are rare in the archaeological record, and the city layouts do not obviously emphasize fortified citadels in the same way that Mesopotamian cities did. The early excavators of Mohenjo-daro famously found skeletons in the streets and speculated about a massacre, perhaps at the hands of invading outsiders, another idea tied to the theory of the Indo-Aryan invasions. However, later analysis suggested those remains might not all date to a single event, and the evidence of a violent conquest of Indus cities, well, for the moment, that is inconclusive. It is possible that the Indus civilization experienced comparatively less warfare, or that their warfare took on a form that left fewer obvious traces. The major Indus cities did have massive walls and elevated citadel mounds, but these could have been controlling trade or flood waters, as much as they could have been for defense. Some scholars argue without decipherable written records, then, well, we simply might just be missing the evidence of any conflicts. That is, the Indus script, by the way, remains completely undeciphered, which is a shame. For instance, there are some arrowheads or spear points found, and one site, Dholavira in Gujarat, had complex gate fortifications. Thus, while the Indus culture does not display the blatant war monuments or records that Sumer and Egypt do, we should be cautious about labeling it entirely peaceful, because that would be a little bit of a jump to conclusions. Human nature and circumstances being what they are, even a society with few weapons might have engaged in intercity rivalry or skirmishes over resources like water and pasture. And it remains an intriguing mystery why the Indus peoples left so little testimony of war. Was it that they were less warlike? Maybe. Or is it that we have just not found their battlefields and fortresses? In any case, in the global tableau of early warfare, the Indus stands out as a civilization where warfare is much less visible. Now, over in East Asia, early Chinese legends and archaeology together tell us that war accompanied the birth of Chinese civilization too. Chinese tradition speaks of an era before the first dynasty, one where tribal chiefs fought for supremacy. For example, the mythical Yellow Emperor is said to have defeated a rival chieftain named Chiyou in a great battle, establishing order around 2500. While it's hard to confirm such legends, archaeological evidence from the late Neolithic and early Bronze Age in China, so that's around 2500 to 1700, certainly indicates increasing conflict. Sites from Longshan culture in northern China show walled towns, and in some cases remains of violence. One site, Taosi, circa 2000 BCE in Shanxi province, had a massive rammed earth wall, possibly built after an internal clash or a threat. There are also graves from that period, where skeletons bear mortal wounds, or appear to be sacrificial victims, perhaps prisoners of war offered up to the ancestral spirits. In any case, by the time of the Shang dynasty, 1600 to 1046, which left written oracle bone inscriptions, warfare was a central part of society. The Shang kings were warriors who led frequent campaigns against neighboring tribes. Oracle bones, that is, turtle shells or ox bones used for divinations, record questions like, will the king's raid on whatever tribe be successful? And sometimes they even report on the numbers of captives taken. The Shang made war to acquire territory, cattle and captives. The latter often became slaves, or were sacrificed to the ancestors. And they also built substantial city walls. The Shang capital near modern Anyang had earthen walls 20 meters thick. Excavations have uncovered bronze weapons, axes, spears, daggers in abundance, and even war chariots with horse skeletons, indicating a technology of combat that rivaled the chariot warfare of the Near East at the time. We can say that in East Asia, therefore, as soon as we got large communities and states, we find that a culture of warfare is every bit as developed as its Western counterparts, for better or worse. Meanwhile, across the oceans in the Americas, organized warfare emerged independently, as societies grew more and more complex. By the second millennium BCE, we have evidence of conflict in the Americas that mirrors some of the patterns seen elsewhere. For example, in the Andean region of South America, a site called Civilisation, in present-day Peru, by the way, features a temple complex dated to around 1600, whose stone carvings depict grisly scenes of violence. Hundreds of stone monoliths at Civilisation show warriors holding clubs and standards, as well as dismembered human bodies, severed heads, arms, and legs, all carved in pretty gruesome detail. Now, scholars believe that this represents either an actual battle victory or a ritual reenactment of conquest, essentially a monument to war and sacrifice. But the implication is that early Andean societies, some of the first in the Americas to form ceremonial centers and complex polities, were also engaging in warfare, maybe for domination of valleys or competition among emerging chiefdoms. We're not quite sure. Over in Mesoamerica, the Olmec civilization, circa 1200 to 400 BCE, is known for its colossal head statues. But there are also signs of violence, artworks depicting bound and possibly slain captives, and defensive earthworks around Olmec centers. Although the first well-documented wars in Mesoamerica come from later Maya inscriptions, it is after 250 CE, and of course the Aztecs too, the roots surely go back to these earlier times. And even in North America, archaeological evidence points to sporadic warfare in complex societies. For example, in the American Southwest, villagers of the ancestral Puebloans formerly called the Anasazi, show episodes of fortification and even massacre. For example, the site at Castle Rock in Colorado, where a 13th century CE attack occurred. Much later, sure, but it indicates war in non-state societies. And in the eastern woodlands, the existence of palisaded settlements and trophy-taking, things like human bones showing scalping marks. Well, this certainly suggests, and these come from prehistoric times too, that societies reached a certain size and social complexity, and with it warfare would appear. So we can certainly say that by the end of the Bronze Age, which is around 1200 BCE, virtually every single part of the world where humans lived had some form of warfare. From small-scale tribal skirmishes to campaigns led by kings, war was a common thread. It often accelerated developments too, such as fortification architecture, weapon technology, and political centralization. Think about it. Larger, organized societies could often triumph in conflict. You don't do anything without organization. Tales of these wars entered human cultural memory. The Trojan War, dated by legends to around 1200 BC, was later immortalized by Homer in the Iliad, one of our oldest literary masterpieces, showing how warfare could certainly seize the imagination and become a foundational story. Now, of course, I know that not everything in Homer is historical, but still, as I often say, everything comes from somewhere, doesn't it? Well, the historicity of the Trojan War has certainly been long debated, but archaeological evidence at Troy and references in Hittite texts suggest that there were indeed conflicts in that era between Mycenaean Greek kingdoms and the city-states of Anatolia. The fact that the Greeks of later centuries looked back to a heroic age defined by great war indicates that, well, quite how deeply warfare had become ingrained in the identity and values of civilizations. Similarly, in India, the great Sanskrit epics like the Mahabharata, though compiled later, describe ancient wars between factions of a clan, reflecting real memories of early warfare on the Indian subcontinent, perhaps echoing conflicts of the late 2nd millennium BCE. In fact, almost everywhere we look in early history, we find that the first stories told, the first monuments built, and the first records kept often revolve around war. War was not an aberration or a late cultural invention. It was seemingly just a fundamental part of how human societies behaved once they grew beyond those isolated bands. And so we began with that original question of when did humans begin going to war with each other? And unfortunately, the evidence suggests that we began doing that as soon as we became human, behaviorally modern, capable of cooperation and planning. We also became capable of organized aggression against our fellow man. Warfare in some form has been with us since the dawn, long before the invention of writing, or even the founding of first cities. Hell, even before the first weapons. I'm sure we were punching and kicking each other before then. The earliest known skeletal evidence, like the massacres at Jebel Sahaba and Nataruk, show that even Ice Age foragers engaged in group violence, especially during times of stress or scarcity, and in the Ice Age there was plenty of them. But with the advent of farming and settled life, war only became more pronounced. Neolithic villagers fortified themselves or fell victim to raids, and by 5000 to 4000 BCE, there were pitched battles and mass killings between communities. The rise of states around 3000 BCE did not create war, but rather just formalized and intensified it. It produced standing armies, military leaders, and then eventually written chronicles of campaigns. These stories and details that we've explored, a tower built to watch for enemies in Jericho, a phalanx of Sumerian spearmen marching under their king's banner, they all illustrate that war is as old as it is terrible. But they also highlight something deeply human, and that is the tendency to record and remember conflict. Whether through art, burial rites, or epic poetry, early humans memorialize their wars. The very fact that the first written treaty known to history, that is the one after the Battle of Kadesh in 1274 between the Hittites and the Egyptians, was crafted shows that by then people had long experience with war and sought ways to mitigate its aftermath. But thousands of years before that treaty, unnamed warriors, they were already clashing on the East African plains and European forests. And so in an academic sense, recognizing the antiquity of war, it invites us to think about our species in general. If organized violence is so ancient, it may have evolutionary underpinnings, perhaps rooted in competition for survival. Some evolutionary theorists compare human war to territorial behavior in other animals, noting that our closest primate relatives, chimpanzees that is, also engage in lethal group raids. However, humans, with our greater intelligence and social complexity, took conflict to another level. We developed strategies, we invented weapons, and even moral justifications. Others argue that war became frequent only after we settled down and created wealth to steal, meaning that war is a behavior tied to specific social conditions rather than innate. The archaeological record tends to support a view somewhere in the middle. And that's all right. You see, even nomadic humans could wage war under certain pressures. But the scale and frequency of warfare increased with the rise of farming communities and states. Understanding how and when war started, it's not just an interesting historical question, but it's just one about humans, our condition. It tells us that cooperation and conflict are two sides of the same coin in human affairs, and that coin can easily flip over. The same collective skills that allowed early people to build a wall or hunt large animals also allowed them to band together and fight each other. War has been a catalyst for many developments, and a destroyer of many things. And by looking at its origin, you might gain a perspective on how deeply rooted this phenomenon is. And perhaps acknowledging that warfare has been with us for so long allows us better appreciation of the efforts in history to restrain it, to channel conflict into less deadly arenas, maybe even get peace one day. In the end, whoever's out there listening, you can take away a sobering but fascinating realization. If you travel back in time to virtually any epic, whether it's 10,000 years ago in the African savannah or 5,000 years ago outside of an Iraqi city, you might witness the fear and fury of humans at war. The weapons and languages would differ, but the patterns are pretty much the same. Warfare, a continuous thread running through our story from the very beginning. "20,000 years ago, on an Ice Age plain in Upper Paleolithic Europe, a cluster of simple huts and tents sits nestled beside a riverbank. Trails of smoke rise from smoldering hearths as the camp's inhabitants stir from their sleep. Inside one of the shelters, a fire is revived from glowing embers, casting light on the fur bedding and stone tools. And in another corner of the camp, a hunter inspects his spears and flint blades, while a woman gently soothes a child wrapped in animal furs. Despite the harsh chill of the morning, this small band of humans is about to begin a routine that they know all too well. Daily life in a Paleolithic hunter-gatherer camp, one of resourcefulness, cooperation, and an emerging rich cultural practice, all grounded in those realities of the prehistoric world which those hard-working archaeologists have pieced together for our benefit. It's a world that we attempt to peer into today. And if you spend the next hour with me, we can figure out what it would have been like back in those times, long, long before written history. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. Good to meet you, or to see you again if you're returning. A quick reminder that we are once again thankful to the supporters on Patreon, YouTube, and the occasional donations and merch store purchases, because that's what keeps everything ad-free across all of the videos on this channel. We don't like ads either, so we're not going to have them on here, making this a sanctuary away from the dreaded advertisements of the modern world. So relax from start to finish. You won't be interrupted. But short of supporting us in that material manner, just enjoying the content helps us out. A step above is a click the like button and leave us a little comment, or the hype button too. Tell us your thoughts. It's always good to have a conversation. Now, with all that being said, we'll only say it once, and we can get on to our video for today. Well, of course, if we talk about 40 to 12,000 years ago, which is, well, our Paleolithic timeline, well, we look at it against this backdrop of an ice age environment. So don't think of it like the climate that we have today. We are setting our exploration in Europe, and of course at that time it was quite cold and dry, dominated by steppe tundra landscapes. During the coldest millennia, glaciers covered the northern regions, and humans survived in southern coastal refuges or open plains where hardy animals grazed. Megafauna like woolly mammoths, bison, reindeer, and wild horses roamed the land. They provided both opportunities and challenges for these human hunters. Climate oscillated between relatively milder interludes and bitter glacial extremes, and that forced people to be adaptable. In the harsher periods, bands would move as needed to find more tolerable conditions, and I say tolerable, not good conditions, because there wasn't many of them. For example, wintering in the sheltered valleys or migrating alongside the herds that they hunted. Now, these people were, anatomically speaking, modern humans, so Homo sapiens, essentially people like you and me, at least in physicality. They had arrived in Europe roughly 45,000 years ago. By the time of the Upper Paleolithic, the earlier Neanderthals had pretty much all died out, leaving modern humans as the continent's sole human inhabitants. They lived in small nomadic bands, perhaps about 20 to 40 individuals in a typical group. Such bands usually consisted of a few interrelated families. They had no permanent villagers. Instead, they had their camps, which they moved seasonally to follow the availability of game animals, fish, and wild plants. Some campsites might be revisited year after year if they were especially favorable. For instance, a spot near a river rich in fish, or a crossroads of migrating herds. Things like that. People would notice that after a while and, of course, choose the easiest option. But despite the difficult conditions of the Ice Age, Upper Paleolithic humans found ways to thrive. Over millennia, they developed specialized tools and techniques to exploit a wide range of resources. And they left behind evidence of it too, of those first organized campsites in human history, with hearths, huts, and even storage pits. Their expanding toolkit included finely crafted stone blades, bone harpoons, and needles, and eventually devices like spear throwers that allowed them to hunt more effectively and make warm clothing. More reliable food sources and tools supported a modest increase in population and the formation of stronger group identities. So, in short, by 20,000 years ago, these hunter-gatherers had established a successful way of life adapted to Ice Age Europe. That's the gist of it. Let's get into the details. Of course, the camp itself was certainly the heart of daily life, a temporary dwelling place where the band lived, slept, ate, and worked. Upper Paleolithic campsites varied depending on climate and available materials. In some cases, people used natural shelters, so think of things like, let's say, the entrances of caves or rock overhangs. Things like that would shield them from the elements. However, they also built their own shelters in the open when the need arose for it. Archaeologists have found post holes and debris patterns of huts and tents constructed by Ice Age hunter-gatherers. In relatively mild seasons or regions with wood, people likely made tent-like structures, wooden or bone frameworks covered with animal hides or sod. At several sites, circular or oval arrangements of rocks have been discovered which appear to have anchored the edges of hide tents. For example, at open-air camps in Central Europe, such as Dolny Vestornice in Moravia 25,000 years ago, roughly, remnants of oval huts about 4 to 6 meters across were identified, including central hearths and large bones, possibly used to weigh down walls. Perishable materials like wood and leather seldom survive thousands of years, I'm sure you can understand, but you can imagine these shelters resembling maybe like teepee or yurt-like tents, at least sturdy enough to house a family and their belongings. But in the extremely cold areas, especially during the last glacial maximum, some groups constructed more substantial winter homes. Now, a pretty dramatic example comes from Eastern Europe. Go and look it up. Mammoth bone huts. Yes, mammoth skulls, everything. You find them near the Dnieper River in Ukraine. 4 huts were built from dozens of mammoth bones, and they've been excavated out pretty well. The structures were roughly circular, on the order of 5 meters in diameter. They were made out of mammoth skulls, jaw bones, and long bones like ribs, that kind of thing, and they were stacked to form low walls and create curved tusks likely supported a roof of animal hides. It sounds like something out of the Flintstones, I know, but well, maybe that's where the Flintstones got the idea, And inside these bone huts, archaeologists have found evidence of central fireplaces and scattered stone tools and food remains. Such dwellings would have provided insulation and durability, the best you could get at the time for winter encampments. But the effort required to build a mammoth bone hut suggests that these camps might have been used for extended periods, perhaps an entire winter season by a larger group. They even dug pits near some huts, possibly to store meat by keeping it frozen in the permafrost. May as well use nature to your advantage. But even the simplest camps had at least one hearth or fireplace, often more. Fire was essential for warmth, light, and cooking, so dwellings were typically arranged around them. The camp might consist of a few huts or tents, clustered in a favorable spot near a water source, for example, which is why you find many of them by rivers, each with their own fire. And here's the other thing, just quickly about riverside settlements. Do remember that rivers change courses, and this is why a lot of these settlements now could be underneath river banks. We just haven't quite gone looking for them yet. It's a little bit difficult to do archaeological digs underwater. Well, we'll figure out a way. While in many excavated camps we see multiple hearths with debris concentrations around them, and that indicates a distinct activity, possibly used by different families within the band. Studies of a 12,000-year-old site in Pinsevant, France, have shown that each hearth was a focal point for tool making and food consumption, with debris patterns suggesting a small household would have gathered there. Yet these households were not isolated. The sharing of food among them is evident. Animal bones at Pinsevant were found deliberately divided and distributed between hearth areas, and that's a strong sign that when a large game animal was brought in, several families shared the meat in a coordinated way. In other words, the camp was both communal but also socially segmented. Each family or subgroup had its own living space and tasks, but the whole band came together as a community for sharing resources and socializing. Now, shelter construction also extended to making the interior as comfortable as they could. There is evidence that floors were lined with soft materials. At one well-preserved site, in the Jordan Valley from around 23,000 years ago, 6 brushwood huts were found with layers of grass and reeds covering the earthen floors, effectively ancient bedding or mats to sleep on. While this site, in particular, Ohalo II in the Jordan Valley, it lies outside of Europe, we know, but similar practice likely occurred in the European camps. People probably spread pine boughs, dry grasses, or animal skins on tent floors as insulation against the cold ground. This attention to domestic comfort shows that these camps, albeit temporary, were the best homes that their inhabitants could come up with. Overall, an Upper Paleolithic camp was a carefully organized home base amid the wilderness, whether in a cave or under fabricated shelters in the open plain. It was the center of daily activities. By constructing windproof huts, maintaining hearths, and spatially organizing living and work areas, these hunter-gatherers created a living space that maximized warmth, safety, and of course, social cohesion. The ability to build and maintain such campsites, and to move them when necessary, well, that was a key adaptation that allowed people to inhabit the diverse and often harsh environments of Ice Age Europe. So each day in a Paleolithic camp centered around subsistence activities. That means securing food from the wild and preparing it for consumption. After dawn, once the camp's hearths were relit and everybody had a modest morning meal, perhaps, the group typically split up to pursue various tasks. A quick breakfast might consist of leftover roasted meat from the previous night or some gathered berries or nuts. Some people might not have had breakfast, depending on how scarce the food situation was, but archaeological evidence even shows that Paleolithic people sometimes even ground wild plants or roots into grains or flour, which they could mix into with water and cook up as a simple flatbread on hot stones. Contrary to the stereotype of exclusively carnivorous cavemen, these hunter-gatherers did eat a broad diet that included plants as well as meat. Really, they would just eat whatever they could find. Well, with warmth and food giving them a bit of energy, a portion of the band might head out to hunt. Often this meant adult men embarking on a hunt for medium or large game, though hunting was not necessarily an exclusively male domain. Women and even adolescents could participate, especially in trapping small game. The game animals of Ice Age Europe included reindeer, red deer, wild horses, bison, and occasionally larger prey like mammoths or rhinoceroses. Hunters armed themselves with spears tipped by sharp stone or bone points. By the later Upper Paleolithic, they had developed spear throwers, that is, basically a device to hurl spears with greater force. And there is some evidence that by the very end of the Paleolithic they might have used bows and arrows as well. A hunting party might track a herd of reindeer moving along a valley, or lie in ambush near a watering hole. They employed strategies such as cooperative drives. For example, subtly guiding animals towards other hunters concealed downwind. Success was never guaranteed. Many days they probably just returned empty-handed, or maybe with just a few small animals. But when a large animal was felled, it was a pretty big deal for the whole camp. Hunters would field butcher a big kill on the spot to make it easier to carry, perhaps cutting meat into portable chunks and cracking up bones to extract the rich marrow. Then they would haul as much as possible back to camp using leather straps or baskets. Meanwhile, other members of the band, often the women, older adults and younger children, engaged in gathering and small game foraging closer to camp. They knew the landscape intimately and visited reliable patches of edible plants. In warmer months, they collected things like wild berries, fruits, nuts, leafy greens, and roots as well, like wild carrots, perhaps turnips. They likely dug up starchy tubers with wooden digging sticks and gathered handfuls of wild grains or seeds when in season. And these plant foods could be eaten raw, sure, but many were palatable cooked or ground. For instance, finds of stone grinding tools with starch residues show that people processed cattail roots and wild grasses into flour as far back as 30,000 years ago. In addition to plants, gatherers set snares for rabbits or other small animals, or collected bird eggs from nests. If the camp was near a river or lake, they might also fish or collect shellfish. Inventive methods helped increase returns, too. Evidence of woven fibers suggests that they might have made nets, and these could catch fish or snare groups of small game. Children often accompanied their mothers or older relatives on these foraging trips, learning as they went. A child might tag along, carrying a small basket and mimicking the adults by picking whatever berries hang at their height. Through such apprenticeship, young people learned which plants were edible, or even medicinal in their understanding, and when they were ready they would learn how to trap a partridge or squirrels, maybe rabbits, things like this. In any case, by afternoon or early evening the various foragers would reconvene at the camp. If it was a good day, hunters returned with cuts of meat and hides, while gatherers brought baskets laden with plant foods, and then the focus shifted to processing and cooking the day's bounty. Around the central hearths, people cooperatively prepared the food. If a deer or horse had been killed, it would be skinned and butchered in the campsite. Stone knives and scrapers were used to slice off meat and clean the hide. This was if it was an animal that was at least practical enough to carry back to the camp. But if it was something really big, like we said, it would be butchered on site and carried back piece by piece. The choice cuts, the ones rich in fat and protein, were set aside for immediate cooking, while leaner meat might be cut into strips or dried for future use. Bones were cracked open to make sure that none of that marrow was wasted either, and even the animal's sinews would be saved to be used as sewing thread or bowstrings, and the hide would be stretched and cleaned for making leather clothing or shelter covers. Cooking in the Paleolithic era did not involve pots or pans, as pottery was not yet in use, but people still had clever techniques to boil, roast, and smoke foods. The simplest method was to roast meat directly over the fire, skewering chunks on green wood spits or laying slices on flat stones arranged near the flames. For soups and stews, they likely practiced stone boiling. They could heat fist-sized stones in the fire and then drop them into a waterproof container like a wooden bowl, an animal hide bag, or an animal stomach tied into a bucket shape. By cycling hot rocks in and out, they could boil water with meat and herbs to create a primitive stew. They also sometimes dug shallow pits to use as earth ovens. A pit would be lined with hot coals and stones and then filled with food, and then covered over to bake slowly. This would be useful for root vegetables or tougher cuts of meat. Archaeologists have found fire-cracked stones and charcoal in pit-like arrangements at some Upper Paleolithic sites, suggesting the slow-cooking method was known. Plant foods gathered during the day were likewise prepared. Tubers and roots might be roasted in ashes or boiled to soften them. Those ground into flour could be mixed with water into a dough. People would bake these simple unleavened breads on flat stones or hot surfaces at the fire's edge, producing something like a cracker or pita. Though these Paleolithic breads, if we're going to call them that, would have been coarse and unleavened, they still provided carbohydrates and variety in the diet. The presence of grinding stones across Europe with starch residues from wild wheat, barley, and cattail is clear evidence that such plant processing was a regular part of life. So yeah, the diet was a lot more diverse than just hunted and salted meat, more like a broad-spectrum diet taking advantage of basically whatever they could find, really. In any case, by the time that dusk fell, the whole camp would gather around to share the evening meal, and food sharing was a fundamental practice. What one group member acquired was generally distributed so that everyone could have a bit. Around the bright hearth, people passed around strips of roasted meat and hot broth in makeshift vessels. Perhaps a flatbread was cooked on stone and then broken into pieces for all to taste, or handfuls of berries were shared as a sweet treat after the savory courses. And sure, you can imagine the scene of firelight illuminating expectant faces, the sizzle of fat dripping onto the fire, and that aroma of roast venison mixing with the earthly scent of roasting bread. Such moments were not just about nutrition, but even back then it was a social bonding experience. As they ate, they would recount the day's adventures. The hunters would describe in whatever primitive tongue they had how they tracked the deer, or a gatherer would joke about how a greedy wild goat ate from her basket, things like this. Well, these communal meals reinforced trust and cooperation, but they also provided a chance to plan for the next day or discuss if the group should move camp, depending on resource availability. And in this way, the daily work of hunting and gathering was punctuated by collective rest and enjoyment of food each evening. The cycle of subsistence in a Paleolithic camp, morning dispersal, day-long labor, and, of course, the evening reunion, it all shaped that rhythm of life that is, well, it's eerily familiar of what we have in the modern day. Through skill and teamwork, these people managed to secure enough food from a challenging environment, and they did so in a manner that strengthened their social ties and cultural traditions, little by little making tiny improvements until they finally arrived at the Bronze Age and Iron Age and so on. Well, of course, that's a little bit out of our purview of this video, so we'll stick to the Paleolithic. But another asset of daily life was clothing, because that could be the difference between surviving and not. The Ice Age cold was quite intense, and evidence does show that Upper Paleolithic people certainly made tailored garments from animal hides and furs. Archaeologists have even unearthed bone sewing needles complete with eye holes, and fine awls from sites dating as early as 25,000 to 30,000 years ago. With such tools, they could stitch together pieces of softened leather or fur, creating fitted clothing much like the parka, pants, and moccasins of recent Arctic peoples. We can infer that a typical outfit included long-sleeved tunics or coats, trousers or leggings, and wraparound footwear. For instance, one might wear a reindeer hide coat tied with a belt, fur-lined leggings, and knee-high boots stuffed with grass for insulation. An ensemble well suited to sub-zero temperatures, that's for sure. And even headgear and mittens were probably fashioned from fur. The presence of these needles and the sheer necessity of warmth leave very little doubt that everyone from children to adults wore sewn clothing daily. The detail and care put into clothing can be glimpsed from the exceptional archaeological finds. At the site of Sungir in Russia, from around 28,000 years ago, individuals were buried wearing garments adorned with thousands of tiny ivory beads. These beads had been stitched onto the clothing in patterns, indicating that a winter coat, hat, and trousers could have all been decorated. This level of investment in clothing decor suggests that attire served not just practical needs, but it might have also conveyed social or aesthetic messages. Indeed, Upper Paleolithic people adorned themselves in many ways. They crafted jewelry and ornaments from readily available materials, necklaces of animal teeth or seashells, bracelets of ivory or bone beads, and pendants carved from amber or stone. Shells from the Mediterranean Sea have been found inland in European sites, implying that such items were traded or carried long distances. A prehistoric fashion statement that likely symbolized connections between groups too. But aside from jewelry, clothing itself might be the canvas for personal expression. Furs could be dyed with natural pigments, like red ochre, traces of which are sometimes found on burial clothes, and fringe or tassels might be added from sinew or plant fibers. All these flourishes certainly indicate that the Paleolithic people took pride in their appearance, but also in a group identity. One might imagine that they'd all wear the same tassel or the same hat, something like that, while the chief of the tribe would have the most elaborate. Completing the wardrobe, of course, were footwear and accessories. Although leather shoes rarely survive in the archaeological record, circumstantial evidence does point to their use. Some late Paleolithic era cave footprints show impressions consistent with people wearing moccasin-like coverings rather than walking barefoot. The construction of sewn hide shoes, similar to later moccasins, is entirely plausible given the availability of needles and cord. Additionally, remains of woven fibers suggest they could manufacture cords, twine, or even nets. Now, these could be used not only in hunting and fishing, but also in carrying slings or perhaps as decorative sashes and hair ties. Women and men may have worn their hair braided or bound. A simple bone or ivory pin could serve to hold long hair or fasten a cloak together. So far from the ragged caveman of popular imagination, it's quite a different story. An Upper Paleolithic hunter-gatherer was likely a well-outfitted person in tailored clothing adapted to the climate. Their garments were durable and warm, and often beautifully ornamented, at least for the standard of the day. Personal adornments like jewelry further allowed individuals to display creativity, signify status or group affiliation, and simply just bring a bit of beauty into daily life. After all, those evenings around the fire probably haven't got much else to do, so you may as well just make things. And so through their clothing and adornments, these Ice Age peoples expressed a distinctly human love of decoration and identity, even as they met the practical demands of their environment. Within a Paleolithic camp, social life was organized in a pretty simple but effective way. They lived in egalitarian bands, without formal hierarchy or government. Of course, there might be unofficial hierarchies, the tallest guy, the oldest man, this sort of thing, but we're not talking about anything in terms of formalities. Now, leadership, to the extent that it existed, was likely based on personal qualities like experience, wisdom, or hunting skill, rather than any fixed authority. And the important decisions, where to move camp, how to distribute a big kill, and when to visit neighboring groups, well, they were probably made by consensus, or with guidance from the most respected elders. After all, experience certainly tends to tip the scale. Cooperation, though, was absolutely vital. Every member of the band depended on the others for survival, so sharing and mutual support were ingrained values. The band functioned much like an extended family. Many members were related by blood or marriage, and those who were not, well, they were tied by bonds of friendship or perhaps reciprocal obligation. Gender roles probably influenced day-to-day duties. For instance, adult men might have spent more time on dangerous big game hunts, while women focused on gathering plants and caring for young children. There could have been a bit of flexibility, but generally everyone just played to their strengths. Everyone had to be a generalist to some degree, though, capable of contributing food, preparing meals, and crafting or repairing tools. Men and women alike possessed deep knowledge of the environment and passed it on to their children. Indeed, children were integrated into all spaces of daily life, learning by observation and helping their parents and elders. A boy might practice with a small spear alongside his father, while a girl might learn edible plants and hide-scraping techniques from her mother. Play and work often blended. A game of target throwing among youngsters doubled as training for future hunts. Care for the vulnerable was another hallmark of these communities. Despite harsh conditions, there is evidence that the sick or injured were looked after by their group. Skeletal remains show individuals with serious wounds or disabilities that healed, indicating that these people were nursed and fed during recovery. So, of course, we can look at archaeological finds like this and piece it together. This is what's fascinating about archaeology, you have to give it a little bit of wiggle room when we're constructing a narrative around it. You have to think about a few what-ifs, and from there we come to a reasonable conclusion. Now, we do have a striking case of it too from Italy, the Romito II youth from around 11,000 years ago. He was a lad with severe dwarfism who lived into his teens, far longer than he could have without support. So someone must have been looking after him. Such findings show the group's compassion and social cohesion. They didn't just abandon their weak members, but they helped them survive. Of course, maybe some instances of abandonment occurred, but well, let's try and concentrate on the positives for the moment. Bands were typically small, but they were not completely isolated. Interactions with other groups occurred from time to time, both friendly and possibly unfriendly. On the friendly side, different bands might meet seasonally at good hunting or fishing spots. These gatherings provided an opportunity to exchange gifts and materials, for example, swapping high-quality flint or maybe seashell ornaments, but also to find marriage partners and to reinforce social ties beyond the immediate family group. The presence of similar styles of tools and decorative objects over wide areas suggests a network of communication and shared culture among distant communities. Of course, encounters could also be tense. especially if resources weren't enough to go around. However, given the low population density, full-blown conflict or warfare seems to have been rare. More often, bands would avoid each other or negotiate alliances. A strong sense of kinship and ritual could bind multiple bands into a larger tribe or culture, helping to reduce conflict and ensure exogamy, that is, marrying outside one's immediate group to prevent inbreeding. What understanding they had of this, well, we don't quite know. But if you keep inbreeding and things aren't turning out exactly well, perhaps you'd go and look elsewhere. You put two and two together, don't you? Social life at the camp itself included much more than economic cooperation. Evenings around the fire were prime time for storytelling and communal entertainment. With language as sophisticated as ours, they could have told stories, perhaps recounting legendary hunts, explaining the stars and natural phenomena through myth, or humorously recalling misadventures of the day. That's if they had it as sophisticated as ours, but with communication things would generally improve. Perhaps they could have had little songs or drum music that might accompany these tales. A skilled storyteller or singer, maybe an elder, could captivate the group, imparting knowledge, morality, and amusement in equal measure. All of those folk tales and religions, of course, have their very ancient oral roots. So the social structure of the hunter-gatherers was built on kinship, cooperation, and a kind of equity. Every person had a role in the collective effort, and decisions were made together. Bonds of family and friendship knit the band into a tight unit, able to face the dangers of the Ice Age as one. And at the same time, these small groups were connected by broader cultural ties, exchanging goods and genes with their neighbors, and participating in a shared human story that extended far across Ice Age Europe. Well, despite the rigors of Ice Age existence, Upper Paleolithic people devoted time and energy to artistic and spiritual activities. In fact, this period is famous for an explosion of human creativity. These hunter-gatherers painted striking images on cave walls, carved figurines from ivory and stone, made music, and likely performed dances and ceremonies, all strong evidence that symbolic thought and expression were an integral part of their lives. The most iconic examples are the cave paintings found at sites like Lascaux, Altamira, and Chauvet. Deep in caves, far from the living areas, people created breathtaking depictions of animals around them: bison, horse, mammoths, lions, and more, rendered in natural pigments of red, yellow, brown, and black. But they also painted abstract signs and stenciled human handprints. These images were not mere decorations of living space. They seem to have been part of a special gathering or a ritual, given their hidden locations and the effort required to produce them by flickering torchlight. We can imagine small groups venturing into the dark, torches in hand, perhaps to paint as part of a ceremony aimed at ensuring hunting success or connecting with the spirit world. While we cannot know the exact meaning of the cave art, it's clearly had significance beyond the ordinary. It might have been spiritual, maybe educational, telling stories of great hunts, or even social, shared rituals creating a group identity. The presence of soot from torches and footprints of both adults and children in some painted caves suggests that these were communal events, possibly multi-generational rites of passage or seasonal ceremonies where stories and myths were acted out among the painted galleries. Art also brought into everyday life through portable objects. People carved small sculptures and engraved images on bones, antlers, and ivory. Notably, the crafted so-called Venus figurines. These palm-sized statuettes of women in exaggerated features found across Europe. For example, the Venus of Willendorf in Austria, or the Venus of Dolny Vestornice. The purpose of these figurines is still debated. They might have been fertility symbols, representations of a mother goddess, ancestors, or simply just forms of artistic expression. But whatever their role, the widespread occurrences of similar figures indicates shared beliefs or aesthetics stretching over vast distances. Additionally, tools and personal items often bore decoration. Utilitarian objects like spear throwers or batons were engraved with animals or geometric patterns. Even when performing practical tasks, these people surrounded themselves with art, suggesting that beauty and meaning were valued alongside utility. But one of the most moving insights into the Paleolithic culture is the discovery of musical instruments. Archaeologists have found bone flutes in Germany dating to almost 40,000 years ago with carefully placed finger holes. When replicas of these flutes are played, they produce clear, melodious notes. And this means that around Ice Age campfires, humans were likely playing music. We can easily imagine scenes in an evening gathering where one member of the band lifts a flute to their lips and fills that night air with a tune. Maybe the others quietly listen. Maybe they softly sing along. Who knows? Things like that are left up to our imagination. But we can say that music could serve many functions: recreation, lullabies for children, dance accompaniment, or ritual trance induction. Similarly, rhythmic instruments might have been used, drums fashioned from a stretched hide, or simply clapping, stomping, and rattling objects to create a kind of communal beat. Indeed, dance and ritual likely went hand in hand with the music. Ethnographic parallels from recent foraging societies suggest that dance is often part of group ceremonies, whether to celebrate a successful hunt or to enact spiritual narratives. It is plausible that after a good hunt, the Paleolithic band would hold a sort of celebratory ritual. The hunters might reenact the chase around the fire, wearing parts of animal hides or masks, while others beat on logs or clap in rhythm. The ground of a well-trodden campsite could become a dance floor as firelight cast big shadows of the performers on the surrounding tents. Such communal dances would strengthen group solidarity, but could also have a spiritual dimension. Perhaps thanking the animal spirit for the gift of meat, maybe, or beseeching good fortune for future hunts. Though we have no written records from this time, these artistic and ritual expressions are a form of communication that survives. They tell us that Upper Paleolithic humans contemplated more than just survival. They had rich imaginations and spiritual lives. They likely had concepts of supernatural forces or beings, given the effort they put into burials, often including grave goods and red ochre sprinkled on bodies, and the mystical cave contexts of their art. We might term some individuals as shamans or healers, those with the special knowledge of ritual, who could lead ceremonies or create particularly significant works of art. The artifacts themselves, painted caves, carved figurines, musical instruments, well, they stand as a testimony to a cognitive world where symbolism, creativity, and perhaps a sense of the sacred were deeply ingrained in daily life. These creative pursuits were not luxuries, but just core parts of existence. Art, music, and ritual helped bind communities together and taught young members about their culture's values and myths, providing comfort and meaning in a challenging world. In those moments when they painted a vision on a cave wall or sang around a fire, we see the dawn of the human spirit, the impulse to transcend the here and now and connect with something greater through shared creativity. Well, so far it all sounds like fun and games, doesn't it? Well, not quite. Life was not easy. On a daily basis, these people had an array of challenges that tested their survival skills and social bonds. The climate itself was a constant adversary. Winters were long and brutally cold, and even summers could be cool in Ice Age Europe. Securing enough food was a perennial concern. There were times of plenty, sure, for example, when a herd of reindeer was successfully hunted, or a patch of wild berries ripened. But there were also lean seasons. Archaeologists find signs of periodic malnutrition or stress in the bones and teeth of Upper Paleolithic individuals, such as growth disruptions in children's tooth enamel, and that indicates that famine or food shortages sometimes struck, especially in harsh winters or when game was scarce. The hunter-gatherers mitigated this by planning and preservation. They likely dried or smoked meat and fish when they had surplus, and they gathered and stored plant foods, nuts, seeds, for example, to help them through lean times. Still, the specter of hunger was never far and would have driven them to move or trade in search of sustenance. Physical dangers were ever present. Hunting large animals could be perilous. A charging bison or a wounded mammoth could easily maim or kill a human, and then you're in real trouble. Travel across rough terrain risked falls and broken bones. Cold itself could kill the unwary via hypothermia. And while humans of that era were the top predators, they were not the only predators. Packs of wolves shadowed the herds, cave lions and leopards lurked in the darkness, and hyenas or bears might intrude into camps if not deterred. Paleolithic people had to be vigilant, especially at night. They strategically used fire and locations of their camps to keep wild beasts at bay. A ring of firebrands and the presence of watchful dogs once domesticated likely helped discourage nocturnal predators. The remains of some individuals show evidence of violent trauma. Whether from animal attacks or conflicts with other humans, that's hard to tell. While outright warfare between bands is not clearly documented for this time, the possibility of skirmishes or personal violence couldn't be ruled out. Living in small groups probably reduced the frequency of human conflict, but any encounter with strangers carried uncertain risks. But despite these hazards, what really stands out is resilience of the hunter-gatherers. Their lifestyle demanded a broad skill set and a tight-knit community, and they rose to the challenge. We find skeletons of people who lived to older adulthood, over 50 years old, a remarkable achievement for that era, which suggests that knowledge of survival techniques and perhaps relatively low disease loads allowed some individuals to reach advanced age. More tellingly, we see individuals who survived serious injuries because their group cared for them. This compassion and cooperation was crucial as a buffer against the high risks of their world. If a hunter was injured, others would share food with him and tend to his wounds. If a mother died, other women likely helped nurse her child. The social safety net in these bands was strong out of necessity. Every member was valuable, and mutual aid improved the odds that the band as a whole would endure adversity. All of this was underpinned by technological ingenuity. They developed effective survival strategies, constructing warm clothing and shelters to beat the cold, mastering fire for heat and cooking, crafting lethal weapons that let them take down huge animals, and exploiting a wide diet breadth so if one food source failed, that others could step in and fill the gap. Their ability to move was another advantage. Rather than suffer in a place where conditions deteriorated, they could relocate to find game or a better climate. But this mobility, however, required intimate knowledge of vast territories and the foresight to return to reliable sites at the time of the year. Mortality was certainly higher than in the modern community. Many children never reached adulthood due to illness or accident, and few adults lived beyond their 40s. Yet, by the standards of the Ice Age, these communities were successful. For tens of thousands of years they weathered dramatic climatic fluctuations, including the peak of the glacial cold, and spread into new territories, even crossing land bridges to populate distant continents. Their success was not due to brute strength, but rather to adaptability, innovation, and social solidarity. In confronting the daily challenges, the Paleolithic hunter-gatherers forged the qualities that define human resilience: cooperation, knowledge-sharing, creativity, and compassion. And these enabled them to not only survive, but to sustain rich, meaningful lives in a pretty unforgiving world. The story of their daily struggles and triumphs is ultimately a story of endurance and ingenuity at the very dawn of our history. Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Daily life in a Paleolithic hunter-gatherer camp, as of course reconstructed from archaeological evidence. I think we can say that it's far from mindless and far from brutish. Perhaps brutal sometimes, but not brutish in general. It was a life of skill, community, and adaptation, a blend of strenuous work and rich cultural activity. See, on one hand, these people labored every day to secure food and shelter amidst the harsh Ice Age environment. And on the other, they created art, music, and social traditions that gave their lives meaning and cohesion. In their small bands, they nurtured children, they cared for the weak, they celebrated the good times, and they mourned the bad times. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Maybe humanity hasn't changed that much. But by examining all these little hints left behind, a little post hole here, a flint tool, or a bone needle underground over there, the charcoal from an ancient fire, we glimpse a world both alien in its conditions but familiar in its humanity. We see parents teaching offspring the lore of the land, families sharing warm meals and stories by firelight, and then the elders, too, passing down knowledge, albeit the elders would be in their mid-30s. Still counts in those days. We see ingenuity in the fate of adversity, tailored clothing to brave the glacial cold, symbolic paintings and figurines, revealing an impulse for creativity and spiritual thinking. These Ice Age hunter-gatherers laid the foundations of human culture, long before the advent of cities or farming. Maybe we'll get to that in a different video. Yeah, sure, the birth of agriculture. That could be a good one. Tell me what you think in the comments. I suppose in looking through this window to the past, we gain an appreciation for the resilience and resourcefulness of our ancestors. All these people we've talked about, there's a part of you that is made from them, a tiny little trace over tens of thousands of years. And isn't that fascinating? All of their daily routines, from the morning hunt to the evening storytelling, were the building blocks of human history. All those fundamental aspects of human life, cooperation, care, art, wonder at the world, they were all present. Through tens of thousands of years, they separate us from them, sure, but the people of the Paleolithic camp were truly humans in full. Flesh and blood, 2 arms, 2 legs, just like us, and they lived their lives with as much purpose as they could. And I think there's something special in that. Shows how our species has endured and flourished, and reminds us that the roots of family, community, and creativity run deep into the Ice Age. And, well, they're still with us in the modern times. After all, everyone still loves sitting around a fire telling stories. There's something very primal about it. The prehistoric world. Wild and untamed. No farms, no grocery stores. Just a wide-open landscape, but one that teems with all the animals and plants you could ever ask for. The survival of the prehistoric man hinges on knowing what you can eat and how to get it. So what did prehistoric people eat? Well, you might be thinking of cave dwellers, gnawing on mammoth bones around a campfire or gathering berries. Maybe there's a little bit of truth to it, maybe. But as usual, the reality is a bit more complex, but a lot more fascinating. So today we are going to talk about exactly that. What did prehistoric people eat? Now, we can't step into the shoes of our prehistoric ancestors because they didn't have any. But what we can do is look at archaeology. And luckily for us, there's plenty to talk about in terms of that research. So over the next hour, let's figure it out slowly. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Thank you to everybody supporting on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and the occasional donation, keeping everything ad-free. And before we begin, do a like and subscribe to help push us out in the algorithm more. That all being said and done, let's get to the topic at hand. Well, for more than 95% of the existence of our species, humans lived as hunter-gatherers. Pretty unrecognizable to our modern lifestyles, but certainly something we can replicate. Well, what it means was that all food was obtained from wild resources. We're talking hunting animals, fishing, gathering wild plants. It was a way of life that demanded deep understanding of the environment around them. Prehistoric Homo sapiens roamed in small bands, you see, and they had to move around with seasons and also animal migrations. What they ate depended on largely where and when they lived. In the grassland savannas of Africa, for example, early humans hunted antelope and zebra and collected edible roots and berries. In colder Ice Age Europe, however, groups tracked herds of reindeer and wild horses across the frozen steppe. Near coastal areas and rivers, people could catch fish and collect shellfish. Pretty much everywhere, they took advantage of whatever nature could offer up. But here's the crucial thing. Prehistoric people were omnivores, which basically means they could eat both plant and animal foods. This flexibility was a huge evolutionary advantage. Now, we're speaking, of course, in generalities when we talk about omnivorous societies. There are, of course, some societies, but let's just think about Inuits, for example, who pretty much eat 95% meat, especially in our modern day. It's a little bit different, but those societies, of course, would have no access to plant foods. In any case, caveats notwithstanding. Flexibility was a huge evolutionary advantage. The more different kinds of food types you could get, the more nutrients you get, and then the needle of evolution gets pushed into second gear. While earlier human relatives and some early Homo sapiens certainly specialized at time in big game hunting, our species was not tied to one narrow diet. Once again, it's all about what Mother Nature can yield up. What is there at the time? You get what you're given, essentially. When large prey was scarce or dangerous to hunt, and it often was, people could shift to smaller game or increase their gathering of plants. Archaeologists find evidence that as human populations slowly grew and spread out over the earth, our ancestors broadened their diet over time to include a greater variety. This broad-spectrum adaptation is clearly visible in the remains left at campsites. Not just bones of large animals, but also shells of tortoises, fish bones, bird bones, nuts, seeds, and more. It's all about being opportunistic, and opportunistic eaters they certainly were. By doing this, prehistoric humans managed to thrive in ecosystems from tropical rainforests all the way up to Arctic tundras. Understanding the ancient diet, it's a bit of detective work. Of course, any prehistory videos, we have to wrestle with the fact that, first of all, we have to find the things in terms of archaeological digs. But then we have to interpret them. And the real problems come with the interpretations. But fortunately for us, when we talk about things like diet, there's very clear evidence. We just mentioned the bones, the nuts, the seeds, and all of the rest. Of course, there's a few different things we have to think about, like the methods of hunting and all the rest, but we'll get to that a little bit later. In any case, there's no need to say that there's no written records from the Stone Age. We all know that. So it's all about the archaeological clues. Animal bones with cut marks from stone tools tell us what animals were hunted and butchered, and the cut marks is really what makes the difference. It's one thing to find animal bones, because animals, of course, die of natural causes like any other living being on this planet, but when we find cut marks, well, that's obvious evidence that thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years ago, there would have been a human being there, or something close to our human ancestor, butchering that animal. It tells quite a vivid story, just through those tiny little marks on the bone. Well, of course, charred plant remains, like seeds and nutshells found in ancient hearths, also reveal that plant foods were eaten, often accidentally preserved by burning. Pollen and phytoliths, that is, microscopic plant particles stuck in cave sediments, can indicate local edible plant life. And even residues on stone tools or calcified plaque on prehistoric human teeth, believe it or not, can contain starch grains or chemical signatures. And that's another way of offering direct evidence of foods consumed. Luckily for us, we've got all that modern scientific analysis to guide us through that. It gives insight to the long-term balance of meat versus plants in the diet. So, using all these methods, researchers have been reconstructing a picture of our ancestors' menu, piece by piece. One of the most important food sources for prehistoric peoples was, of course, meat. Hunting provided high-calorie nourishment in the form of animal proteins and fats, which were critical for survival, especially in the colder climates or the more lean seasons. Early Homo sapiens were skilled hunters of a wide variety of creatures. Let's look at Africa first. Our species likely hunted medium to large herbivores such as antelopes, gazelles, wild cattle, and even juvenile elephants. Going after the adult ones was a little bit more ambitious. We know this from fossil animal bones at sites like the Glaciers River in South Africa, where cut-marked bones show animals were butchered with stone tools. Once again, the best evidence we have of human interventions in animal deaths. In Ice Age Europe, Cro-Magnon people, that is the early modern humans, pursued great herds of the Ice Age, the reindeers, the horses, the bison, and yes, the mammoths. At a 45,000-year-old site in what is now Germany, for instance, chemical isotopic evidence from human bones suggests a heavy reliance on large game like reindeer, woolly rhinoceroses, and wild horses. A diet not unlike that of the Neanderthals who lived in Europe before and alongside Homo sapiens. These big animals proved not only meat, but provided not only meat, but also fat, i.e. marrow inside the bones, brain, organ meats, this kind of thing, which would have been highly valued. And of course, organs are a lot more nutrient-dense than they get credit for. Extremely good for you. Eating heart, liver, kidney, this kind of thing. It's nature's multivitamin, if we could put it that way. In fact, prehistoric hunters commonly cracked open the long bones of animals to scoop out the marrow, as seen from characteristic fracture patterns on bones at many sites. Sometimes they even pulverized broken bones and boiled them in water to extract the bone grease, essentially rendering fat to get every last calorie out of an animal. Hunting methods were diverse too, and they evolved over time. Early on, humans likely employed persistence hunting, that is, chasing prey until it was exhausted, or ambush tactics with spears. By the Upper Paleolithic, around 40,000 years ago and later, technological innovations like spear throwers and eventually bows allowed more effective killing of game at a distance. Sometimes prehistoric hunters specialized in particular prey when it was abundant. For example, in some parts of Ice Age Europe, seasonal camps show mass hunting of reindeer during migrations. In what is now Russia and the Ukraine, archaeologists have found remains of mammoth bone dwellings, evidence that people not only hunted dozens of mammoths but even built shelters out of their bones. It's really something to see. Look it up. I mean, you're not going to get a more sturdy foundation than the bones of a mammoth, aren't you? Perhaps not foundation, but you know what I mean. On the other hand, in areas where large game was rare or overhunted, humans showed adaptability by targeting smaller animals. Archaeological deposits from the Mediterranean around 20,000 years ago illustrate this shift. Earlier levels contain lots of slow-moving animals like land tortoises and shellfish, but later levels show an increase in faster, small game, things like rabbits and hares, this kind of thing. Now, what does this suggest? Effectively, it shows that populations grew, and, well, as they did, easy prey became less plentiful. People broadened their menu to include more of these smaller and quick breeding animals. Hunting a rabbit or a flock of wild birds, well, that doesn't really give you as much meat as a deer, perhaps. But it could be done more regularly. And, well, I suppose they're a little bit less threatening than a animal with antlers. So besides terrestrial animals, prehistoric folk did not overlook other animal foods. They caught birds when possible, perhaps trapping them or collecting eggs from nests. In some European cave sites, bones of waterfowl and game birds have turned up. Plenty of them, too, indicating our ancestors had a pretty varied palate. But even more surprising, there is evidence that Paleolithic humans sometimes consumed other humans, which is, well, far be it from me to judge people's dietary choices. Though it was likely quite rare, and often quite ritualized. Cut-marked and broken human bones at a site like Goff's Cave in England from around 15,000, 14,000 years ago show signs of cannibalism, including human skulls that were cleaned and shaped into cup-like containers. Researchers believe this may have been part of a mortuary ritual rather than an ordinary dietary practice. In any case, such grim findings remind us that food in prehistoric times could encompass almost anything organic in desperate times or symbolic contexts. But do remember, overall, regular meals came from the animal kingdom's other species, and not our own. Desperate times, desperate measures, I suppose. But let's look beyond the hunt on land. Prehistoric people also turned to rivers, lakes, and oceans as rich food sources. Seafood and fish were an important supplement to the diet wherever water bodies were accessible. In fact, one of the earliest broadenings of the human diet occurred on the coast. An astonishing discovery in South Africa revealed that as early as 164,000 years ago, Some of the first Homo sapiens expanded their diet to include marine foods. At Pinnacle Point, on the southern African coast, archaeologists found ancient sea snail and mussel shells in caves, indicating that these early humans foraged shellfish from tidal rocks and roasted them over fire. Now, this is the oldest known seafood dinner. It appears that harsh environmental conditions during an ice age may have brought about a drought and pushed people to the shore, where shellfish provided a reliable year-round food. And you've got to remember, too, the animals go to drink near the rivers as well, so being by bodies of water, well, you got the fish in the river and the animals coming to the river. Everybody wins, except the animals, of course. Well, along with shellfish, these coastal dwellers likely caught fish in shallow waters and collected edible seaweed and salt from evaporated pools. The inclusion of marine resources marks a significant innovation in human subsistence. And think about it too. The brain needs omega-3. It's the main thing that keeps the brain running, as far as I know. So having a lot more fish, well, that is going to push evolutionary development as well. In any case, the inclusion of marine resources marks a significant innovation in subsistence too. You see, shellfish might have been one of the last additions to the human diet before domesticated plants and animals were introduced, and it could have helped sustain communities when terrestrial foods were a little bit more scarce. Fishing technology in the Stone Age ranged from simple to surprisingly advanced. Early humans probably started by catching fish with their bare hands, spears, and simple barbed hooks made of bone or wood. By the Upper Paleolithic, however, people were making dedicated fishing tools. An exciting find from a cave on the island of Timor in Southeast Asia showed that humans were deep-sea fishing by around 42,000 years ago. In this cave, called Jerimali Cave, resources uncovered fish hooks carved from shell and nearly 39,000 fish bones. That's a lot, by the way. The fish remains included open ocean species like tuna, indicating these people were capable of offshore boating and sophisticated angling techniques. But just imagine for a moment the ingenuity required. Crafting a strong hook from a seashell, attaching it to a line made of plant fiber, and setting off in a dugout canoe or raft to catch fast-swimming tuna. This evidence suggests maritime skills far earlier than once assumed, don't you think? Our ancestors were certainly seafarers and skilled anglers tens of millennia before recorded history. Coastal groups, no doubt, also trapped fish in shallow tide pools, or used nets and baskets to scoop up schools in rivers. It's no wonder that evolutionary compulsion to go fishing is still there for quite a lot of people. There's something about it. I don't know, something relaxing. Anyway, even without boats, people living near lakes and rivers made excellent use of aquatic resources. At the Ohalo II site in Israel, dated to about 23,000 years ago, which sat on a lake shore, archaeologists found not only abundant plant remains, as we will talk about a little bit later, but also bones of fish and waterfowl in the camp debris. This shows that the late Paleolithic people had a broad diet including freshwater fish and birds, likely catching fish with spears or perhaps basket traps. In northern Europe's Mesolithic period, after the last ice age but before farming, many sites reveal massive shell middens, essentially ancient trash heaps filled with millions of oyster, clam, and mussel shells, along with, of course, all the fish bones. Now, these shell middens, found from Scandinavia to the Americas all the way to Japan, testify that post-glacial people heavily exploited coastal shellfish and, well, just normal fish as staple foods. Of course, seafood's not just fish and mollusks. In warmer regions, people gathered crabs, lobsters, and turtles from the water. Seabirds and their eggs were fair game on rocky islands. In some areas, even marine mammals could be hunted. For instance, native peoples in the Arctic, much later in prehistory, by the way, specialized in catching seals and small whales. While such maritime hunting reached its peak in relatively recent prehistoric times, etc. by the Arctic cultures, the roots of eating from the sea go deep into the human story. By the end of the Paleolithic, humans on many coasts were adept at both fishing and shellfishing. This blue diet, as it is called, provided protein, oils, and important nutrients like iodine, likely improving health and, well, as we mentioned before, probably brain function. In any case, it's quite intriguing to think that the surf and turf diet we enjoy today has such ancient origins. You should at least have fish, I think, twice a week. Salmon is my favorite because you can get it filleted so it doesn't have any bones. I hate the bones. I don't want to have to be careful while I'm eating, you know what I mean? Yeah, anyway. Of course, hunting and fishing might capture the imagination, but gathering plant foods was just as important, if not more so. You see, wild plants provided carbohydrates, fiber, vitamins, and minerals that meat alone could not supply. Sometimes it's about the micronutrients as well, you know. Handful of blueberries before the gym, remember that? Bit of a tip from me. Of course, our ancestors were certainly foraging experts, able to identify and exploit a vast range of edible plants. Fruits, berries, leafy greens, nuts, seeds, root vegetables, and more. Now, in tropical Africa, early humans could pick wild fruits and berries nearly all year around. In more seasonal climates, people knew when and where to find nutritious plant foods, whether it was digging up wild yams and other root vegetables, collecting acorns and walnuts in the autumn, or just gathering the wild greens in the spring. One challenge is that plant remains decompose far more easily than bones. I mean, they're biodegradable, right? Especially when you're looking at tens of thousands of years. So the archaeological record of plant foods is pretty sparse. But don't worry. That doesn't mean that we don't have anything. We've got some pretty remarkable discoveries that have shown the importance of plants in the prehistoric diet. For example, grinding stones found in caves in Mozambique provided a startling revelation. As early as 100,000 years ago, humans were harvesting and consuming wild grass seeds. Researchers identified residues of sorghum grass on these ancient stone tools, indicating that Middle Stone Age people collected grains and likely pounded them into flour or meal. This pushes back the timeline of humans eating grains by tens of thousands of years, challenging the old assumption that Paleolithic people never ate them at all. Well, that idea's out the window now, isn't it? And indeed, far from being strictly carnivorous, our Stone Age ancestors seem to have included a variety of starch-rich plants in their diet, when they were available, that is. Direct evidence of plant consumption also comes from the microscopic analysis of ancient teeth. A famous study examined dental calculus, that is, hardened plaque that we mentioned, on the teeth of Neanderthals and early modern humans. Trapped in that fossilized tartar were tiny starch grains and phytoliths from plants, proving that these individuals ate things like wild barley, legumes, and root vegetables, some of which had been cooked. You can tell that from the chemical profiles of these plants changing after being cooked. Well, if even Neanderthals were boiling or roasting starchy plants like roots or grains, then certainly Homo sapiens were doing it as well. It's not a huge jump of the imagination to make that conclusion. In fact, A discovery at the Clasus River Cave in South Africa confirmed that early modern humans were roasting root vegetables over fires 120,000 years ago. Fragments of charred plant tissue in ancient hearths show that these people regularly cooked starchy wild root vegetables, which would have been akin to wild yams or potatoes of the time, just quite unrecognizable to our modern varieties. According to the scientists, these early humans were ecological geniuses for their ability to find and process such carbohydrates year-round. They likely balanced these carb-rich foods with proteins and fats from shellfish, fish, small and large fauna, achieving a remarkably diverse diet as early as the Middle Stone Age. Later in the Paleolithic, especially by around 20 to 15,000 years ago, the gathering of plant foods reached new heights of intensity and innovation. Let's go back to Ohalo II in Israel, the 23,000-year-old campsite preserved by the Sea of Galilee. Archaeologists uncovered a virtual time capsule of a hunter-gatherer pantry of sorts. Thanks to exceptional preservation, they found tens of thousands of charred seeds and plant remains. Analysis revealed that wild grass seeds, including ancestral varieties of wheat and barley, were staple foods. The people of Ohalo II gathered an astonishing variety of wild cereals and small-grained grasses, as well as nuts and fruits such as acorns, almonds, pistachios, olives, figs, grapes, and wild raspberries. There is evidence, too, that they ground some of these seeds into flour using grinding stones, and then possibly baked flatbread or cakes on the hot stones of their hearth. Now, indeed, a recent discovery from a slightly later site in Jordan found the oldest remains of bread, a charred, cracker-like flatbread made by hunter-gatherers around 14,400 years ago. Long before formal agriculture, that's for sure. All this tells us that late Paleolithic people were highly knowledgeable about edible plants and invested significant efforts into gathering and processing them. They even collected so-called secondary foods, plants that are more labor-intensive to harvest or yield less energy. At Ohalo, too, for instance, many tiny wild grass seeds, far smaller than wheat grains, were found. These seeds were so small that enormous numbers had to be gathered to be husked gathered and husked to be worthwhile. But people seem to have been doing it anyway. Somehow it's worth the trouble. Likely because other resources were seasonally scarce. Once again, the old rule is you get what you're given. This broad-spectrum plant use was a key precursor to the agricultural revolution that would come a millennium later, a topic for another time. We should not forget, though, that other gathered foods seldom leave traces. Prehistoric people surely ate a variety of leafy greens, shoots, and mushrooms whenever they could find them. They also had a sweet tooth. Honey was probably a prized treat, though it leaves no direct record. We have indirect clues, though, such as an 8,000-year-old cave painting in Spain showing a person climbing a ladder to raid a wild beehive. Quite brave, but proof that by Mesolithic times humans were actively seeking honey. It's easy to imagine that long before that, opportunistic foragers took honey from hives whenever they could endure the stings. Honey provided pure sugar energy and was likely an important food for some groups. Many modern hunter-gatherers, like the Hadza of Tanzania, and I do believe that is pronounced, I was told by a Kenyan, by the way, but Tanzania, whatever, consider honey a favorite food. Additionally, people probably ate insects and grubs, an often overlooked part of the prehistoric diet, that is. In environments like African savannas or tropical forests, insects such as termites, caterpillars, and grasshoppers are abundant. And, well, I know you eat with your eyes first, but in terms of nutrition, they're quite rich in protein and fat. It just depends how brave you are. While direct archaeological evidence is scarce, it is plausible that Paleolithic children and adults alike gathered insect larvae or roasted grasshoppers as snacks. Ethnographic studies show many foraging cultures relish insect foods. So our ancestors likely did the same when the opportunity arose. And hey, let's not look down on it. There's plenty of cultures around the world who still eat insects. Don't knock it till you try it. Crickets are not bad, although I've not been brave enough to try tarantulas yet. We shall see what the future holds. Interestingly, scientists have even found chemical traces of medicinal herbs in prehistoric remains. For example, Neanderthal teeth from 50,000 years ago contained residues of plants like chamomile and yarrow, which have minimal nutritional value, sure, but could have been used to self-medicate or add flavor. Early Homo sapiens surely possessed a bit of knowledge about healing plants in their environment. They must have. It just comes with the territory. The controlled use of fire, which predates Homo sapiens but was fully mastered by them, revolutionized diet in the prehistoric world. We did a video about it too. I think I put it out before this one. It should have been. Anyway, cooking was arguably one of humanity's most important inventions regarding food, if we're going to put it into the category of inventions or innovations, whatever you want to take it. By applying heat to food, prehistoric people made tough roots and raw meats far more digestible. You ever tried to eat a raw potato? Not pleasant. They also killed dangerous parasites and bacteria, and unlocked additional calories. The anthropologist Richard Wrangham has even suggested that cooking substantially boosted their calories that humans could obtain, supporting the growth of larger brains and better brain function. Whether or not cooking literally made us human, it certainly expanded the menu. Foods that are toxic or inedible raw can become edible after cooking. For instance, many of the wild root vegetables and beans contain toxins or indigestible starches that heat can neutralize. The discoveries at the Classius River of cooked starches at 120,000 years ago demonstrate that early Homo sapiens were adept at using fire to detoxify and soften plant foods. Likewise, charred bone fragments from countless sites show that roasting meat over an open flame was commonplace. So, what were the methods of cooking in prehistory? Roasting over direct fire or coals was probably the earliest, and the simplest. It just makes sense that that's where it would start. Skewering meat on sticks or laying pieces on hot embers. Campfire cooking would have imparted a smoky flavor and made meat a bit easier to chew. Underground pit cooking is another ancient technique. You basically dig a pit, line it with hot stones and coals, wrap the food in leaves, and cover it to bake slowly. This method is great for root vegetables and large chunks of meat that would leave few traces, aside from arrangements of fire-cracked rocks in the ground. Archaeologists have identified what appear to be earth oven features in some Upper Paleolithic and Mesolithic sites, suggesting this was, well, it was in use quite a bit. Boiling food in water was a little bit trickier until pottery came around, which only appeared near the end of the Paleolithic. But it wasn't impossible. You see, people could boil water by dropping hot rocks into a wooden bowl, animal hide, or even a pit, a technique known as stone boiling. A little bit tricky, but it works. Just don't pick up the stones with your hands. Rookie mistake. Though we lack direct evidence of stone boiling from the Paleolithic era, early modern humans likely figured it out by the time they had durable containers. The very presence of cooked food, residues in dental plaque or on tools, tells us that by the time of the late prehistoric humans, a lot of their food was processed in some way. They were not eating everything raw. Cooking not only improves nutrition, but also taste. And it may have had social effects too. The campfire meal was a daily gathering ritual, strengthening the social bonds. We can imagine an evening in a Paleolithic campsite, a fire crackling, the hunters and the gatherers of the day returning with their haul. Someone roasts meat on a spit, perhaps, while others wrap root vegetables in leaves and bake them in the ashes. A woven basket of wild nuts and fruits is passed around. Scenes like that, minus perhaps the romantic simplicity, forgive me for that, were played out on countless times in human history. Importantly, cooking would allow mixtures of ingredients too, essentially the first recipes. For example, evidence from residues suggests that people sometimes combined plants together. There are hints that Neanderthals, for example, cooked a kind of porridge of wild grains and water lily root vegetables. While we don't know any specific recipes from the Stone Age, obviously, it's likely that prehistoric people experimented with different food combinations, seasonings, like adding wild herbs, and methods like roasting, smoking, and drying, just trying to make the food a little bit more palatable and last a bit longer. But the overarching theme of the prehistoric diet is indeed diversity. There wasn't a single universal menu. People just adapted to the local environment. So let's consider a few different biomes, different environmental settings, and how early humans managed to scratch a living out of each of them. Let's start with the Arctic tundra in the frigid north, like, Siberia or Beringia during the Ice Age. Plant foods were scarce for much of the year. Human groups here depended heavily on fatty meat. They hunted megafauna like mammoths, woolly rhinoceroses, and reindeer, and later on species such as caribou, bison, and seals. The high protein and fat content of these animals provided essential calories in cold conditions. For example, at the Yana site in Arctic Siberia around 30,000 years ago, archaeologists found evidence of mammoth and rhinoceros hunting. Hunters in these regions likely prized the fattest parts of animals, hump fat, marrow, organs, because in extremely cold climates, humans need quite a bit of calories. Now, here's the thing, the cold does hit you pretty hard, and especially if you're shivering, the act of shivering burns a lot of calories. One of the reasons why, the cold really gets you more than anything else. And there's a reason why you sleep better in the cold, I think, too. Anyway. They may have also cached meat by freezing it in permafrost under snow. Bit of a clever use of the natural environment, creating ancient meat lockers. Plant foods, while not plentiful, were not entirely absent. In short summers, people could gather berries or edible shoots. They might have dug up starchy roots during the brief thaws, but overall, Arctic hunter-gatherers had a diet skewed towards meat. Interestingly, isotopic analysis of human remains from the European Ice Age often shows very high levels of nitrogen, consistent with top-level carnivores. Some individuals appear to have gotten as much protein from meat as do polar foxes or wolves. Now, this tells us just how meat-centric some of their diets were, as I don't think you see many wolves gathering berries to eat. Now, in more temperate zones, like Europe or North America in the late Paleolithic, people enjoyed a mix of big game hunting and broad-spectrum foraging. They hunted red deer, horses, wild cattle, boar, and other medium-sized game. In North America, for example, the earliest hunter-gatherers around 13,000 years ago famously hunted mammoths and mastodons, using large fluted spear points in what is known as the Clovis culture. Archaeologists have found these distinctive points alongside the bones of mammoths at several kill sites, confirming that Paleo-Indians took down these giant beasts. Now, these Paleo-Indians, like their Eurasian counterparts, also hunted bison and deer. Meanwhile, they had access to diverse plant foods in different seasons. In forested areas, nuts could be abundant in autumn. Archaeological sites in Europe from the Mesolithic period show large collections of charred hazelnut shells, indicating nuts were a major food that could even be stored. On open plains, roots and other vegetables could be dug up. Many grassland plants have edible bulbs too. Groups like the Paleolithic inhabitants of what is now California, for instance, relied heavily on acorn processing. That is, grinding acorns into flour after leaching out the bitter tannins. Rivers and lakes in these zones were sources of fish, waterfowl, and freshwater mussels. So a camp in a temperate region, around 15,000 years ago, might have dined on venison stew one day, fish and wild greens the next, and roasted hazelnuts and berries as a snack. The key is flexibility. If herds moved away or a hunting trip failed, there were always plant foods or smaller game to fall back on. The next biome we need to look at is more tropical areas like rainforests. See, for a long time, scientists assumed dense jungles were overwhelming and unwelcoming to early humans. Too many big animals, too many poisonous plants, and, well, little insects that can bite bare feet. But recent evidence has shattered that view. Homo sapiens were living in rainforests like those in Sri Lanka by 45,000 years ago, and thriving on what the jungle provided. In the lush forests, they focused on small game hidden in the canopy. Notable among them is monkeys and tree squirrels. Excavations at Phahien Lena cave in Sri Lanka show an abundance of monkey bones with cut marks, indicating that these primates were systematically hunted. The hunters even crafted specialized bone tools from the monkey bones, possibly as arrow points or spear barbs to target these quick animals in the trees. To catch arboreal prey, early rainforest dwellers likely developed bows or blowguns with poison-tipped darts, and had deep knowledge of animal behavior in thick foliage. Besides meat, tropical foragers took full advantage of plant foods, wild fruits like figs, palm fruits, and berries, edible shoots and palms, and plenty of wild yams or other root vegetables in the forest undergrowth. They might have also gathered bird eggs, snails, and protein-rich insects from the forest floor. Rainforest plants can be tricky. Many have chemical defenses. But the fact that people live there implies they figured out which plants were edible or medicinal. Not only did the humans in this part of Sri Lanka clearly excel at using the resources of the rainforest environment, they also managed to do so without exterminating the local small mammals. All of the monkey and squirrel species they hunted, well, they still live in the region today. That's a testament to their survival. The success of humans in such diverse habitats speaks to our species' ecological versatility. From jungles to deserts, the Homo sapiens made almost every environment their own little kitchen. Now, we did touch on coastal diets already, heavy on seafood, but it is worth noting how island populations adapted. When humans reached Australia, by at least 45,000 to 50,000 years ago, they encountered a continent of strange megafauna. Giant kangaroos, huge flightless birds, and wombat-like dipterodons. Evidence suggests that the first Australians hunted some of these large creatures, possibly contributing to their extinction. For example, burned eggshells of a giant bird dating to 45,000 years ago have been found. In that instant, people collected and cooked these massive eggs for food. Over time, as the megafauna vanished, Aboriginal Australians relied on a combination of hunting smaller game like kangaroos, wallabies, and lizards, and intensive plant foraging. They used fire to modify the landscape, a practice called fire stick farming, burning patches of bush to promote fresh plant growth that attracted game and made travel easier. Many desert and outback plants, like wild grass seeds, acacia seeds, and yam-like roots, became staples, which they ground into flour, or just ate roasted. On Pacific Islands and in Southeast Asia, early seafarers were not only fishing but also harvesting wild root vegetables, fruits, and coconuts when available. Each island's ecology dictated their diet. For instance, on some smaller islands, without large land animals, people's protein came mostly from fish, shellfish, and seabirds. Whereas on larger islands, they might hunt indigenous mammals or large lizards. The key point is that prehistoric diets varied tremendously by the locale. Wherever humans went, they applied their inventiveness to exploit the local flora and fauna, quickly learning the quirks of each little ecosystem. So as these examples show, prehistoric diets were certainly a dynamic interaction between human ingenuity and the offerings of the environment. If a habitat had large herd animals, people became master hunters. If it was rich in plant life, they became expert foragers. Most often it was a mix of both. Thus, adaptability ensured that by the end of the Paleolithic, roughly 10,000 years ago, our species had successfully spread to every inhabited continent, from the Arctic Circle to the tip of South America. Each group nourished by a unique combination of wild foods. The astonishing fact is that all of this happened without agriculture. It was accomplished through wild resources and good old human knowledge. Around the end of the last ice age, roughly 11 to 10,000 years ago, a fundamental shift in diet and lifestyle began in multiple parts of the world, and this was the advent of agriculture. Some prehistoric people started to cultivate plants and domesticate animals, gradually moving away from pure foraging. Though we say very gradually, old habits die hard. This was called the Neolithic Revolution, and it transformed human diets in ways that are still with us today. But it is important to note that this transition was gradual and quite piecemeal. There was no flick of the switch, no one coming out to the campfire in the evening and say, "Guess what, everybody? Our lives are changed." It doesn't really happen like that. You see, for thousands of years, farming practices coexisted with traditional hunting and gathering, and the diet of early farmers was not entirely alien to their forager ancestors. It was often based on wild foods that were slowly domesticated and produced in greater quantities. But here's the question. Why bother? Why turn to farming at all? Wasn't it fine the way it was before? I mean, people were surviving. People had the lakes, the rivers, the game animals, they had their foraging. So why even bother changing? Well, here's one reason. And it could be climate change. You see, the Ice Age, well, that had to end. Climates became warmer. Things became a lot more stable. And wild game like reindeer and mammoths earlier went extinct or migrated north, perhaps. Meanwhile, certain wild plants like cereals in the Near East grew abundantly in the new climate. Humans had already been harvesting wheat and barley for 1,000 years in the wild at least. Well, thousands of years, rather. Eventually, they began intentionally planting and cultivating these grains. The earliest evidence of plant domestication comes from sites in the Fertile Crescent, around 10,000 to 9,000 BCE, where wild einkorn wheat, emmer wheat, and barley were grown and gradually bred for better yields. Similarly, in China around 8,000 BCE, people were domesticating rice and millet. In the Americas, squash and maize, that is corn, by the way, were gradually cultivated from wild ancestors, maize from a grass called teosinte. The diet of these first farmers became centered on these starch-rich cereal grains and root vegetables. Instead of dozens of wild plant species, agriculturalists focused on a few staple crops that could feed more people per unit of land. Domesticating animals also changed the menu. Hunters became herders of goats, sheep, pigs, and cattle, initially in Eurasia, that is, and later animals like chickens and guinea pigs were domesticated elsewhere. This meant a more regular supply of meat when needed, but also few new foods coming in and, things like milk and different dairy products, different processing techniques. The first evidence of dairy use appears after animals were domesticated. Traces of milk fats have been detected on pottery shards from around 7 to 6000 BCE in Europe and the Near East. Fresh milk would have been indigestible to most adults at first, since adult lactose tolerance was not yet common, but people likely fermented milk into yogurt or cheese, creating a whole new category of foods. Over generations, genetic adaptation for lactose tolerance spread in some populations, indicating milk became an important resource for those early pastoralists. So how did these changes affect health and nutrition? The shift to farming was a double-edged sword. We can say that. You see, on one hand, agriculture could produce more food from a given land area, supporting greater populations. And that's a good thing. A farming family could store grain to survive lean seasons, something hunter-gatherers struggled to do. Not beyond drying meat or storing nuts, that is. Their options were still quite limited. However, here's the thing. The early farmers' diets were often less diverse and less balanced than those of the foragers. Relying heavily on a single staple crop could lead to nutritional deficiencies. For example, diets based mostly on grain might lack certain essential nutrients or protein variety. Archaeologists have observed clear signs in skeletal remains that overall health declined in the early agricultural societies compared to their hunter-gatherer predecessors. Early farmers were shorter in stature, had more dental cavities and enamel wear from the high starch and grit of stone-ground flour, and they showed more evidence of anemia and infectious diseases. One famous bioarchaeological observation described the dawn of agriculture as a true double-edged sword, allowing population growth but at the cost of increased disease load and nutritional stress. The skeletons of late Stone Age farmers frequently show spinal joint degeneration from hard labor, and leg bone changes consistent with a more arduous sedentary life compared to the mobile foragers of earlier times. May we just be reminded that exercise is quite important. Yet farming took hold and spread nearly worldwide, and that was because its advantages were truly undeniable. The weight of the good things was certainly outweighing the bad things. A stable food surplus meant that not everyone had to focus on food acquisition each day. And with all this free time, it allowed for specialization of labor, the growth of villages, and eventually, civilizations. The late prehistoric and early historic peoples saw the invention of entirely new food products and culinary practices. People learned to brew alcohol from grains and fruits. The earliest beer and wine appear over 9,000 years ago. They invented ovens to bake bread, and pottery to stew foods and make soups and porridges. Condiments like salt, which farmers could mine or trade for, started to season diets that were heavy in bland grains. Over time, the farming diet became rich in processed foods, beer, bread, porridge, dairy, etc. And by the Bronze Age and the Iron Age, still part of prehistory in many regions, by the way, written records and art begin to appear. Well, that shows feasts with bread and beer, meat stews, and cultivated fruit. Now, that's a far cry from the simple wild fare of the Paleolithic. But it's also key to recognize that not all human groups adopted agriculture. Some remained foragers into recent times, and a few even to this day. For instance, in parts of sub-Saharan Africa, Australia, Southeast Asia, and the Arctic, hunting and gathering continued well after farming emerged elsewhere, either because the environment did not suit crops, or because the peoples had successful lifestyles anyway without farming, and there was just, well, no need to change. These groups show that the hunter-gatherer diet was not really inferior. In fact, many anthropologists note that foragers often had more leisure time and a more varied diet than the early farmers. Nonetheless, the global trend in prehistory, especially from around 10 to 5,000 years ago, was the gradual spread of agriculture, which forever altered what people ate. So just to close up, you might ask, is there something that we modern people can learn from what the prehistoric people ate? Well, for one, the diversity of the diet is quite notable. Whereas a modern individual might rely on a handful of domesticated staples, wheat, rice, corn, potatoes, etc., prehistoric foragers ate dozens upon dozens of wild species, and that likely gave them a broad spectrum of micronutrients and kept them metabolically flexible. It also meant they were less vulnerable to any one crop failing. But here's another point, and that is that their diet was unprocessed. Aside from cooking or pounding foods, everything was free of modern additives or refined sugars. And that's what's really making us sick in the modern day. But be careful. Don't idealize it too much. The Paleolithic diet is not a gold standard for health, as some paleo diet enthusiasts put it across as. I mean, it's certainly a step up from a lot of modern diets, but I suppose there is no one-size-fits-all when it comes to health. Prehistoric people faced periods of scarcity and hunger. Their average lifespans were much shorter than ours, due to many factors including accidents, disease, the lack of modern medicine. And moreover, there was no single Paleolithic diet. If we're talking about Paleolithic in general, it's like, well, Paleolithic where? Because some people were eating, well, I don't know, maybe 95% meat and animal products. I mean, if you're up there in the tundras of the north, your paleo diet all of a sudden becomes a carnivore diet, doesn't it? And if you're living, well, by a riverside and everything, you're fundamentally pescatarian, meaning, based on fish. So once again, no one size fits all. I think we can end our little journey into this with a sense of admiration for the resourcefulness of our forebears, don't you think? Understanding what they ate, I think, is probably not the most exciting of stories. We don't have these, we're not pulling swords out of the ground or learning about battles and kings and all the rest, We're a little bit too early for that. But the more than we can understand about our human condition, the better. After all, there's no harm in gaining more knowledge. Anyway, thank you very much for listening. We are at the end of our video for today. Unless you want to go watch another one, you are welcome to. I have been your host. Thank you for joining me. If you want to support on Patreon or the memberships or give a donation, whatever you want to do, links are in the pinned comment and description. And give it a like, subscribe, and comment before you go for the algorithm. Anyway, thank you so much. We will roll the credits now for the top supporters. See you next time. Goodbye. There are a few checkpoints in the story of human ingenuity, and if there is one thing that stands as a symbol so fundamental that it is almost synonymous with invention itself, it is the wheel. Yet, for all of the wheel's fame, if one were to ask who actually invented it, you would likely be met with an uneasy silence. We simply do not know. The wheel's not like a telephone or a light bulb. The wheel has no singular known inventor. It emerges from the mysteries of prehistory but it leaves us with a few questions. Who really came up with it? And how did this simple yet revolutionary idea change the world that it rolled through? It's a really good question, if I do say so. And that's what we're here to discuss today. Who invented the wheel? And ultimately, how the wheel affected society. In any case, welcome to the channel, everyone. I'm your host. Thank you to those supporting on Patreon and YouTube memberships, also the merch store and donations, keeping everything ad-free, completely uninterrupted. And also thank you to those who take the second or two to leave a comment, subscribe, and click the like button. Really helps us in the algorithm, and we would really appreciate it. Anyway, let's roll on, shall we? Now, I did speak of that uneasy silence when we asked that question. Well, let's try and break it a little bit. For many years at least, scholars credited ancient Mesopotamia, around 3500 BCE, as the birthplace of the wheel. And indeed, early pictographs from the Sumerian city of Uruk, around 3300 BCE, show crude wagons, and that hints that wheels were already in use. But hold your horses. Archaeology comes in to say its piece. New findings reveal a lot more of a complex and elusive origin story. Recent archaeological discoveries have upended the traditional view, and if we all know archaeology, it will continue to do so. You see, evidence for wheeled vehicles has emerged in multiple places, and nearly simultaneously during the late Neolithic period. For instance, in a farming village in what is now Poland, archaeologists have uncovered something quite remarkable, an artifact known as the Bronzy spot. This clay vessel, dated to around 3400 BCE, bears a simple incised illustration, and it appears to depict a four-wheeled wagon. Now, this is one of the earliest unmistakable images of a wheeled vehicle anywhere in the world. Meanwhile, far east to Ukraine, a wheeled ceramic bull figurine from around 3700 BCE, maybe a child's toy, shows that people had imagined animal-drawn wagons at that early date. Such discoveries certainly fuel a lively debate among scholars. Was the wheel invented in one place and then spread? Or did the need for it just have different cultures come up with it out of necessity? The truth may never fully be known. After all, people weren't writing their names on the wheels. At least we haven't found any yet. Well, experts do lean toward the idea of parallel invention. Wherever the need arises for something, people are generally going to find a solution. This is why in some parts of the world, they didn't really have wheels because, well, there was just no need for them. They were impractical. In any case, maybe we'll talk about that later. I won't go on about that. But the late Neolithic was a period of rapid innovation across Eurasia, all the way from metallurgy to proto-writing, and it seems that the concept of the wheel was in the air, so to speak, in multiple regions. Archaeologists have found one of the oldest wooden wheels, still actually attached to its axle, by the way, in a Slovenian marsh, and they radiocarbon dated it to around 3100 BCE. Over in northern Germany, a pair of parallel wheel ruts pressed into ancient clay have yielded a similar date. From the middle of the 4th millennium onward, the evidence for wheels becomes widespread across Europe and the Near East. In Mesopotamia, crude depictions of wheeled wagons on clay tablets from Uruk, i.e. the Sumerian civilization, are dated to roughly 3300 to 3200 BCE. And in the second half of that millennium, evidence of wheeled vehicles appeared almost simultaneously in the Caucasus and Eastern Europe, etc. The Maykop and Tepelian cultures. All this evidence points to a broad horizon of innovation, spanning roughly 500 years between 3500 and 3000 BCE, during which the wheel and axle concept emerged in human societies. There was no single workshop, no inventor's blueprint that gave us the wheel. Instead, it seems pretty obvious, like a case of convergent genius. Different communities, facing similar needs and equipped with similar skills, coming up with variations of the same brilliant idea around the same time. The mystery, then, is not whether the wheel was invented, it clearly was, but exactly when, where, and roughly by whom. On those details, prehistory is going to keep its secrets. We have no ancient diary entry to credit a lone inventor. Instead, we have a patchwork of clues. A drawing on a pot, a toy in a grave, an old wheel preserved in a bog, parallel lines in fossilized mud. By carefully piecing these clues together, we have to try to sketch a general answer to a rather elusive question. So, next let's narrow the focus down a little bit to specific regions and cultures, and we'll see how this breakthrough took shape and what uses the earliest wheels were put to. But if we're going to sing the wheel's praises and say how the world was after the wheel, it's probably a good idea to appreciate what the world was like before it. You see, for thousands of years after the advent of agriculture, humans lived, built, and traveled without wheels. Early farming societies managed to transport goods and people using other means. Heavy loads were dragged on sledges or travois, rolled on logs, used as rollers, or simply just carried by human and animal muscle. Waterways were crucial corridors for transport as well. Well, they still are. And this is long before wagons were rattling over land. People were moving bulk goods on rafts and boats along rivers. It is remarkable to consider that even the Great Pyramid of Giza, circa 2500 BCE, was built without wheels. Its massive stone blocks were hauled by sledges and manpower, since Old Kingdom Egyptians had not yet adopted wheeled transport. In fact, many early civilizations achieved monumental projects with ingenious techniques that predate the wheel. So then there's another question. Why exactly did it take so long for this seemingly obvious invention to appear? The delay was not for lack of intelligence. Don't mix it up. Mainly because a wheeled vehicle is a complex solution and it requires several preconditions to be met. Archaeologists have identified a few essential ingredients that make the wheel and axle practical. First of all, draft animals. There must be a strong domesticated animal to pull a wheeled vehicle. Oxen were the primary draft beasts in early Eurasia. Horses came into play later. So without such beasts of burden, a heavy cart offers pretty little advantage, especially over a sledge dragged by humans. Next, we have the carpentry and tools aspect. People need the skill and tools to shape and join wood with precision. Constructing a reliable wheel and axle requires considerable woodworking know-how. You gotta create smooth, round shapes with sturdy joints, and the right tools for cutting and drilling. Next, materials. Wheels also require suitable raw materials, especially large timber. And early wheels were often cut from solid wooden planks or tree trunks. A community in a treeless region would struggle to find enough wood for wheels and axles. Next, we have the environment. That has to allow wheeled travel. On flat, open landscapes like plains or gentle valleys, carts can roll quite easily. But in dense jungles, steep mountains, or wetlands, or sand, that is,
wheels bogged down without roads. A culture in such terrain would find very little benefit in inventing carts, and therefore just wouldn't bother with them. If any one of these factors is absent, the incentive to invent or adopt the wheel completely diminishes. One telling example is pre-Columbian America. Now, despite their large cities and impressive roads, the civilizations of Mesoamerica and the Andes never employed wheel-based transport. This was not due to lack of imagination. Indeed, as we'll discuss, they did make wheeled toys. Rather, the Americas lacked a few of the preconditions. They had no suitable draft animals, no horses, oxen, or donkeys, until the Europeans showed up and brought them, and much of their terrain was mountainous or forested. In such conditions, sledges, human porters, and pack animals like llamas sufficed for moving goods. For millennia, humans thus got by without the wheel. But as villages grew into towns and trade networks expanded, the limitations of sledges and muscle power began to become a little stressed. So the stage was set, in more than one corner of the world, for a revolutionary breakthrough. All it would take was the right combination of resources, need, and ingenuity for someone to ask, what if we just put it on something that rolls? So, let's see how and where that pivotal leap might have happened. Interestingly, the very first use of the wheel might not have been for transportation at all, but for pottery. The invention of the potter's wheel, a rotating platform on which clay could be spun and shaped, appears to slightly precede or at least coincide with the earliest wheeled carts. In Mesopotamia, potters were using turntables or slow-spinning wheels by the late 4th millennium, around 3500 to 3300 BCE. This simple device allowed for more uniform and faster production of pottery, revolutionizing what had become a fundamental craft. There is evidence that some form of potter's wheel was independently developed in Eastern Europe as well. A fragment of a rotating device found in present-day Ukraine, belonging to the Gobekli Tepe culture, has been dated to around the 5th millennium BCE, suggesting that a primitive potter's wheel or turntable was in use there long before wheel-based transport appears. Now, when it comes to wheeled transport, the archaeological record offers a few precious glimpses of those first carts and wagons. We should picture these early vehicles not as elegant chariots, but rather just sturdy farm carts, essentially wooden platforms riding on wooden wheels. Fred Flintstone sort of stuff. The wheels themselves were usually solid discs of wood. Some were made from a single cross-section of a tree trunk, while others were built from planks fitted together and clamped with wooden pegs. A hole in the center of the wheel would accept an axle, and that axle could then be attached to the cart's frame. One notable early find is the Ljubljana Marshal's wheel, discovered in a Slovenian peat bog. This wooden wheel, found intact with its axle, has been dated to around 3100 BCE. Now, it's about 70 centimeters in diameter and made primarily of ash wood with a square-cut hole for the yoke axle, which was fixed in place with wooden wedges. The design here suggests that the wheel and axle rotated together as a unit. The axle turned in the cart's framework when the cart moved, rather than the wheel spinning independently on a fixed axle. Indeed, early wheels seem to have come in two design philosophies. In some cases, the wheels were locked to the axle, and everything rotated together, much like the modern train wheels fixed on an axle, whereas in other cases the wheels could spin freely on a stationary axle. Each approach had its own advantage. A free-spinning wheel on a fixed axle reduces friction and makes turning the cart easier, but it requires a more complex hub and lubrication to work smoothly. A wheel and axle that turn together are mechanically simpler to build. but it creates more drag and makes steering a pretty difficult affair. Archaeological evidence indicates that by around 3000 BCE, people had invented both methods. And in the Alps and Danube regions of Europe, for example, remains of wagons showed that some had rotating axles and fixed wheels, while others had fixed axles and wheels that turned upon them. Humanity's first wheels, it seems, were not a one-size-fits-all design, but rather a concept, one that could be realized in multiple ways. Now, imagine one of these proto-carts in action, a sturdy wooden platform with perhaps a wicker or plank sliding mounted on two axles, each holding a pair of solid wooden wheels. Is drawn by a team of plodding oxen hitched to the cart with a wooden yoke. On a dirt track across the plain, this ox cart would have moved slowly but steadily, capable of carrying a much heavier load than people could manage by themselves. A cart like this could hold sacks of grain, jugs of water, stacks of mud bricks, or an entire family's possessions. For early agrarian communities, that was a game changer. Even at a pace of only a few miles an hour, an ox-drawn wagon dramatically increased how far and how much one could transport in a day. In short, the first wheeled vehicles of the late Neolithic ushered in a quiet revolution in mobility and transport capacity. The invention of wheeled carts, though, did not happen in a vacuum, is likely built on simpler machines from earlier times, and of course plenty of observation, trial and error. Some historians speculate that people who used log rollers to move heavy loads, a practice employed in construction long before wheels, might have conceived the wheel and axle by observing the rolling motion. And indeed, just a little personal aside, when I was renovating a house with my father, which was fantastic, by the way, go renovate a house with your dad, you'll never forget it. We found a gun safe in the back shed, and it was extremely heavy. We had no idea how we were going to get it from the back shed all the way up to the front where the trailer was, so we could take it away, and for different reasons, we couldn't bring the trailer up. Anyway, so we came up with an idea of getting a few of the PVC pipes we were using for plumbing, putting them underneath. Now, I would push from behind, push the safe, when it was laid down, and it would roll along the pipes, and my dad would go and pick up one of the pipes, put it in front, and we would just keep switching the back pipes to the front, and it became quite simple. This is pretty much the way that people were working things out back in the prehistoric days. Trial and error, and then thinking afterwards, hey, that worked. In any case, it's just a modern real-world example. Now back to where we were. Others point to the potter's wheel as an inspiration. Once you have a platform that spins, it's a small imaginative leap to envision it turned sideways and placed under a load. Now, whatever the cognitive steps, by roughly 3000 BCE, the wheel was a reality in several parts of the Old World, and it set the stage for its spread and refinement. So let's turn now to a few key regions to see how the wheel was embraced and what evidence remains of those first contraptions. Let's start with Mesopotamia, the land of Sumer, Akkad, and Babylon. It's long been the central player in the story of the wheel's invention. In this fertile region of modern-day Iraq, the wheel finds its first textual and artistic confirmations. By around 3200, during the late Uruk period, scribes were drawing simple pictograms of wheeled vehicles on clay tablets. Among these, scholars have identified plenty of images that look like carts with wheels, essentially diagrams of a platform on either solid rollers or true wheels. Now, this suggests that by the very dawn of writing, the concept of a wheeled cart was known in southern Mesopotamia. In everyday life, the people of ancient Sumer quickly adopted wheeled carts for practical tasks. Four-wheeled wagons drawn by oxen would have trundled along the dirt road between the villages and the fields. Farmers hitched oxen to carts to carry loads of barley or clay or reeds. Builders would use carts to transport mud bricks and timber for their projects. The wheel thus became an early workhorse of the Mesopotamian economy, literally and figuratively. But by the early dynastic period, the 3rd millennium BCE, we find evidence of wagons in multiple contexts, from pictographs and relief carvings to actual wheel fragments in archaeological layers. On the military front, Sumerians deployed wheeled vehicles in warfare as well. The famous standard of Ur, a wooden mosaic panel from about 2500 BCE, portrays a battle scene where solid wheeled war carts roll over enemies on a battlefield. These Sumerian battle carts were heavy four-wheeled vehicles drawn by equids, not true horses, they came a little later, but onagers, wild asses, or domesticated asses, that is, donkeys bred from them. They were pretty much what they had back then. The carts carried armed warriors, and were used something like mobile assault platforms. With their solid wooden wheels and slow ox-like animals, they were certainly a far cry from the swift chariots of later eras, but they were nonetheless a significant innovation in Bronze Age warfare. Technologically, Mesopotamian wheels of the 3rd millennium BCE were made of joined wooden components. Often 3 planks of hardwood like elm or tamarisk were shaped and fitted together, with dowels to form a wheel. And they would also have a hole in the center for the axle, of course. There is even evidence that Sumerian craftsmen rimmed some wheels with metal bands, using copper or bronze to prolong their life. An early attempt at a tire, I suppose. Axles were usually wooden as well, turning within sockets on the cart frame, and grease, animal fat or plant oil, was applied to reduce friction, that is. The environment of Mesopotamia was well suited to wheeled transport. The terrain consisted of flat, open plains where carts could roll easily, and importantly, Mesopotamia had domesticated oxen and donkeys that could serve as draft animals, and it had plenty of wood in the riverine forests and palm groves of the Euphrates and Tigris to build their wheels and carts. Not surprisingly, then, this region embraced the wheel quite early and wholeheartedly. So for a long time, textbooks were pretty much saying that the wheel was invented in Mesopotamia around 3500 BCE. But we already know that that's an oversimplification. Still, Mesopotamia certainly deserves credit as one of the first places on Earth to use the wheel effectively. Sumerian cities like Ur, Uruk, and Eridu became, in a sense, the first hubs of wheel technology. From there, wheeled carts and wagons spread outward. Archaeologists find depictions or remnants of wagons in regions that interacted with Mesopotamia. For example, Elam in present-day Iran and the Levant by the late 3rd millennium BCE. They had their traces of wheeled transport. Mesopotamian traders may have carried the idea abroad, or neighboring peoples might have simply observed and imitated this useful invention. In any case, the wheel in Mesopotamia not only transformed daily life at home, but it radiated its influence to all surrounding lands. Meanwhile, in Neolithic Europe, the wheel appears to have popped up as a case of parallel invention rather than import. Across the farming cultures of prehistoric Europe, from the Baltic coast down to the Carpathian Mountains, evidence for wheeled vehicles surfaces at roughly the same time as Mesopotamia, and, well, in a few places, perhaps a little bit earlier. We've already mentioned the Broniki spot from Poland, with its incised image of a wagon. That single image, as simple as it is, speaks volumes. It basically means that by the mid-4th millennium BCE, people in what is now southern Poland not only had wagons, but thought them important enough to depict in art. In Eastern Europe, similar traces abound. The Tripoli culture in Ukraine, Moldova, and Romania has yielded small clay models of two-wheeled carts dating to the late 4th millennium BCE. By around 3000 BCE, entire wagons were sometimes included in high-status burials on the Eurasian steppe and forest steppe. For example, in the Carpathian Basin and in the Caucasus region, archaeologists have found graves where the deceased was interred with a wooden wagon or with wheels and axles by their side. Now, this clearly indicates that wagons had become symbols of wealth or prestige, worthy of accompanying chiefs to the next world. Beyond such miniatures, we even have physical imprints of wheels in Europe. At Flintbeck in northern Germany, a pair of parallel linear grooves pressed into an ancient soil layer have been interpreted as tracks of a heavy wagon that rolled over the ground around 3400 to 3200 BCE. By analyzing organic matter in those ruts, scientists determined that they date to roughly the same time as the Slovenian wooden wheel, i.e. 3000 BCE. And that's a remarkable thought. At the same time, a wagon might have been carrying grain to a temple in ancient Uruk. Another wagon was apparently carrying goods across a Neolithic ritual site in what is now Holstein, Germany. Such near-simultaneous appearances suggest that Europe's first wheels were likely an independent development, not merely a borrowed idea. The case for independent invention is bolstered by the context. You see, European Neolithic societies had the necessary ingredients to invent the wheel, that being domesticated cattle, oxen for pulling. They had advanced carpentry, evidenced by the construction of large timber houses and even wooden trackways in bogs. And they had the need. Communities were trading materials like flint, salt, and copper ore over long distances. And a wagon, that would have been tremendously useful. It is possible that news of the wheel traveled westward from the Near East via traders or nomads, but many historians are struck by the breadth of early evidence in Europe, from the British Isles to the Russian steppe, and in a time frame so close to that of Sumer. If diffusion did occur, it must have been pretty rapid. Alternatively, the idea might have been conceived multiple times. Imagine, Europe offers a plausible scenario for an independent invention moment. Think about miners in the Carpathians around 3500 BCE, exhausted from lugging baskets of copper ore, deciding to put those baskets on a wooden platform with wheels to make a crude ore cart. Whether or not it happened exactly like that, one thing is certainly clear. By 3000 BCE, wheeled vehicles were in use throughout much of Europe, from Scotland's Orkney Islands, where carved stone balls from about 3000 BCE may represent a conceptual model of a wheel or axle, to the shores of the Black Sea. People were adopting the wheel as part of their toolkit. Neolithic Europe's embrace of the wheel shows a broader point. It was an idea whose time had come. Different societies, disconnected by great distances, all found their way to the concept, because the conditions were just right for it. In Europe, as in Mesopotamia, the wheel fulfilled real needs, and once it appeared, it spread along the arteries of trade and contact. By the Bronze Age, being 2500 to 1500 BCE or thereabouts, ox-drawn wagons were commonplace in European farming communities, helping haul crops, timber, and people. The invention that our distant ancestors on both ends of the continent hit upon independently would soon knit their worlds a little closer together. But far to the east of Mesopotamia, in the vast floodplains of the Indus River, another one of the world's earliest urban civilizations was flourishing by 2500. The Indus Valley Civilization, in what is now Pakistan and northwest India, featured sophisticated cities like Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, laid out on grid patterns with well-made brick roads. It's one of those forgotten civilizations, but we really should mention it. These cities and their surrounding valleys, or rather villages, provide clear evidence that the wheel had certainly made its way, possibly independently, into South Asia. In Indus cities, archaeologists have found numerous tiny clay wheels and model carts, clear evidence that people had ox-drawn carts in daily life. We can easily imagine the streets of Mohenjo-daro or Harappa bustling with wooden carts creaking under loads of grain, bricks and cotton, a scene that persisted in the Indus region well into the 20th century, mind you. The basic bollock cart design was simple but effective. Typically a two-wheeled cart pulled by a pair of humped oxen. The region knows them as zebu cattle. The cart's wheels were solid wooden discs mounted on a fixed axle, and the oxen were attached by a yoke. This setup was sturdy enough to carry heavy loads across the flat Indus plains. Notably, that same design, two solid wheels, a wooden axle, and a yoke for oxen, proved to be so practical that it changed very little for millennia. Early in the 1900s, farmers in rural Pakistan or India were using carts fundamentally similar to those of 2500 BCE. Because why not? It's pretty much the same thing. No need to change it, if the conditions haven't changed. All it is just a flat platform to push things along with. So, was the wheel invented in the Indus Valley independently? Or was it imported via trade from the West? Well, there's another scholarly debate for you. But many of the scholars who do debate it incline toward an indigenous development. The Indus region certainly met the preconditions. It had ample oxen, extensive flatlands, and a need to move larger quantities of materials. The cities consumed huge amounts of bricks, stone, timber, and grain, so yes, there was a lot to move around. Discoveries in recent decades suggest that the earliest Indus carts developed in the alluvial plains, likely evolving from local innovations. One interesting clue: the Indus people were using a form of potter's wheel, a slow-turning wheel or turntable, by the time their cities rose, indicating they were familiar with rotary motion and its uses. So, even if the idea of the cart had also been discovered in distant Mesopotamia, it wouldn't be too surprising if Indus artisans came up with it on their own as well. The carts of the Indus Valley served in both daily life and perhaps even ritual. Small terracotta models of carts have been found in child burials, possibly as toys or symbolic offerings. Some models depict not only two-wheeled carts but also drivers and animals, giving us a pretty charming tableau of how those ancient vehicles looked when in use. The wheels on these models are usually solid clay discs with a central hole, mimicking the wooden wheels of real carts. At sites like Harappa, archaeologists have even unearthed rutted streets, permanent grooves worn into brick ramps or thresholds. They certainly match up with the gauge of cart wheels, a literal footprint of heavy wagons repeatedly passing through city gates. By around 2000 BCE, the Indus civilization began to decline, but that doesn't mean the wheel vanished from South Asia. Excuse me. I should drink some tea. Hang on a second. All right, okay, I'm back in action. In post-Indus times, the later Bronze Age and early Iron Age, that is, we see new entrants like the spoked wheeled chariot, likely brought by Indo-Aryan cultures from the northwest. But the old solid wheeled ox cart never really disappeared. It remained the trusty workhorse of the Indian countryside for ages to come. The Indus Valley's use of the wheel shows how a good idea, once adopted, can become deeply entrenched. For over 4,000 years, the basic mode of transport for a farmer on the plains of the Indus or the Ganges was to hitch two bulls to a wooden wheeled cart, clear proof of the enduring value of the wheel. The spread of wheel technology across Eurasia eventually reached East Asia, though on a bit of a later timeline. In ancient China, The first unambiguous evidence of wheeled vehicles appears relatively late, around the second millennium BCE, that is. Early Chinese Neolithic societies from 5000 to 3000 BCE did not, as far as we know, use the wheel for transport. They certainly had the capacity. By the Longshan culture, that is 2500 BCE, roundabouts, Chinese potters were using fast wheels to craft fine pottery. And Chinese farmers had domesticated oxen and water buffalo, which could have served as draft animals. Yet, for reasons still debated, the wheel doesn't show up in the archaeological record of China until the time of the early dynasties. When wheels do appear in China, they arrive dramatically in the form of horse-drawn chariots. In the late Shang dynasty capital of Anyang around 1200, archaeologists have found royal tombs that include wooden chariots with spoked wheels, along with teams of horses buried as sacrifices. These fully formed chariots seem to burst onto the scene, suggesting that the technology was imported rather than invented in China from scratch. The prevailing theory is that nomadic or semi-nomadic people from Central Asia, perhaps related to early Indo-Europeans or their Iranian descendants, introduced the chariot to the Chinese world. The steppe lands to the northwest of China had wheeled vehicles and domesticated horses by 1500 BCE, and through either warfare or perhaps trade, the concept likely filtered into Shang territory. Chinese historical legends attempted to ascribe the wheel's invention to their own cultural heroes. Ancient texts from Zhou and Han times credit figures like the Yellow Emperor's minister, Shi Zhong, or the sage king Yu with devising carts and chariots in remote antiquity. Now, while these accounts are mythological, they do indicate that the Chinese themselves viewed the wheel as a cornerstone of civilization, so much that they retroactively placed it into the hands of their revered ancestors. In reality, the archaeological records suggest that China was a late adopter of the technology. But once adopted, it was certainly eagerly embraced and localized. During the Zhou dynasty, 1046 to 256 BCE, chariots became central to Chinese warfare and prestige. Battles of the era often featured lines of chariots carrying archers and nobles, and possession of fine chariots was a mark of status for the aristocracy. Over time, the Chinese innovated further on the wheel theme. By the later centuries of the first millennium BCE, we see evidence of heavy wagons for transport in China, and mention of pole carts in texts. In subsequent eras, the Chinese would contribute their own inventions. The wheelbarrow, for instance, is traditionally credited to a Chinese general around the 2nd century CE, and by medieval times, the wheelbarrow was widespread in China, well before it arrived in Europe. But later wheel-based innovations in China traced back to that fundamental idea of the wheel and axle, which it seems was not homegrown, but imported to the Far East. This late start of wheel transport in East Asia shows how the utility of invention depends upon the context. Early Chinese civilization may not have felt the wheel to be necessary at first. Dense terrain and the abundance of human labor meant that goods could be moved around without carts. But as China expanded into new environments and engaged more with its steppe neighbors, the advantages of chariots and carts became quite evident. From that point on, wheels literally rolled into the fabric of East Asian civilization, just as they had in the West. But here's an intriguing chapter in the wheel story. It's one about its absence, mainly in pre-Columbian America. The great civilizations of the New World, Maya, Aztec, Inca, they built pretty impressive cities and road networks, yet they didn't use any wheels for transport. We've mentioned it a little bit, but let's go into some detail. All goods and people were conveyed on foot or by pack animals, such as llamas in the Andes. They didn't have carts or wagons. And yet, the concept of the wheel was not unknown. Archaeologists have unearthed small clay toys with wheels in Mesoamerica, showing that some imaginative artisans made rolling pull toys for children. So why didn't the wheel take off in the Americas for practical use? Well, the reason circles back to the preconditions of invention. Crucially, the Americas lacked suitable large draft animals to pull the wagons. Neither the Aztecs nor the Maya had horses, oxen, or any other beast strong enough to hitch a heavy cart. In fact, and this is quite humorous, but the largest domesticated animal in Mesoamerica was the turkey, and good luck getting them to pull the cart. In the Andes, the Inca did domesticate the llama, but llamas are too small to pull anything but the lightest cart, and they were used as pack carriers instead. Furthermore, the terrains of the New World posed challenges. The Inca Rome was knit together by steep mountain trails and stone staircases, where wheels would be completely impractical. And the Maya cities rose amid dense jungles, where cleared roads were few. Basically, the environment and ecology of the pre-Hispanic Americas did not provide a natural launching pad for the wheel's utility. In short, necessity, or lack of it, usually explains this kind of outcome. Mesoamericans knew what a wheel was, but they didn't have any reason to build carts given their conditions. Only after European contact, when horses and draft animals were introduced, did the wheel finally make sense in the New World, and it was quickly adopted once the practical barriers were removed. Within decades of Spanish conquest, native peoples were using horse-drawn carts and wagons, marveling at how much more these could carry than a llama or a human back. There was never a mental block against the wheel, just an environmental one. The case of the Americas serves as another reminder that an invention's spread always depends on context. The wheel was a brilliant idea, but even a brilliant idea might lie dormant in a society that has no use for it. For nearly 1,000 years after its debut, the wheel remained pretty much a solid wooden disc. Durable, yeah, but heavy. Then came a major evolution in wheel technology. That was the development of the spoked wheel. This innovation, which likely occurred around 2000 BCE, transformed the world of wheeled transport by cutting away the heavy wood and leaving only the lighter spokes, connecting the hub to a rim. Ancient wheelwrights achieved a dramatic reduction in weight, and the wheel was changed forever. The resulting wheels were much lighter and faster rotating, albeit somewhat less rugged. Spoked wheels couldn't carry the same heavy loads as solid wheels without breaking, but they didn't need to, because their value lay somewhere else: speed and mobility. The spoked wheel's rise is closely tied to the emergence of the horse-drawn chariot. The horse, domesticated on the Eurasian steppe, reached the Near East by around 2000 BCE. It was on those steppes that innovative chariot builders first married the swift horse to a lightweight two-wheeled cart. Archaeological evidence from the Sintashta culture in the Ural Kazakh steppe from around 2100 to 1800 BCE indicates graves containing chariots with spoked wheels and the skeletal remains of horses, the earliest known physical chariots. These finds strongly suggest that by the dawn of the second millennium BCE, people on the steppe had invented true chariots, agile, springy vehicles designed for speed in battle, or after the battle when you're chasing the enemies down to cut them up. The chariot, essentially the ancient world's first fast attack vehicle, spread rapidly. I should do a big video about chariots, huh? I'll talk to the guys. We'll do a chariot video. Well, by the 17th and 16th centuries BCE, chariots appear across the Near East. The Hyksos invaders likely introduced them to Egypt around 1600, and soon the great empires of the late Bronze Age were fielding chariot armies. The Hittites of Anatolia, the Egyptians of the New Kingdom, the Mycenaean Greeks, and others all incorporated chariots into their military forces. Chariots were used as mobile archery platforms. A skilled archer could stand in a thundering chariot and rain arrows upon foot soldiers, or as fast-moving cavalry-like units to flank and disrupt the enemy. One of history's most famous battles, fought at Kadesh in Syria around 1274, saw perhaps 5,000 chariots charging and maneuvering on the field in a grand dance. This was the battle between the Egyptians and the Hittites, by the way. Now, just quickly, it's also famous for being the first peace treaty, a peace treaty that still hangs in the United Nations to this very day, by the way. It was arguably the high watermark of chariot warfare. Kind of like how the Battle of Kursk was the watermark for tank warfare, showcasing just how far the humble wheel had come in a couple of millennia. Beyond the battlefield, chariots carried great prestige. Owning one became a status of nobility, kind of a symbol, For example, Pharaoh Tutankhamun of Egypt around 1330 BCE was entombed with several splendid chariots, likely used for hunting or ceremonial display, probably not for battle. Across cultures, charioteers were admired figures, much like race car drivers or fighter pilots might be today. And chariot racing became a popular sport among elites. From the Olympic Games of Greece to the grand hippodromes of Rome in later centuries, chariots in layman's terms were very cool. While technologically, the spoked wheel continued to improve. Early chariot wheels typically had 4 to 8 stout wooden spokes. By the Iron Age, Celtic chariot makers in Europe were crafting wheels with 12 slender spokes and fitting iron tires around the rims for added strength and longevity. The basic concept, a lighter wheel for speed, that remained, but the materials and craftsmanship advanced. It's important to note, by the way, that the advent of spoked wheels didn't render solid wheels obsolete. Instead, humanity gained 2 classes of wheel, each with its domain. The old solid wheel remained best for heavy loads and rough use. Ox carts hauling harvests or timber kept their thick wooden wheels, since they needed to bear great weight and had to plod along those rough terrains. The new spoked wheel excelled at swift movement. Chariot, light carriages, and later wagons built for speed or long-distance travel adopted spoked wheels to benefit from their agility. Often, the two technologies coexisted. One might see a solid wheeled cart and a spoked wheeled chariot on the same road. Each did what it does best. By the end of the first millennium BCE, the military supremacy of the chariot had waned, as cavalry, mounted warriors on horseback, took over the role of fast attack and scouting in armies. But the spoked wheel lived on, adapted to coaches, light wagons, and other conveyances. In fact, essentially all pre-modern wheels that needed to go quickly, from the Roman chariot to the stagecoaches of the 18th century in Europe, they all relied on the spoke design and later refinements. So one could say that the invention of spokes turned the wheel from a slow but strong drudge into a swift and elegant thing. And that dual legacy is still with us today in things like truck tires versus bicycle wheels. But thus far, we've focused on wheels as instruments of movement. But pottery wheels and vehicles of all kinds, they did exist. The principle of the wheel found other applications in antiquity, however, showing how versatile this technology was. The potter's wheel, as mentioned, was among the first wheels in human use. Well, it not only increased the supply of pottery, but also may have influenced other crafts. The idea of using a rotational momentum to ease work could inspire analogies in other tasks, of course. Another profound application of the wheel was the invention of the water wheel. Here the wheel was not used to carry a load or a person, but to harness natural energy. By the 3rd and 2nd centuries BCE, engineers in the Hellenistic world discovered that a wheel outfitted with paddles could be turned by flowing water, converting a river's current into rotary motion. The Greeks devised watermills, where turning the wheel would rotate a grindstone to mill grain into flour, essentially automating a process. This development took the wheel into a realm of early machinery and was revolutionary in its implications. Within a few centuries, watermills spread across the Mediterranean world, and similar devices appeared in China. Water-lifting wheels, norias, came into use for irrigation, and water-driven grain mills became commonplace in many regions. This was a revolutionary leap. The wheel had become not just a means of transport, but a core component of machinery, converting nature's energy into useful work. In everyday life, simple uses of wheels proliferated. Rotary grindstones and milling wheels were applied to food processing, hand-cranked querns and animal-driven millstones to grind grain, things like this. Beyond technology, the wheel even took on metaphorical significance in culture. For instance, the Wheel of Fortune, or the chakra, as a symbol in religions, showing how deeply the concept embedded itself in human thought. By the time of the Roman Empire, one could find a variety of wheels serving different purposes. Wagon wheels carrying goods along Roman roads, water wheels grinding grain in the provinces, potter's wheels turning out fine ceramics for export, and even early odometers, that is, distance measuring devices, in which a wheel mechanism would drop a pebble every mile to record distance. The wheel had certainly transcended its initial role and became a fundamental element in countless human endeavors. So as we get to the end of this video, I suppose we haven't really answered the question. And that's because we cannot answer the question. The question being, who really invented the wheel? It's just more of one of those questions you ponder on. More of a conversation starter than an appeal for a direct answer. I think we'll find that the answer isn't a single famous people or a flash of inspiration, but just a process, a collective realization that emerged in multiple places. And in truth, the wheel was likely invented multiple times by different people, responding to similar challenges in similar ways. Certainly easy to imagine how it might have happened. A potter or carpenter observes something heavy rolling on logs and thinks, hey, I can improve that. Or a child's toy maker in a Ukrainian village sticks wheels on a clay animal figurine, unwittingly echoing what engineers elsewhere are doing with real carts. We'll never know their names. Well, we only have their mute clues in the archaeological record, from which we have to reconstruct their achievements. And this is much like, well, pretty much all of prehistory. And that's why I think prehistory is kind of fun. Because we don't have to take everything into account and say, well, this has to be 100% correct. The lack of written records gives us a bit of dramatic license. It gives us a bit of a way where we can say, well, let's have a think about how a human might act. Just like how I told you the story with me and my dad moving that huge gun cabinet. The guns were not present within the cabinet, by the way, but yeah, the weight certainly was a couple of 100 kilograms. But human ingenuity always gets there. What we can say is that the invention of the wheel was certainly a tipping point in our history. It opened up new possibilities, whether for trade, travel, agriculture, or perhaps war. All of these were previously unimaginable, and the wheel didn't stop evolving after its initial invention. It spurred faster vehicles, new forms of warfare, and eventually complex machines. This story reminds us that even a simple idea can change the world. the wheel transformed transport and trade, and eventually paved the way for countless mechanical innovations. Well, who invented the wheel? We all did. We all did it together. And, well, here we are, still making those little improvements. Also, go and check the wheels on your car. The tread on your tires is very important, by the way. Don't cheap out on safety. Go and get a new set of tires, and you'll buy peace of mind. Anyway, thank you so much for listening. I would like to thank the patrons and supporters for keeping everything ad-free, and I'd like to thank you for joining us on this really good video. Religion and spirituality. We tend to think of it in modern terms. Let's list off the big players. Christianity, Buddhism, Islam, Hinduism, and everything in between, of course. But these belief systems didn't just spring up out of nowhere. You see, everything develops from an earlier tradition. And religion, well, that's just one more thing that has roots deeper than we can imagine. So the question really is, when did religion actually begin? Let's try to keep an open mind today. We're going to be digging through quite a bit of archaeology, as this video goes quite before written records. In any case, it's quite a fascinating peek into our ancestors grappling with those eternal questions. A lot of questions which we're still yet to answer. Anyway, let me welcome you to the channel. Hello everyone. Thank you to those supporting on the Patreon and the YouTube memberships, along with the merch store and donations. Links are in the comment. If you can't do that, like, comment, and subscribe is free of charge and helps us out more than you would believe in the algorithm. That being said, I won't hassle you about it. Let's get comfortable and begin. And we really do need to go quite far back. You see, our search for the beginnings of religion or spirituality, without really putting our terms into too tight of goalposts, starts before Homo sapiens. You see, it starts with other human species who roamed the earth tens or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. While religion in the full sense is difficult to ascertain without written records, there are certain behaviors of these archaic humans that suggest rudimentary spirituality or ritual. In particular, attention to the dead, intentional burials, and possible funerary offerings. It is seen by archaeologists as one of the first clear signs of spiritual or religious behavior. If a group of hominins took care to bury the deceased companions that they had, rather than just, well, leaving them there to the birds and the elements, it may indicate respect, mourning rituals, or even a belief in some form of afterlife, or a spiritual significance of death. One famous example comes from the Shanidar cave in the Zagros Mountains of present-day Iraq. In the 1950s and 60s, archaeologist Ralph Sulecki excavated the graves of several Neanderthals, our robust and heavy-browed cousins. They were buried deep in the Shanidar cave sediments. One individual, known as Shanidar IV, was found surrounded by clumps of pollen from various wildflowers. Sulecki proposed that around 60,000 years ago, Neanderthals had deliberately interred this body on a bed of flowers, perhaps adorning the corpse with colorful blooms as a kind of ritual farewell. Now, this is a little bit imaginative, I know, and it's a bold interpretation. But this interpretation of a flower burial certainly does capture the imagination, because it painted Neanderthals not as these brutish cavemen, but rather as compassionate beings with a sense of ceremony to them. Now, if it is true, it would certainly be strong evidence that Neanderthals practiced a form of ritual behavior toward their dead, and arguably a religious act. But here's the thing. Science is always evolving, and later studies have challenged the flower burial hypothesis. Recent microscopic analysis of Shanidar's pollen suggests that it might have been introduced by burrowing rodents or bees, rather than by mourners gathering bouquets. I know, right? Always ruining the fun, modern science. In fact, a 2020's re-examination of the site found that pollen clumps could be explained by ancient solitary bees dragging flowers into their burrows. So, did Neanderthals really place flowers with their dead? We don't know. Sorry to disappoint you, we just don't know. This whole romantic image may or may not be accurate. But of course, there's always still plenty more bodies underground to be found, so fingers crossed. Importantly though, even if the flowers were incidental, Shanidar Cave still provides evidence of intentional Neanderthal burials, and that has to count for something. The Neanderthal skeletons at Shanidar, a total of 10 individuals by the way, appear to have been deliberately placed on prepared, or rather in prepared pits. One Neanderthal, Shanidar I, had survived crippling injuries and lived to old age, and it seems that he was cared for by his group. Then he was carefully buried. All of this suggesting a social concern for individuals and perhaps ritual treatment of the dead. Such deliberate burials imply that these archaic humans had concepts of death beyond the purely practical. Maybe some notion of an afterlife, or at least a desire to honor and remember their dead. In the realm of prehistory, that edges closer to the territory of spiritual belief. Shanidar is not the only hint, though. The first possible evidence of mortuary practice is, believe it or not, around 400,000 years ago in Spain. The famous site of Cima de los Huesos, the Pit of Bones, in the Atapuerca cave system. Paleoanthropologists found a cache of bones from at least 28 hominin individuals, likely early Neanderthals or their ancestors, Homo heidelbergensis, piled at the bottom of a vertical shaft deep underground. Alongside these hundreds of bones lay a single exquisite hand axe made of red quartzite, nicknamed Excalibur, which is pretty cool. Now, this discovery is quite haunting. Dozens of ancient human bodies seemingly deposited in a remote cave chamber, accompanied by a beautiful stone tool made from an unusual stone. Why even go to all the trouble? Why were the bodies here? There is one interpretation. It's a little controversial, but compelling. It is that Cima de los Huesos represents a very early form of a burial site or ossuary, where those archaic humans intentionally dropped their dead into the pit. The red quartzite hand axe may have been left as a symbolic offering, perhaps a grave good for the afterlife, or a tribute to a fallen member of the group. Some experts indeed support the idea that this Excalibur was a ritual offering, a meaningful object sacrificed in honor of the deceased. If that is true, it would no doubt push the roots of the mortuary ritual back to a long time before even Homo sapiens, excuse me. But here's the thing, not all are convinced. None of this is set in stone. And archaeology, just like all science, is not a democracy. Skeptics argue that maybe the bones were washed into the shaft by a natural process. And the hand axe? Well, it maybe could have just fallen in. There are no definitive signs of a formal burial like digging or grave arrangements. But given that the small bones are missing, perhaps decayed or removed by scavengers while larger bones remained, the intentional body disposal theory is taken seriously by many. In any case, at a minimum, Cima de los Huesos shows that these early humans collected their dead in one place, and that is behavior that doesn't have a clear practical benefit. Rather, it could reflect a social or spiritual motivation. So when we speak of pre-human hominins engaging in this ritual, we need to be a little bit cautious. They left no writings, of course, or any explicit icons of deities, so the archaeologist has to look for clues in their behavior and artifacts. Besides burials, other intriguing clues among the Neanderthals are their deep cave activities. You see, Neanderthals were skilled hunters and tool makers, at least for the time. But until recently, few suspected them of creating structures or art. But all that has changed with a stunning find at Bruniquel Cave in southern France. In 2016, researchers announced that roughly 176,000 years ago, long before modern humans reached Europe, Neanderthals ventured deep into Bruniquel Cave's pitch-black interior. When they got there, they built mysterious stone circles. Now, these circles, about 20 meters underground, were constructed from broken stalagmites arranged in ring-like enclosures. Analysis showed that they had lit fires inside the cave, as reddened rock and charred bones were found in and around the structures. The largest ring is about 6.7 meters across. 6'7". Made from hundreds of pieces of stalagmite. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Anyway, the sheer effort required, gathering over 2 tons of stalagmite rock, breaking them into similar lengths, organizing them into circles, all by firelight, by the way, points to a significant purpose. There's no sign this was a dwelling or a place for any mundane task. It lies far from the cave entrance, and it's in permanent darkness. So why on earth would the Neanderthals undertake this, frankly, extraordinary construction project? Once again, we have no idea. At least, no idea for sure. But scientists have speculated that it could have been a meeting place for some kind of ritual or ceremony. Perhaps small groups gathered in these cave chambers for activities that had symbolic meanings to them. Storytelling, shamanic rites, social initiations, perhaps. The fact that remains of a large herbivore's bone were burnt there hints it could have even been a site of offerings or feasts. Now, whatever the case, Bruniquel Cave reveals that Neanderthals were capable of symbolic thought and complex social planning. They weren't just surviving day to day. They invested time and effort into activities with no immediate payoff in a utility sense. Now, importantly, that is what religion often entails: devotion of resources to symbolic or transcendent goals. The Bruniquel circles whisper to us that something was deeply meaningful to Neanderthals, and it was taking place in that dark cave so long, long ago. And it was something beyond mere survival. Neanderthals also appear to have had an aesthetic sense that might border on the spiritual. For instance, at a site in Croatia, researchers have found Neanderthal-made necklaces and ornaments, eagle talons with cut marks dating to 130,000 years ago, apparently strung together as jewelry. Wearing the claws of a mighty bird could have been more than decorative. It might have been talismanic, a way to draw the power of the eagle to the wearer, a concept very much in line with totemic or animistic belief. At other Neanderthal sites, pieces of pigment like red ochre have been discovered, suggesting they used colors to perhaps paint their bodies or objects. Ochre has often been linked to ritual and symbolic behavior in human prehistory, as we will see with Homo sapiens, and if Neanderthals deliberately collected pigments, they too may have adorned themselves for ceremonial purposes, or symbolically treated their dead. So while we can't speak of an organized religion among Neanderthals and other pre-human hominins, the archaeological evidence hints at proto-religious behaviors, caring burials of the dead, possibly with offerings, the use of adornments and pigments that suggest a symbolic expression, and gatherings in those deep, dark places, for purposes unknown, of course, but potentially ritualistic. These behaviors indicate that the roots of religious sensibility were there, and as this a sense of awe, this respect for the dead, belief in unseen forces or life beyond visible death. All these things might reach back into our evolutionary family tree longer than we had expected. Our direct ancestors, the early Homo sapiens, well, they inherited this capacity. And of course, like with everything else, they would take it to new heights. Anatomically modern humans, i.e. Homo sapiens, emerged over 300,000 years ago in Africa. But it is in the past 100,000 years, or thereabouts, that we see clearer signs of what we could call behavioral modernity, including symbolic and possibly religious behaviors. The cognitive abilities needed for religious thought, such as imagination, symbolic communication, and empathy, were developing as our brains and cultures evolved. Early Homo sapiens were hunter-gatherers living in small bands, and like many indigenous hunter-gatherers in recent times, they likely viewed the natural world in spiritual terms, an outlook known as animism. Now, in animistic belief, and we got to speak that in pretty broad terms because, well, it's quite a broad thing. All things, animals, plants, rocks, the wind, everything, they're all alive, and they all have spirits of their own. And while we don't have any direct window into the minds of people 100,000 years ago, comparative anthropology suggests animism was probably humanity's first spiritual worldview. In fact, a broad study of contemporary foraging societies around the globe found that animism and belief in the spirits of nature or ancestors are nearly universal among them, implying that these ideas were present in the common ancestral culture of all humans. Long before the formal gods or organized priesthoods came in, our ancestors likely believed that the forest was filled with invisible presences, that animals had souls or guardian spirits, and that the deceased might live on in another form. And this is just a different kind of religion, different kind of spirituality. There's plenty of this that exists in the modern world, and, well, you know, it's one of those things where everyone has their own beliefs. In any case, archaeological evidence from Africa and the Near East around 100,000 to 70,000 years ago strongly supports the emergence of symbolic culture, a prerequisite for religion. For example, at Blombos Cave at the southern coast of Africa, artifacts attributed to Homo sapiens have been dated to about 75 to 100,000 years ago, and they are, quite frankly, pretty remarkable. Excavators found pieces of red ochre engraved with abstract geometric patterns, cross-hatched lines, as well as dozens of small shell beads with holes drilled into them. The shells are of marine snails, perforated as if being strung on a necklace. These beads are some of the oldest known personal ornaments. But wearing jewelry, that doesn't seem like survival behavior. Its significance is social or symbolic. Perhaps the shells were worn as amulets or markers of identity, indicating the wearer's clan status or spiritual beliefs. The engraved ochre pieces likewise suggested deliberate aesthetic or symbolic art. The crisscross designs might be personal markings, or they might have held meaning within a group. You might think of them as a forerunner to religious symbols. At the very least, they show that these early humans have moved into the realm of abstraction and representation, which is essential for any religious concept, since religion often deals with beings that cannot be seen, or forces that must be symbolized somehow. Red ochre, in particular, would go on to have a long association with ritual. Its blood-like color made it a powerful substance for ceremonially coloring bodies, graves, and sacred objects. Indeed, at a number of early human sites, red ochre has been found sprinkled in burials, suggesting it symbolized blood, life, or perhaps a rebirth in the context of death. Consider the burials of early Homo sapiens in sites like Kafzeh Cave and School Cave in modern-day Israel-Palestine, dating to roughly 100,000 to 90,000 years ago. Here lie some of the oldest known intentional human burials. At Kafzeh Cave, several Homo sapien individuals, men, women, and children, were carefully buried in pits. One poignant grave, Kafzeh 11, contained the skeleton of a young adolescent, and on the chest lay the antlers of a large red deer. Well, the body had also been coated with red ochre. Placing a deer's antlers with the corpse was surely a purposeful act, and one that likely had a symbolic meaning. Perhaps the antlers were a talisman, an offering to accompany the youth into the next world, or a sign of the person's role in life, maybe a hunter. We can only speculate, of course, but clearly the living took time to arrange this burial with quite a bit of ritual care. In another Kafzeh grave, archaeologists found a stone flake with deliberate incision and traces of ochre, as if it had been marked and placed as a grave good. Shell beads imported from the Mediterranean coasts were also discovered in the cave's layers contemporary with burials. These may have been worn by the people or used in funerary rites. All these details, ochre, grave goods like antlers and shells, and the intentional positioning of bodies, indicate that by 100,000 years ago, Homo sapiens were engaging in complex ritual behavior surrounding death. They likely held beliefs about the spirit of the deceased or an afterlife, given the care to provide offerings or decoration that have no function for a corpse unless one imagines a life beyond death or an honor bestowed upon the dead. It's also worth noting that some of these early burials predate any evidence of organized settlements or agriculture by tens of millennia. So, far back in the Paleolithic era, humans already show a tendency to ritualize important life events, and of course, death as well. This challenges any notion that religion began only with civilization. Clearly, the seeds of religious thought were present in nomadic Ice Age cultures. The universality of careful burials among humans suggests that it was a very ancient and widespread practice. Anthropologist Paul Petit, who has extensively studied Paleolithic burials, writes that the act of burial itself may have been one of humanity's first rituals, reflecting an awareness of mortality and possibly the idea that something of a person, a soul or spirit, continues or needs guidance after death. But beyond burials, early Homo sapiens likely performed other rituals, and unfortunately we have scant evidence for them. So use your imagination. They might have performed dances, chants, or rites invoking the spirits of animals they hunted. While these ephemeral rituals don't leave any direct traces, the indirect evidence comes in the form of early art and symbols. Now, art is important because it's often deeply intertwined with religion. And I'm going to be honest with you, the best art is religious art. Go and look at Gustave Dor's illustrations for the Divine Comedy or Paradise Lost, or just the Bible. Really fantastic. Anyway, Just my opinion. Now, art is often deeply entwined with religion, especially in pre-literate societies, where paintings, carvings, and figurines likely carried spiritual significance. The earliest known cave art appears around 40,000 years ago or slightly earlier, in both Europe and Indonesia. In Europe, a spectacular flowering of art occurs in the Upper Paleolithic period, roughly 40 to 12,000 years ago. The famous painted caves of France and Spain, Lascaux, Chauvet, and Altamira, and many more belong to this era. They contain breathtaking images of animals. You got horses, bison, mammoths, deer, bulls, often painted in these flickering torchlight on cave walls far from the daylight. But who exactly was this for? Why even bother making the paintings? Unfortunately, it's a bit late to interview the Ice Age artists. Well, many researchers do believe that the cave art had a ritual or religious function, rather than being just a mere decoration. Now, there is one theory, championed by the archaeologist David Lewis Williams, is that these painted caves were the sites of shamanic ceremonies. Now, shamans in hunter-gatherer cultures often entered trance states, journeying into their imagination of the spirit world. The cave, a dark inner sanctum of the earth, would be a natural setting for such a spiritual journey. Some cave images indeed support the idea of shamans or mythic visions. For instance, deep in Le Trois Frères cave in France, there is a striking cave painting called The Sorcerer, or The Dancing Shaman. It depicts a humanoid figure with the features of several animals, the legs and tail of a horse or deer, the paws or hands like a bear's claws, and the antlers of a stag atop a half-human, half-animal face. The creature appears to be in motion, perhaps dancing. The image looks very much like a person dressed in animal skins and antlers, essentially a shaman in the act of transformation, or a spirit that is part human, part beast. Such half-animal, half-human figures strongly imply a belief in a spirit world where boundaries between human and animals blur. A common theme for many animistic religions, that's for sure. The belief, or rather the people, who made these paintings around 13,000 years ago, might have believed in a master animal spirit, or that certain members of their community, the shamans, could take on animal forms while going into trances. Another scene found in the Lascaux cave in France, dating to around 17,000 years ago, shows what appears to be a narrative. A man with a bird-like face, or wearing a bird mask, lies seemingly knocked down before a wounded bison. Next to the man is a bird on a stick, perhaps the shaman's staff topped with a bird figurine, and beneath him lies a spear. The scene suggests some kind of myth or ritual, possibly a shaman, this birdman, who has spiritual confrontation with the spirit of the bison. The presence of the bird imagery might indicate a soul flight, as shamans often said to transform into birds to fly into the spirit realm. We cannot be certain of the story told by this painting, but clearly it isn't just a random snapshot of daily life. It seems to depict a spiritual event, or perhaps a vision. These examples show that by the late Upper Paleolithic, humans were not only creating art, but they were using art to express complex otherworldly ideas. Perhaps the most compelling artifact pointing to early religious imagination is the Lion Man of Hohenstein-Stadel. Discovered in a German cave, this statuette carved from mammoth ivory about 40,000 years ago. It stands roughly 31 centimeters tall and has the body of a human male, but the head of a cave lion. The Lion Man, or Lion Human, is the earliest known anthropomorphic sculpture, a being that does not exist in nature, but rather in the mind. So think about what that represents. This is a creature of human artistic vision, a composite of man and animal, likely a figure of myth or ritual significance. Jill Cook, a curator and expert on this artifact, has described the Lion Man as possibly the oldest known evidence of religious belief. Why? Well, because creating a half-lion, half-human figure suggests the concept of beings that transcend ordinary reality. Perhaps gods, perhaps spirits or mythical ancestors. The Lion Man was not a toy. It was not a random carving. It took extraordinary skill, many hours of work to craft, and it was found in a cave with little evidence of everyday habitation. The figurine was discovered broken into pieces, carefully hidden in a chamber of the Hohenstein-style cave that was not a living area. It may have been a sacred object used in ceremony. The sheen and wear of parts of it show that it was handled quite frequently, perhaps held and rubbed during storytelling or ritual dances. You can imagine a Paleolithic ritual where a clan gathers in flickering torchlight, and the shaman holds up the Lion Man, invoking the spirit of the fearsome cave lion to guide or protect the tribe, perhaps telling a creation legend about a time when animal and human were one. We'll never know the exact stories, but the existence of the Lion Man shows that early modern humans had entered the realm of myth. They could conceive of beings that are invisible, part human, part animal, residing perhaps in a spiritual dimension. That leap of imagination is a hallmark of religious thought. Portable art with possible spiritual meaning isn't limited to lion hybrids, though. The late Upper Paleolithic, around 30 to 20,000 years ago, saw the creation of many so-called Venus figurines. These are small carvings of female figures with exaggerated features, large hips, thighs, breasts, and often emphasized stomachs. These have been found from France to Siberia. Their exact purpose? Debatable. Some archaeologists have theorized that they were representations of a mother goddess or fertility deities, given their emphasis on reproductive anatomy. Others think they might have been charms for pregnant women, self-portraits by women, or symbols of communal identity. Whether or not they represent a goddess per se, their standardized form and widespread distribution suggest they had a shared meaning in the Upper Paleolithic culture, possibly related to fertility, abundance, or a venerated female spirit. If prehistoric people did venerate a Mother Earth or fertility spirit, these figurines could be devotional items. Just another window into how religious ideas such as deities or sacred symbols may have germinated during the Ice Age, long before even seeds were put in the ground. By roughly 50 to 30,000 years ago, therefore, Homo sapiens had fully awakened their symbolic mind, and with it, likely a spiritual consciousness. The evidence from burials, art, and artifacts paints a picture of Upper Paleolithic people whose lives were imbued with ritual. They may not have had religion in the organized sense of temples and scriptures, but they clearly had ritual practices, and presumably they had mythologies and cosmologies to accompany them. One key aspect of these ancient spiritual practices was the treatment of the dead. Now, we've already seen early examples from Kafse, but in the Upper Paleolithic, the practice of elaborate burials became even more pronounced. A spectacular case comes from the site of Sungir in Russia, about 28,000 years ago. Here, archaeologists uncovered the graves of a roughly 40-year-old man, and in a separate double grave, two adolescents around 10 and 12 years old. The burials at Sungir are astonishingly rich in grave goods and ritual features. The man was buried with thousands of ivory beads, meticulously crafted from mammoth tusk, each bead taking perhaps an hour of labor to produce. He also had ornate jewelry, including fox teeth pendants and ivory bracelets, and was laid to rest on a bed of red ochre. The two adolescents, one boy and one girl, were buried head to head in a single grave, also covered in red ochre, and accompanied by an array of offerings. More than 13,000 ivory beads, yes, that's right, sewn into their clothing, it's quite a lot. 300 pierced fox canines, polished stone rods, and long spears carved from mammoth ivory. One of the spear shafts placed with the children was extraordinarily long, over 2 meters. And of course this is too heavy for a child to use. It was likely a ceremonial spear, perhaps symbolizing authority or connecting the children to the world of the spirits. But here's something interesting. The girl wore a headband or cap, decorated with rows of pierced fox teeth, and both children had their bodies adorned with beads in patterns suggesting ritual garments. Such investment of time and wealth in burying 2 children and an adult man reveals a tremendous degree of ritualization. Scholars estimate that crafting the grave goods, the beads, the endowments, the tools in the burials, would have required about 10,000 hours of skilled work. Now, this was a deliberate, communal effort to honor the dead with the finest items their society could produce. The Sungir burials almost certainly indicate a belief in an afterlife, or at least that the dead required special treatment. After all, why else would a society which struggled daily against Ice Age conditions devote so much to those who could no longer contribute? It speaks to a spiritual or religious motive. Perhaps they believed that the dead children would live on in another realm, where those beads and spears would be needed. Or perhaps by honoring them in death, the community sought supernatural favor, or expressed a deeply held cosmological belief. The red ochre covering their bodies is quite notable. Red ochre was widely used in prehistoric burials from Europe to Africa to Australia, often symbolizing blood and rebirth, as we've mentioned in earlier sections. So it's as if they wanted to give life back to the deceased or mark them with the color of life as they entered the unknown. The care in positioning and ornamenting the body suggests a ritual choreography, possibly accompanied by ceremonies, chants, or feasting that do not fossilize but almost certainly occurred. In these lavish Paleolithic burials, we see clear proof that by 30,000 years ago, humans were doing things we would recognize as religious. Moreover, these practices were not isolated. Other Upper Paleolithic sites confirm the pattern. In Italy, the Grimaldi caves held a double burial of 2 teenagers, a boy and a girl, once again sprinkled with ochre and buried with shell ornaments and flint tools. In the Czech Republic at Dolní Věstonice, around 26,000 years ago, there's a famous triple burial. 3 young individuals, 1 female, 2 males, were buried together under a mammoth scapula, with the bodies arranged in an elaborate pose, the men on either side of the women, one with his hand on her body, all covered in red ochre. Grave goods like carved ivory pendants were included. This strange arrangement might indicate a ritual storyline, or a special status for these individuals. Some have even speculated it could be evidence of human sacrifice, or a tragic event ritually commemorated. Though we can't know the exact story, and we never will, clearly this was something more than a casual disposal of a corpse. It was a ceremonial interment, likely loaded with meaning for those who performed it. Another interesting aspect is that in some Ice Age cultures, we find evidence of what might be ancestor veneration, or the keeping of skulls after death. For example, in certain Epipaleolithic and Mesolithic sites, which is a bit later, post-Ice Age, human skulls were sometimes detached and retained, sometimes again painted with ochre. This foreshadows the later Neolithic skull cults, which we will discuss, but it might have had roots even earlier. Carrying a skull of an ancestor could signify a belief that the ancestor's spirit remained as a protector of the living group, an early form of religious ancestor worship. Pretty remarkable, I think, how consistent some of these practices are across time and geography. The use of ochre in burials from South Africa 100,000 years ago to Europe 20,000 years ago. Well, that's pretty interesting. The inclusion of tools, ornaments, animal parts with the dead. It appears again and again. These patterns strongly suggest that by the Upper Paleolithic, fundamental religious concepts were present. The idea of a life essence or spirit, concern for the soul's fate after death, and a belief between spiritual connection of humans and animals. Well, from this wealth of evidence, many scholars conclude that religion in some form, at least a belief in the supernatural, practice of ritual, was part of the human experience well before the end of the Paleolithic. In other words, if you define religion broadly as a system of activities and beliefs directed towards supernatural or sacred things, well then Ice Age hunter-gatherers, they certainly had it. And now our journey moves kind of to the threshold of history. The Neolithic period, that is the New Stone Age, beginning around 10,000 BCE. This is when humans started transitioning from nomadic hunting and gathering to settled farming life. You might assume that as people settled in villages, domesticated plants and animals, and developed new social structures, that their religious practices would also dramatically change. And indeed, they did. Organized religion, as we know it, with constructed places of worship and a more formal structure, appears to blossom in the Neolithic. But intriguingly, it seems that religious impulses might have been a driving force in this transition, not just a byproduct. Recent archaeological discoveries suggest that ritual gatherings and monumental sanctuaries predated or catalyzed the development of agriculture and permanent settlements. The most eye-opening find in this regard is Gobekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey. The first excavated by archaeologist Klaus Schmidt in the mid-1990s, Gobekli Tepe is now considered the world's oldest known temple or ritual site. Its oldest layers date to about 9600 BCE, which is around 11,600 years ago, a time when people in that region had not yet developed pottery or farming. What Schmidt and colleagues uncovered on this hilltop is astounding. A series of massive circular stone enclosures, each made of a T-shaped limestone monolith up to 5 meters tall and weighing up to 10 to 20 tons. 5 meters is about 16 feet, by the way. These pillars are richly carved with bas-reliefs of animals. You've got lions, snakes, bulls, foxes, scorpions, and vultures, and also a few abstract symbols that we're not quite yet worked out. A layout typically features a ring of pillars around the edges and 2 taller central pillars standing in the middle facing each other, almost like stylized human figures or gateposts. Notably, some T-pillars have carved arms and hands, suggesting they represent anthropomorphic beings or gods, with their hands clasped in front as if in a ritual stance. Gobekli Tepe shows no signs of domestic life, however. No clay ovens, no permanent houses, and little in the way of trash. No nearby water source either. People didn't live at the site year-round. Instead, archaeologists infer that it was a pilgrimage center, or a gathering place for a ceremony. Nomadic bands from the surrounding regions likely came together at certain times of the year to build and use these sanctuaries. Excavations have revealed vast numbers of wild animal bones, especially gazelle. This indicates that large feasting events took place there, perhaps feeding workers or celebrants. There is also evidence of brewing alcoholic beverages from wild grains, implying primitive beer or ritual drinks consumed during gatherings. Crucially, Göbekli Tepe's existence suggests that religious ritual, the act of building a temple and gathering for worship, was a primary motivator for humans to organize themselves and transform their way of life. Schmidt provocatively argued that at Göbekli Tepe we are seeing, quote, a cathedral on a hill built by hunter-gatherers, and that this large cooperative project itself may have spurred social changes. In order to construct and maintain these stone circles, groups had to gather in unprecedented numbers. They had to coordinate labor, and they had to secure ample food, perhaps pushing them toward a systematic cultivation of grains and the domestication of animals to provision this workforce. Indeed, within a few centuries after Göbekli Tepe's earliest phase, we find the first evidence of domesticated wheat and herded livestock in the same region. It is as if the people were so intent on worshipping together and building their sacred center that they stumbled onto agriculture to support those gatherings. This flips the older assumption that farming came first and religion second. Instead, communal religious ritual may have been a catalyst for the Neolithic Revolution. The profound implication is that organized religion, in the sense of dedicated sacred architecture and possibly a priestly class, is as old as, or even slightly older than settled village life. Göbekli Tepe's builders likely had some form of shared cosmology or worship. The carvings of dangerous animals and vultures might reflect a spiritual iconography, perhaps the veneration of animal spirits or deities associated with death and the sky. Some interpret the vulture motifs as hint of excarnation rituals where bodies were left for vultures, a practice known in later Neolithic cultures. The human-like pillars could represent ancestors or gods gathering in a stone circle frozen in time. But without writing, we can't know the myths they told. But clearly, they had abstract religious concepts elaborate enough to invest enormous effort into temple building. As the Neolithic progressed, more evidence of religious practice appears in early farming settlements across the Near East and beyond. In Jericho and other Levantine villages around 7 to 6000 BCE, archaeologists found a striking form of ancestor worship: plastered human skulls. Villagers would remove the skulls of their dead, perhaps after decomposition, and model lifelike faces on them using clay or plaster, almost said pasta, often with shells inset for eyes and paint to add details. These skulls were then kept within the homes or communal buildings. It suggests a kind of ancestor cult, I suppose. The living maintained this tangible connection to their dead, preserving their skulls and possibly ritually consulting or honoring them. It suggests that early agricultural societies believed that the spirits of their ancestors had a kind of power and presence among the living, a belief still common in many traditional societies. The practice of plastered skulls have been found at places like Jericho, Ain Ghazal, and Catalhoyuk, pointing to a broad religious custom in the Neolithic Near East, focusing on remembering and venerating ancestors as spiritual guardians of the community. Now, speaking of Catalhoyuk, this large Neolithic town in Anatolia, Turkey, around 7000 BCE, gives us a pretty good picture of early settled religious life integrated with daily life. The people of Catalhoyuk lived in mud brick houses, decorated with what can only be described as shrine-like features. Many rooms had altars or platforms adorned with bull horns, and painted murals of hunting scenes or fantastical figures. The bull, a powerful animal, seems to have been a key sacred symbol. Bull heads, called bukrania, mounted on walls likely served as ritual focal points, perhaps evoking a bull deity or the strength of nature. female figurines have also been found, including one famous seated female figure flanked by two leopards, which some interpret as a mother goddess in a throne. If the interpretation is right, maybe the people of Catalhoyuk worshipped a motherly earth goddess, along with a virile bull god. Even if those exact identities are speculative, what is clear is that religious symbolism was woven into the fabric of daily life. There was no separate temple building. Instead, each house might contain a sacred space, and this suggests religion was not centralized but rather practiced intimately within small community groups. The dead in Catalhoyuk were often buried beneath the floors of their homes, literally keeping the ancestors close, reinforcing that spiritual connection between the living and the dead, right at home. Across the Neolithic world, similar patterns emerge. Special cult buildings or sanctuaries appear in the early settlements, from the Middle East to Europe. As farming spread, people built megalithic monuments in Europe, like the famous Stonehenge in England, or the Older Passage tomb of New Grange in Ireland from around 3200 BCE. These stone constructions often align with celestial events like solstices, indicating an early form of astral religion or calendrical ritual. People were marking sacred times of the year, perhaps related to agricultural cycles and the worship of the sun or sky deities. The investment in building huge tombs or stone circles suggests communal ritual had become an even more established part of life, possibly overseen by a class of ritual specialists, shamans or proto-priests. One particularly rich Neolithic site is Kayonu in Turkey, from around 7200 BCE, which had a building dubbed the Skull Building because of the many human skull fragments found there, possibly a house of ritual where skulls of the dead were displayed or used in ceremonies. In the European Neolithic, the so-called Temples of Malta, stone temple complexes on the island of Malta dated to around 36 to 2500 BCE, show sophisticated sacred architecture with altars and oracular chambers, implying an organized cult and priesthood. By these later dates, we are nearly at the threshold of written history, but it's evident that the trajectory from the Paleolithic to the Neolithic is one of increasing social complexity in religion. What likely began as small-scale shamanistic and animistic practices among bands of hunter-gatherers evolved into more formalized worship, with constructed sacred spaces, shared rituals for fertility and funerals, and probably a richer pantheon of spirits, gods, and deified ancestors. So as soon as writing appears, around 3300 BCE in Mesopotamia, slightly later in Egypt, we immediately find well-developed religious systems in place. This tells us that by the time of the earliest civilizations, religion was already central to human society. The Sumerians of ancient Mesopotamia, for example, built towering ziggurats in cities like Uruk and Ur around 3000 to 2500 BCE, dedicated to patron deities such as Inanna, the goddess of love and war, or Nana, the moon god. They left behind cuneiform tablets recording hymns, myths, and rituals, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, which among other things references a great flood and the search for immortality, echoing a lot of the older oral mythic themes. In Egypt, by the time of the first pharaohs, around 3100 BCE, there was already a complex pantheon. You had Ra, Osiris, Isis, Horus, many others, and elaborate funerary practices, including mummification and tomb texts. The pyramid texts, inscribed around 2400 BCE, the oldest known religious texts, filled with spells to guide the king's soul to the afterlife. What's striking is that many core concepts found in these early literate religions have clear pre-literate antecedents in the prehistoric record that we have surveyed. For example, there is this belief in afterlife and burial ritual. The pyramid texts speak of a king's soul ascending to the sky among the stars and gods, a grand evolution of the much earlier idea that something survives death. Tomb goods in Egypt mirror the practice of grave offerings from the Stone Age, just greatly expanded and formalized. Early Mesopotamian texts mention offerings to ancestors and gods, reminiscent of caring for ancestor spirits as seen in Neolithic skull cults. We also had deities associated with animals and nature. You see, many early gods are essentially personifications of nature. You have the earth god, the sky god, the river, the sun god. Or they have animal forms. You see that a lot in Egyptian stuff too. Conceptually, it's not too far from those Paleolithic hybrids like the lion man or the sorcerer. A continuity that shows us this merging human and animal attributes, representing these divine qualities. Next, we have the practice of aligning temples or tombs with solstices, seen at megalithic sites. This continues. The Great Pyramids at Giza, 2500 BC, are aligned with cardinal directions, and ziggurats were essentially artificial sacred mountains, linking earth and heaven. They served as centers for communal rituals, much as Gobekli Tepe was, though now supporting a more stratified society with priest-kings. By historical times, full-time priests and elaborate myths existed. We can infer that storytellers and ritual leaders had been part of societies for millennia prior, preserving oral mythologies, perhaps tales of creation, ancestral heroes, and nature spirits that were never written down, but certainly passed through generations. The presence of consistent symbols, like the Great Mother figure or horned deities. It hints at story traditions, carrying meaning across time. So in effect, when written history begins, religion's already in full bloom, but it's deeply rooted in prehistory. So when did it all really begin? Well, based on the evidence, the embryonic forms of religious behavior likely emerged with the dawn of our species. The first burials with care and possibly offerings suggest a rudimentary spirituality over 100,000 years ago. It's quite humbling to realize that the religious instinct, the impulse to reach beyond the material world, is as ancient as humanity itself. Well, I suppose every time we uncover a tomb with ancient offerings or a cave with ancient art, we are reminded that the religious curiosity is so deep in our blood. The story of religion's origin is ultimately the story of human imagination and social bonding. It might be said that as soon as humans became fully human in mind and culture, religion was born. We can't pin it to a year. We can't even pin it to a millennium. But through the artifacts and bones lovingly arranged by hands long gone, we witnessed the dawn of the sacred in human life. And, in my opinion, that is pretty cool. Anyway, thank you very much for listening. What do you think? Of course, religion, spirituality, whatever you want to call it, we paint it with broad strokes, but it's all very interesting. In any case, thank you so much for listening. It's been a pleasure having you with me again today, and a few more prehistory videos to come. A few more religion videos to come too. Anyway, here's the list of the supporters and patrons. Thank you very much. Good night, everyone, and I'll see you next time.
Over 11,000 years ago, long before cities, long before writing, or even agriculture as we know it, a group of prehistoric people gathers on a hilltop in what is now southern Turkey. With only stone tools at their disposal, they carve and erect towering stone pillars in carefully arranged circles. These people are nomadic hunter-gatherers, yet here they are, constructing a massive, monumental complex. This is Gobekli Tepe, often hailed as the world's oldest known temple site, dating back to the very dawn of the Neolithic era. Its discovery in the 1990s stunned archaeologists and historians and overturned long-held assumptions about the origins of civilization. But how and why would societies with no farms or cities build such a place out of nowhere? Good question. That's what we're here to talk about. Gobekli Tepe. It's a fascinating glimpse into humanity's earliest experiments with monumental architecture and the ritual of community. So we'll do our best to shed some light on what Gobekli Tepe actually is. Of course, we're relying on the newest research we have as of 2025. Hopefully nothing changes too much between now and then, but who knows what we're going to pull out of the ground. In any case, allow me to welcome you to the video first. If you are here for the first time, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, then you know what I'm about to say. And that is that this video is completely devoid of mid-roll ads, because we hate ads, just like you, so relatable. So we prefer to be funded by the Patreon, the YouTube members, the occasional donation on PayPal, and YouTube Super Thanks. And we've also got a merch store. You can find all those links in the pinned comment, the video and channel description. But really the best thing you can do for us is give a like, subscribe, share the video around, and just tell your friends. And a little comment below always helps with the algorithm. You know what it's like. In any case, welcomes and introductions out of the way, let's go back in time to Gobekli Tepe. Gobekli Tepe was hidden for thousands of years beneath a mound on a ridge overlooking the Haran Plain in southeastern Turkey. That's what Turkey calls their country now, by the way. Now, what about the name Gobekli Tepe? Well, in Turkish it means pot-belly hill. It's a reference to its rounded silhouette. Locally, the hilltop hosted only a lone mulberry tree, a wishing tree adorned with cloth ribbons by villagers, perhaps hinting at the lingering aura of sanctity. And the modern world took very little notice of this hill. That was until the late 20th century. In 1963, a joint University of Chicago and Istanbul University survey briefly noted the site. Surveyors observed flint flakes and some limestone slabs on the surface, and they assumed that they were the remnants of some forgotten medieval cemetery. With that mistaken identification, further investigation was shelved. The true significance of the flints and stone fragments lay unrealized. The truth was buried. But that was until 1994, when Gobekli Tepe's importance was finally recognized, almost by pure luck. We meet the main character now, Klaus Schmidt, a German archaeologist who had worked on Neolithic sites in the region. He came across the old survey mention of stone slabs at Gobekli Tepe, and this was quite curious. He visited the site himself in person. Now, at first glance, the hilltop seemed pretty unremarkable. Patches of reddish soil, piles of field stones cleared by local farmers, no visible architecture at all. But Schmidt was an archaeologist, and as he walked around the mound, he noticed the ground glittering with an unusual abundance of flint chips. It was as if the entire hill was covered in stone tools. Now this was a telltale sign of Stone Age activity. Among the rubble, he spotted something even more astonishing. A large T-shaped block of limestone peeking out of a clearing pile, and it was remarkably similar to the pillars he had seen at other Neolithic sites, such as Navali Kori, that contained T-shaped pillars. So it was in that moment that Schmidt realized this hill concealed something quite extraordinary. He later recalled, only man could have created something like this, as he immediately recognized the fragments and prehistoric sculptures rather than tombstones. And just like that, Gobekli Tepe had been rediscovered. Excavations began in 1995 under the direction of Schmidt himself, in collaboration with the local museum. What they found would revolutionize our understanding of prehistory, for just beneath the surface, they uncovered the tops of massive stone pillars arranged in circles. As digging continued, it became clear that this was no cemetery, nor was it a simple village, nor was it medieval. There were no traces of houses, no hearths, or even everyday domestic life. Instead, the team exposed finely crafted megaliths, some up to 5 meters tall, many adorned with mysterious relief carvings of animals and abstract symbols. And so, layer by layer, ring after ring, these pillars emerged. Archaeologists had stumbled upon a Neolithic monumental sanctuary of immense scale, built over 11,000 years ago. Of course, news like that spreads quickly, and Gobekli Tepe was soon hailed as one of the most important archaeological finds of modern times. It pushed back the timeline of large-scale human architecture by thousands of years, to a period when our ancestors were thought to be just simple nomads. The significance of Gobekli Tepe cannot be overstated. Here we had the site, dating to roughly 9600 BCE, several millennia before Stonehenge or the Egyptian pyramids. Well, where presumably primitive hunter-gatherers had mobilized later to erect great stone monuments. It was, in Schmidt's words, a cathedral on a hill, built by people who had not yet developed agriculture or even pottery. Certainly the cart before the horse, but they hadn't even developed the cart yet. Well, its existence challenged the conventional narrative that civilization, that is settled villages, agriculture, complex society, had to come first before humans could afford the luxury of constructing temples or monuments. Gobekli Tepe suggested the opposite. That communal ideology and ritual gatherings may have been a driving force that led humans toward civilization. Little wonder that archaeologists and historians suddenly looked at this region, the upper Mesopotamian foothills, with fresh eyes, and asked the question, could it be that the road to civilization began with spiritual and social unity rather than economic necessity? Gobekli Tepe placed us at the threshold of that pivotal transition in our history, and that's what makes it so uniquely precious, a window into the human past. Of course, the human past, one thing to talk about that when we think about things like the Bronze Age, but with Gobekli Tepe, here we are, around the end of the last Ice Age, around 10,000 BCE, that is the late Epi-Paleolithic to the pre-pottery Neolithic period. Global climates were warming and stabilizing after a millennia of glaciation. In the Fertile Crescent, the broad region curving from Anatolia through Levant, wild plant and animal life was abundant. Gobekli Tepe sits at the northern edge of this fertile crescent, on a limestone plateau some 15 kilometers from the present city of Sanliurfa, or in ancient words, Urfa. Well, today the area is semi-arid, largely treeless, but 11,000 years ago it was quite a bit more inviting. So we should imagine with the eyes of our ancestors a landscape of patchy woodlands, open steppes, with herds and gazelles roaming, wild cattle called aurochs, and wild boar in the brush, flocks of wild sheep and goats on the hill slopes, and wetlands along seasonal streams attracting migratory birds, sands of wild cereals, einkorn and emmer wheat, barley too. They grew on the hillsides alongside stands of wild pistachio and almond trees. Klaus Schmidt described the environs of the prehistoric Gobekli Tepe as a paradise for hunter-gatherers, a land of plenty where groups could gather and feast upon wild game, grains, and fruits. This period in time marks the threshold between a purely foraging way of life and the beginnings of farming. Scholars call it the pre-pottery Neolithic, or PPN, because people had begun building permanent structures and experimenting with cultivation, yet pottery technology had not quite yet been invented. Gobekli Tepe dates mainly to the PPN-A and PPN-B periods, so we're talking 9600 to 8000 BCE. This was an age of great change. Sedentary village life was just taking root in some areas, and the domestication of the first crops and livestock would follow within a few centuries. But crucially, at the time Gobekli Tepe's earliest monuments were built, its builders were still hunter-gatherers. They had no metal tools, relying on flint and obsidian blades and bone implements, and they had no draft animals, no wheeled transport. Whatever they built or carried was accomplished with human ingenuity, and no doubt quite a bit of muscle. Their communities were likely small, mobile bands, periodically coming together for joint efforts or ceremonies. And so in this context, building anything massive or permanent was a bold departure from the norm. Typically, foragers led relatively mobile lives, and their structures, huts or temporary camps, were modest. Yet, at Gobekli Tepe, these people undertook a true project of monumental scale. The site's placement is also intriguing. You see, it lies on the highest point of a mountain ridge, visible for many kilometers around. The choice of a conspicuous hilltop suggests a deliberate concern with visibility, perhaps even a spiritual geography. High places are often associated with ritual significance, and indeed Gobekli Tepe's skyline's position would have been making it a natural beacon for groups converging from different areas. But we should also note that Gobekli Tepe did not exist in isolation. The Neolithic communities of Upper Mesopotamia were interconnected. Just 20 miles away, for example, archaeologists later found early evidence of cultivated wheat at a site of called Karaka Dag. In the Karaka Dag foothills, rather, they've been identified with a locus of einkorn wheat domestication around 8500 BCE. Now, south of Gobekli Tepe, in what is now Syria, sites from the same era, such as Jerf El Amar and Tel Gobekli's contemporaries, show communal buildings and symbolic art as well. In the upper Euphrates and Tigris regions, a cultural horizon was emerging, in which people experimented with architecture and symbolism, even before full farming economies. Gobekli Tepe was perhaps the most flamboyant expression of this horizon, a regional gathering place for peoples of the northern Fertile Crescent, set just as they stood on the brink of agricultural revolution. So let's talk a bit more about the site and its architecture in general. The site today appears as an artificial mound about 15 meters high, 300 meters in diameter, capping the limestone plateau. The mound is entirely the product of human activity. Layer upon layer of constructions and debris accumulated over many centuries of use. Excavations have revealed that the site has a stratified sequence of building faces, conventionally divided into at least 2 main levels. Archaeologists refer to these as Layer 3, the oldest, Layer 2, slightly later, with a thin Layer 1 representing the topsoil and rubble that had buried the site until its modern discovery. So let's start with Layer 3, and this is circa 9600 to 8800. It's the earliest and, frankly, most impressive phase. It features the famous circular or oval enclosures with the massive T-shaped stone pillars. So far, several of these monumental enclosures have been excavated, labeled enclosures A, B, C, and D, etc. Creative. And radar surveys indicate there are many more still underground. Each enclosure is roughly 10 to 30 meters across. The largest uncovered is about 20 meters in diameter and built of stone. This design is broadly consistent, a ring of T-shaped monolithic pillars set vertically around the perimeter, often connected by low stone walls, and 2 larger freestanding T-pillars erected in the center of the space. And the pillars are huge, some standing 5 to 5.5 meters tall, and that's about 16 to 18 feet, and weighing on the order of 7 to 10 tons or more. They were carved from local limestone bedrock, and then transported a short distance and erected in prepared sockets on the floor. The enclosures had stone bench-like structures along their inner walls, perhaps to accommodate participants in some kind of religious rites. The floors of these structures were made of hard-packed lime terrazzo or bedrock, sometimes burnished. Notably, no doorway entrances have been found for these round buildings. Possibly they were entered from above via ladder or a narrow opening, or perhaps they were only used in an open roof context. Now, Layer 2 is around 8800 to 8000. In a later period after the heyday of the big circles, people continued to use Gobekli Tepe, but in a different way. Layer 2 features smaller buildings, some of which are rectangular or semi-rectangular in plan, much like smaller T-shaped pillars, often under 2 meters high, embedded in their walls. These resemble the structures found in early Neolithic village sites of the region. It seems that as time went on, the grand circles were backfilled and abandoned, and new buildings, perhaps more modest sanctuaries or even habitations, were erected adjacent or above them. The Layer 2 pillars are usually undecorated or only minimally carved, suggesting a shift in artistic style or function. This phase coincides with the pre-pottery Neolithic B, when farming and herding were gradually taking hold in the region. Thus it represents a transitional stage where the formerly nomadic groups might be settling down and their ritual practices were becoming more localized or integrated into everyday life. One of the most curious aspects of Gobekli Tepe is that these structures were intentionally buried by people who built and used them. Excavators found that the great circular enclosures of Layer 3 had been rapidly backfilled with a mixture of loose rocks, soil, flint tools, and animal bones. Sometime around 8000 BCE, the site's last users carefully filled in the remaining enclosures, effectively preserving them for 1,000 years, or even more, 10,000. Anyway, well, we do not know fully why. It could have been a ritual closing at the site, maybe. Perhaps a necessity if the place was no longer in use, and they wanted to seal it. But thanks to this Stone Age act of preservation, the megaliths and their carvings remained largely intact, sealed beneath the hill until our time, where we can rip them out of the ground. Well, to date, archaeologists have uncovered 4 large enclosures in the main excavation era, and partially exposed a few more. Geophysical surveys suggest that at least 16 to 20 enclosures lie buried across the mound's 9-hectare area. In other words, what we see now, as breathtaking as it is, likely represents only a small fraction, perhaps 5 to 10% of the total complex. Some have imagined a skyline of many stone circles crowning the hill in its prime. The sheer number of pillars identified, dozens have been excavated, hundreds more identified by scans, speaks of the scale of the undertaking that Gobekli Tepe really was. It wasn't just some random structure, but a whole aggregation of very specialized buildings, repeatedly built and rebuilt over many years. The site's plan was not an orderly grid, but rather seemingly organic clusters of circular rooms, a bit like a village of shrines, each perhaps with its own significance. And walking among the ruins today, under protective shelters that now cover them, one can gaze at the towering T-shaped pillars, some still standing upright in their original positions. They have a ghostly presence, as if stone beings are frozen in a kind of muted congregation of sorts. And indeed, the anthropomorphic quality of the T-pillars is one of Gobekli Tepe's most striking features. So let's turn to those pillars and the art carved upon them. We can get a few clues into the minds of the site's builders. So the T-shaped monoliths of Gobekli Tepe are more than just structural supports. They are sculptures. And it's very clear that they had symbolic meaning. Now, the T shape is thought to be an abstract depiction of the human form. The pillar's upright shaft can be seen as a body, and the top crossbar resembles a broad, perhaps shouldered head. This interpretation is strongly supported by the fact that on some of the largest pillars, you can actually see carved arms, hands, and even belts with loincloths on the lower parts of the shafts. Well, for example, the 2 central pillars of enclosure D each have thin arms carved in low relief along their sides, hands meeting in front as if clasping the abdomen, and each pillar wears a belt and a loincloth depicted by relief carvings. Clearly, these great stones were meant to represent stylized humanoid figures, possibly ancestors, maybe gods, maybe mythic beings revered by the builders. It's hard to narrow it down, but certainly humanoid. They stand tall and impassive, facing one another in the center of each ring, like participants or officiants in some kind of eternal ritual. But beyond the humanoid pillar statues, Gobekli Tepe is famous for the rich iconography carved on the pillars' broad faces. Using flint chisels, Neolithic artists engraved an astonishing bestiary of the animal world they knew. In various enclosures, one finds images of wild creatures. Lions or other big cats, leaping or snarling, foxes with their bushy tails, wild boars, oxen, that is wild cattle, with imposing horns, gazelles and wild donkeys, and a variety of small insects and reptiles, snakes, scorpions, spiders and insects, things like that. Birds are also prominent too, especially vultures, but also other birds like cranes, ducks or geese. One pillar shows that what appears to be a flock of long-necked birds, possibly cranes, in a row. On another pillar, a majestic vulture spreads its wings. These carvings are not random, though. Many are executed in high relief, standing out from the stone surface, an impressive feat of artistry for the Stone Age people. Pillar 27 in enclosure C, for instance, features a large predator, possibly a lion or a leopard carved in high relief, prowling down the side of the pillar. Pillar 18 in enclosure D carries a relief of a tall, slender fox, among other symbols. And even the socket stone at its base is decorated with a ring of carved ducks. The craftsmanship is skilled and standardized enough that one can sense an established artistic tradition at work. So who knows how long they'd been doing it. In any case, the symbolism of these creatures has been a matter of debate. Notably, many of the depicted animals are dangerous or wild animals, not the sort that one might primarily hunt for food. Well, we should be fair, gazelles and boar were hunted, but animals like lions, snakes, and scorpions evoke fear or reverence more than, getting something for dinner. And this has led some researchers to observe that the carvings evoke a scary and frightening world of beasts. Maybe they symbolize spiritual concepts, protective totems, clan symbols, even mythological figures. For example, in later Neolithic sites, we know vultures were associated with death rituals. Some early cultures practiced excarnation, that is, exposing bodies for vultures to consume as a way to liberate the soul. Gobekli Tepe's vulture imagery hints that similar practices or beliefs could have been present. A possible cult of the dead, where birds of prey have a role ferrying the deceased to the sky. Interestingly, art at Gobekli Tepe also includes representations of the human form in other ways. There are a few limestone sculptures found at the site. A particularly striking find is a life-sized human statue fragment, a head and a torso, discovered during the excavations, possibly representing a humanoid figure that might have been freestanding. Additionally, one relief on a pillar appears to show a depiction of a headless human with an erect phallus, being approached by a vulture and other creatures. Now, the scene suggests a narrative, quite possibly linked to death or ritual decapitation. Indeed, the theme of human heads, detached or trophy heads, that is, recurs quite a lot. Another pillar fragment carved in low relief shows a small human figure holding up what looks like a human head as if in offering. It's an eerie motive, sure, but it ties with the evidence that human skulls and death had special ritual treatment at the site. More on that shortly. The variety of symbols is not limited to animals and humans. Abstract symbols often appear. There are instances of the so-called H symbol, because it looks like a H. Yes. And there's other geometric signs on pillars too. On the benches and floors, archaeologists found odd limestone objects as well. For example, finely polished stone bowls, platters, and even a curious sculpted pole-like object nicknamed the totem pole, with stacked figures that might represent humans or animals merging into one another. A remarkable recent discovery in 2023 was a painted statue of a wild boar found at Gobekli Tepe. This limestone boar statue, about half a meter long, was found on a stone bench and still bore traces of red, black, and white pigment, making it one of the oldest known painted statues. It was accompanied by carvings of symbols like the H symbol, crescents, snakes, and human faces on the bench. The use of color in this sculpture reminds us that the people of Gobekli Tepe likely painted their carvings and pillars as well. The gray, beige stones we see today could have once been lively with reds, ochres, and whites, bringing out details in low light of dawn or dusk ceremonies. But what was the day-to-day life like at Gobekli Tepe? Well, intriguingly, all evidence suggests that people didn't permanently live on the site, so that makes it a bit difficult to tell. Archaeologists found an absence of domestic debris, no remains of houses or huts, no domestic hearths or ovens, no garbage middens or prolonged habitation, and no burials of ordinary folk, as often found in early villages. Instead, Gobekli Tepe seems to have been a regional gathering place, a sanctuary where people came temporarily, presumably for ritual activities, ceremonies, and communal feasts, and then they just dispersed back to their home settlements or camps. The evidence for feasting is especially overwhelming, scattered through the sediments that were used to backfill the enclosures. Researchers have recovered hundreds of thousands of animal bone fragments. They analyzed over 100,000 pieces, and the zoo archaeologist Joris Peters found that over 60% of them were gazelle bones, with a substantial portion of wild boar, and the rest including wild sheep, red deer, and other game. Now these were all wild species, and that shows that Gobekli Tepe's attendees were hunters bringing in their kills. The bones often show cut marks from butchery and have been broken open, likely to extract marrow and then burned, indicating cooking or roasting. Such an abundance of bones, far exceeding what small transient groups would consume, implies large-scale feasting events. It appears that when people gathered at Gobekli Tepe, they slaughtered dozens, if not hundreds, of animals to feed the crowd. Perhaps that was the ritual celebration. But alongside meat, plant foods were on the menu. Though charred plant remains are scarce, perhaps due to poor preservation, the tools speak volumes. Archaeologists have unearthed an extraordinary number of grinding stones, mortars, and pestles at Gobekli Tepe. More than 7,000 grinding tool fragments were catalogued. These are the implements to process grain and other plant foods. Use wear analysis and microscopic residues on these tools confirm that cereals were heavily processed at the site, likely to make flour for bread or porridge, or to brew beverages. In fact, one compelling theory is that Gobekli Tepe's workers and pilgrims were fueled by some of the earliest beer brewed by humankind. Large carved stone basins or troughs found there, some capable of holding up to 150 liters, could have been used to mix and ferment grain mash. Chemical analysis have detected traces of oxalate, a byproduct of brewing in such vessels, supporting the idea that a kind of primitive beer made from wild cereals was produced. And one can envision a scene after long hours of quarrying stone or performing rituals, the participants finally sharing a decent meal of roasted gazelle and a bit of crude beer or gruel, dancing and celebrating their communal achievements. But the feasting was likely more than just indulgence. It was a social clue, a reward system. Anthropologists propose that competitive fasting in early societies served to mobilize labor and foster alliances. To undertake the heavy work of carving and erecting pillars, someone had to organize a workforce and motivate them. Throwing grand feasts is one way to attract people from far and wide to contribute labor, and to cement social bonds among the disparate groups. At Gobekli Tepe, the feasts may have coincided with seasonal gatherings, perhaps at particular times of the year, when certain game was plentiful, or when harvests of wild grain could be collected. And indeed, analysis of wild gazelle bones suggests that many were hunted in late summer and autumn, possibly when gazelle herds were migratory or most abundant. So you might speculate that annual festivals took place in the post-harvest season, bringing communities together to worship anew before the winter, a kind of Neolithic Thanksgiving. But what about the rituals themselves? While we lack written records of their beliefs, obviously, the archaeology hints at a few possible ceremonial practices. First of all, the emphasis on human-like pillars and the evidence of special treatment of human crania indicate that people of Gobekli Tepe venerated human remains in some way, Over 700 fragments of human bone have been recovered, and among these, scientists have identified portions of 3 human skulls that had been deliberately modified. These skull fragments bear deep linear carvings incised on the surfaces, and one has a small drilled hole. Analysis showed the cuts were made with flint tools after the individuals had died and their flesh was removed. There are cut marks from the defleshing as well. That's a hell of a word, isn't it? Defleshing. Haven't heard that one before. Anyway, the modifications do appear to have been intended to prepare the skulls for display. Grooves could allow a cord to anchor around the skull, and the drilled hole, placed so the skull would hang upright, suggests they were suspended, possibly from the very T-pillars or rafters. This is a unique variant of a skull cult, a tradition found in some other Neolithic cultures where ancestors' skulls were kept and honored, or enemy skulls were displayed. At Gobekli Tepe, it seems that the crania were not plastered or decorated as seen elsewhere, but rather literally hung up, perhaps as sacred relics or trophies. One can imagine ancestral skulls watching over ceremonies, or skulls of revered shamans kept as sources of power. The art supports this too. A carving on a pillar depicts a human figure holding a severed head, and some of the small figurines show headless bodies too. The theme of decapitation and curation of heads was clearly part of the symbolic language at play. Next, we have a few words to say about offerings and sacrifice. The sheer amount of animal remains and the positioning of some special deposits hint that offerings were made. Certain animal sculptures, like the carved boar statue which was recently found, might represent totemic animals or sacrificial spirits. Possibly animals were ritually slaughtered as offerings to whatever deities or forces the pillars represented. The fact that wild rather than domestic animals were used could tie into a cosmological worldview, where wild beasts had a kind of spiritual potency to them. Next was the communal dance or processions. The open layout of the enclosures with benches around suggests that the participants may have gathered around the central pillars, possibly sitting or kneeling, while rituals enacted in the center. The presence of stone drums, a few percussion instruments have been hypothesized from objects, and the imagery of animals dancing or moving might indicate music and dance were part of the festivities. It's easy to picture people circling within those stone rings in ceremonial dances, perhaps wearing costumes or animal masks, maybe. Though that's speculation. It would align with many ethnographic parallels in later ritual traditions, though I would say that. Some researchers have wondered if the pillars or certain carvings align with astronomical events, such as star-rise positions or solstices. There is as yet no consensus or any specific alignment at Gobekli Tepe, but given the skyward location and later importance of celestial cycles to agrarian societies, it is possible that gatherings also had a calendar or cosmological significance. However, this remains unproven, and we have to approach it with caution. We can't project later practices onto those early people. Right, so the construction of Gobekli Tepe's monumental structures required quite a bit of ingenuity and collective effort. And you got to remember that the builders had no metal tools, no wheels, no beasts of burden. So then we're left with the question, how did they manage to quarry, shape and transport and erect stones weighing up to 20 tons? Well, first, the limestone bedrock at the site is relatively soft, at least by stone standards, and occurs in layered formations, which is an advantage for extraction. Archaeologists have located several stone quarry areas around the hill where pillars were cut from the outcrops. In fact, one quarry still holds an abandoned pillar blank, partially detached from the bedrock, measuring about 7 meters long. Seems the project was never completed, a frozen glimpse of a work in progress. The people likely used hard hammer stones, that is, blocks of harder rock like dolerite, which had been found on the site, to punch out trenches around a desired pillar shape, gradually freeing the monolith from the bedrock. Flint chisels and points were employed for finer carving and detailing the reliefs. The surfaces of finished pillars show the scrape and peck marks of these tools. Once a pillar was carved free, it had to be moved, even if only a few hundred meters from quarry to enclosure. Sliding a multi-ton stone was challenging. The builders likely leveraged simple machines, rolling out the stones on logs or dragging them on sledges over wet clay or vegetation to reduce friction. Teams of dozens of people with ropes could have hauled the pillars, and we can surmise that prior to major construction, the organizers would call in able-bodied folks from surrounding areas, a communal work party that might coincide with ritual obligations or feasting rewards for participation. Experiments have shown that with enough manpower and basic physics, surprisingly large stones can be moved in prehistoric contexts. Raising the pillars into an upright position was perhaps the trickiest task. In later megalithic sites, builders often dug a hole with a sloping ramp, dragged one end of the pillar in, and then levered it upright and packed the base. At Gobekli Tepe, each pillar stands in a slot or hole cut into the bedrock floor, suggesting a similar approach. The pit holds a pillar base while refilled debris secures it. Wooden scaffolding might have been used to help tilt and guide the stones upright. The community's effort in accomplishing this must have been enormous and probably ceremonial charged. And you can imagine, certainly, that erecting each pillar itself was a ritual act, perhaps accompanied by chants or celebrations when the stone finally stood firm, transforming into that towering humanoid presence. The successful building of Gobekli Tepe implies some sort of social organization. Whether there were dedicated architects or spiritual leaders who directed the works, this we cannot know for sure. It is plausible that a class of ritual specialists, proto-priests or shamans coordinated the design and rituals, while clan leaders mobilized their people for labor. What is striking is that this could be achieved in a non-state, non-agricultural society, and it suggests that shared belief and social networks were strong enough to get cooperative projects done without centralized government or economic hierarchy, though some level of hierarchy or leadership may have existed, if only temporarily, during these projects. But an intriguing aspect is the continuity and longevity of building at Gobekli Tepe. The site was not just built in one go. It rather evolved over centuries. The earliest circles might have been relatively smaller or simpler, and over generations the constructions grew more elaborate. Each new generation literally built on the old, burying earlier structures and constructing new ones, perhaps larger or in different arrangement, and this indicates that the site's importance was sustained for many human lifespans, implying that knowledge, how to carve pillars, how to conduct ceremonies, was transmitted over time. But it also suggests that the site may have served as a stable meeting ground that helped bind disparate groups into a broader cultural community with a shared tradition. The backfilling of enclosures, that also required coordination. Tons of material had to be gathered and poured in. Interestingly, the fill is full of artifacts, tools, debris, refuge from the feasts. It's almost as if, when closing a temple, they ritually entombed the last usage items in it, kind of like a time capsule for us. Well, this might have been a conscious act to decommission the sanctuaries, perhaps when they found that they fell out of use, or when a decision was made to consolidate a ritual in a new form, such as more localized shrines once villagers took over. It is tempting to think that as farming and permanent villages emerged nearby, the hunter-gatherer pilgrimage center lost its role, and thus the people buried it respectfully and just moved on with their lives. Now, one of the most profound implications of Gobekli Tepe is how it's forced scholars to reconsider the sequence of events in the rise of civilization. Previously, the textbook's explanation for the Neolithic Revolution, the transition from agriculture and settled life from the hunter-gatherer society, was that first came farming, which produced food surplus, which then allowed humans to support large communities, specialized labor, leaders, and eventually religious elite and monuments. It was first villages, then temples, in short. And Göbekli Tepe's timeline just flips the script. Here we have monumental construction and presumably complex ritual organization before evidence of farming and permanent villages in the region. The archaeological record around Göbekli Tepe shows that within a few hundred years after the site's main phase, the first signs of domesticated livestock and crops appear in the surrounding area. For example, by about 8500 to 8000 BCE, nearby communities had begun domesticating local wild sheep, pigs, cattle, and were cultivating einkorn wheat. Genetic studies trace one of the earliest domesticated wheat strains to just 20 miles from Göbekli Tepe. Now that's a coincidence, isn't it? Well, this tight chronology has led archaeologists like Schmidt to propose a radical theory. And it goes like this. Perhaps it was the effort of creating sites like Göbekli Tepe that spurred the need for agriculture in the first place, rather than agriculture enabling people to create a site like Göbekli Tepe. Well, the logic is as follows. To build and maintain Göbekli Tepe's monuments, large groups of people had to gather and work together. These workers and pilgrims needed ample food, reliably, and maybe in quantities beyond what simple foraging could provide on short notice. The planning of regular, large feasts could have created an impetus to begin cultivating grain, to have enough for bread or beer, and managing herds of game, eventually domestication to ensure a steady supply of meat. So in essence, the social and spiritual needs might have driven economic innovation. The people had motive to start planting seeds of wild cereals in convenient plots, or penning captured wild sheep, gradually leading to domestication to support their ritual life. This theory finds some support in the evidence of extensive cereal processing on the site. Clearly, plant food was central at Göbekli Tepe. Perhaps beer or bread was needed in ritual amounts that wild gathering alone could not guarantee each season, nudging people toward proto-farming behaviors. Now, while this temple-first, farming-second hypothesis is still debated, it certainly gained credibility, and shows that ideology and social structures can be catalysts for technological change. Human groups might have come together for sacred purposes, and in doing so discovered new ways of living together, eventually becoming permanent settlers. But it is important to note that Göbekli Tepe was part of a larger cultural development, often termed the Neolithic transformation in the Near East. Multiple sites in southeastern Turkey and northern Syria from this era show precocious features: communal structures, artistic expression, intensive gathering of wild grains, etc. For instance, a site called Neva Kori, which we mentioned, now submerged by a dam, excavated in the 1980s, had a Neolithic village with a special building containing smaller T-shaped pillars. almost like a mini Gobekli Tepe within a village. Now this suggests that the concept of T-pillars, and perhaps what they stood for, was actually widespread among early Neolithic communities of the region. Gobekli Tepe, however, was not a village. It stands out as a central sanctuary, perhaps serving multiple bands or communities who shared a faith or at least a tradition of meeting to worship and feast. So in a way, Gobekli Tepe might represent the communal cooperation that prefigured civilization. By coming together in ritual projects, these groups may have forged broader cultural identities that eventually made larger social units, villages, towns, eventually cities, and so on, viable. The cooperation needed to raise a monolith parallels the cooperation needed to, irrigate a field or build a well, something like that. Thus, we see at Gobekli Tepe the early forms of organized labor, planning and social hierarchy all coming together that later settlements would exhibit in full. But it's important to note that not all archaeologists interpret the site in the exact same way. It's very rare you'll get a complete agreement on this. A few have suggested alternative views. For example, could Gobekli Tepe have been a settlement after all, but with houses that doubled as sanctuaries? One scholar argued that perhaps those temples were actually large communal houses adorned with symbolic art, meaning ritual and daily life were intertwined rather than separate. But I don't believe it, because the lack of domestic evidence makes that very unlikely. How could they live in a house and not have any hearths? How could they not have any grinding stones? It's just, I don't think so. I mean, that's my opinion. Maybe you have your own opinion, I'm not sure. In any case, it makes it less likely. Though it might apply to smaller contemporary sites, but maybe not Gobekli Tepe. The consensus in general leans strongly to Gobekli Tepe being a primary ritual center. But don't write all the theories off. You see, maybe there's a lot more left to discover. In any case, for the general public, Gobekli Tepe has been a source of fascination, and I think it'll be one of speculation for quite a long time. It's got nicknames like the world's first temple, even linked to fanciful stories like the Garden of Eden in some popular media. But such things are not really taken seriously by scholars. In 2018, it was inscribed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognizing its outstanding universal value to human history, and tourism to the site continues to grow. They got a walkway, protective roofing too, to allow visitors to peer into enclosures A, B, C, and D, without worrying about damaging them. As for the T-pillars, they've almost become an icon of Turkey's prehistoric heritage, just as much as Stonehenge is for Britain, the pyramids are for Egypt, the ziggurat is for in Iraq. Perhaps not prehistoric, but they certainly go back quite a while. I think Turkey at the moment is taking the crown for the oldest monuments. And the local communities too, they've embraced the site's fame. Even local imagery and souvenirs celebrate the carved animals and pillars. So one could say that after 10,000 years, Gobekli Tepe is once again a gathering point. But this time it's not just for people walking from their little hunter-gatherer camps and all the rest. It's for people all over the world. And this time, we have tourists, scientists, archaeologists, news crews, a little bit of everything and everyone, all drawn back to this very ancient temple.